The protagonist wonders if he remembers the day when he was able to overcome all the pain. The system launches the quest, Become Healthy, Part 1, and the hero's life in the body of a baby begins. The fair-haired man threatens that if his order is not carried out, everyone will become dead. The system offers the wounded hero the opportunity to travel back to the past, but with all his abilities canceled. He chooses his date of birth, February 28th, 1985. In the delivery room, doctors shout that the woman's water has broken and ask her to breathe deeply. The newborn baby realizes that something has gone wrong and the pain has become unbearable. Doctors in masks encourage the woman in labor, saying that there is still a little time left. The baby feels like he is dying and his head is about to explode from the pressure. Gathering his strength, he decides to endure so that his mother does not end up in danger. The system awards the Overcoming Difficulties achievement, and the nurse hands the newborn over to the mother. He gains the skill Man Overcoming Difficulties, which increases stats in times of weakness and removes pain. This skill made the first evil the strongest. It is a terrifying skill that can change the course of events even if the user has lost consciousness. The system window with the quest Getting Healthy Part 1 appears again, and its progress is updated. Quests began at his birth, and completing the first one gave him a boost to his vitals and intelligence. He realizes that the generous rewards and the skill he gained were the reason for the strength of the first evil. One of the 16 strongest awakened. The 8 who were faithful to the system were called virtues, and the 8 who went against it were called evil. Despite their names, they were no different from each other and pursued only personal interests. The hero remembers how they fought with them, but were no more than mosquitoes irritating an elephant. The strongest of them was the first evil, which had no doubt in its powers. While other awakened ones were just beginning their journey, he was already at the peak of his power. The first evil had no idea that another awakened being would appear, possessing the memories of an embryo. The baby tries to pronounce the word status syllable by syllable. He manages to open the status window, and the system congratulates him, declaring him the first to awaken. He is in shock because he could not count on the title of the first awakened one. The system gives him a challenger's box as a reward. He recognizes the box of the highest rank, which gave him the chance to return to the past. He decides to open it again and receives the skill Odin's Wrath. His hand is filled with powerful energy, similar to lightning. He remembers the day when half of his guildmates died, and the enemy didn't even bat an eye. Now he has obtained a powerful divine rank skill. In the real world, the baby starts crying and his mother wakes up. She calms the crying child, telling him that everything is fine. His consciousness is still rejected by his body, which is why he cannot hold back his tears. His parents look at him, and his mother only wants him to grow up healthy. He returned to the past because he was going to protect every single one of them. The grown-up hero walks down the street and says on the phone that he was written off too early. He grins and invites his interlocutor to meet for tea. The person on the other end of the line suddenly hangs up, and at that moment, a body falls from the roof. The hero looks in horror at the dying woman lying on the asphalt in a pool of blood. Suddenly, a demonic creature appears out of thin air and strikes, which the hero barely manages to dodge. The hero's face is distorted by a grimace of horror when he hears an emergency alert about an attack by unidentified creatures. He is thrown aside as monsters continue to attack people in the background, and an announcement calls for everyone to find cover. A blue system window pops up in front of his eyes with a message about entering the testing ground. Other people, a man and a woman, look in panic at the same system window that has appeared in front of them. The narrative explains that monsters enter the world through spatial holes. Selected people, called Awakened, were sent to this testing ground. There, they fought monsters, spending months and some even decades at the training ground. Upon returning, the Awakened did not have time to rest, as the world had already been captured by giant monsters. Military planes tried to fight the monster, but were shot down and caught fire. In desperation, humanity decided to use its most powerful weapon, the nuclear bomb. However, even a nuclear explosion did not help. Civilization fell, and higher powers used the situation to their advantage. The scene shifts to the past, where an old television is showing news about the 23rd Olympic Games. The hero, reborn in the body of a baby, realizes that he has ended up in the times of the Cold War and calls everyone idiots. He reflects that this is a useless conflict that everyone will soon forget about. His father playfully squeezes his cheeks, surprised by his serious look and joking that he seems to know something. The baby looks at his parents and understands that he must act quickly before something irreversible happens. He manages to take 10 steps, and the system window informs him that the quest has been completed. He has leveled up, and he has received 20 points. The system congratulates him on his successful development and awards him a bronze box. His adult self is surprised, because previously such a box could only be obtained after long suffering in the dungeons. He clenches his fists, realizing the rewards of growing up are incredible, and that makes everything easier. An image of a villain emerges in his mind, whom he vows to defeat before the day of beginnings. Back in his baby body, he gets a new quest that requires him to talk to someone using 10 sentences. He imagines the horror of parents if their several-month-old child suddenly started talking. Looking at the calendar with the number 29, he remembers that the Korean Thanksgiving Day, Chuseok, is coming soon. He decides to talk to his 4-year-old cousin Jia, who should already be able to speak well. He remembers his older sister, who disappeared on the day of her inception, just after passing the bar exam. He thinks that in this life he could save her. While little Jia hugs him, the baby tries to talk to the girl, deciding that she is the only one with whom he can do this. Adults are touched to see how the children get along and how Jia has matured. Jia sheepishly agrees, and at that moment the system announces the completion of all available training quests. The hero is shocked that all of this was just a tutorial, and the system suggests skipping the remaining quests. He would like to spend time with his parents, but he is afraid of scaring them while they look at him with love. He decides to skip training, confident that he will find something to do in the future. His body instantly matures to adolescence, and he decides he must prepare. The action moves to 1997, where a bald-headed bandit swings a bat. The grown-up hero in black clothes easily dodges the blow. He delivers a crushing kick to the bandit's face. The gang leader is defeated, and the hero stands alone against his surrounding henchmen. The older man laments that the son of a bitch won again, even when his opponent had a gun. The guy in the hood waves it off, saying he's not interested in all of this and asks for a stronger opponent. The man tries to dissuade him, suggesting professional sports and worrying that he could get seriously injured in street fights. In another image, the guy with a mask on his face coldly declares that he will not repeat it, and if they do not find an opponent for him, he will find someone who can. The man looks at him with awe, noticing his gaze, and a status window appears on the screen with the name Na Sanu. Na Sanu reflects that his body is already like that of a grown man, and his strength and intelligence are higher than those of most athletes. Looking in the mirror, he sees that the wound on his face has healed, and he realizes that this is due to his awakening. The guy recalls that before his physical indicators were average, but now he has grown to 180 centimeters. He realizes that his physical abilities are incredible for a 14-year-old, but he still needs to go into dungeons to level up. He thinks of a place on a small mountain in Hwasong City where a monster lurks in the darkness. Sana draws up a plan, realizing that in order to go underground, he needs to buy a mountain and surround it with protective walls. He calculates that such a site would cost approximately $1 and $3 million, and with the walls, it would cost a fortune. An image of planet Earth from space shows that underground passages are hidden all over the world. A close-up shows his determined gaze, as he must be one step ahead to take over all the dungeons. He is confident that making money will not be difficult, since he knows the future and can make a fortune in the blink of an eye. Sitting at his desk, he decides not to be impudent, because he is a minor and needs a trusted person. Suddenly, someone's hand covers his face, catching him off guard. The female teacher gently pokes him on the forehead, telling him to concentrate on his studies. She asks with a smile what he is thinking about. Na Sanu thinks to herself that she can't focus on her high school classes right now. A moment from the past comes to his mind, where he is sitting on the ground, pierced by 2 spears. 2 of his former comrades with red eyes tell him not to hold a grudge, because he would have done the same. A wounded Na San-woo chuckles and agrees that they were simply following their instincts. His other comrade, Jonathan, shouts in rage that these sons of bitches go crazy at the sight of the box. A blonde warrior appears, glad he didn't get too close. The wounded guy recognizes Jonathan, who tells him to relax. Jonathan uses the sign of healing to heal his comrade's wounds. The fair-haired warrior smirks and says that it is time to pay off debts. The healed Na San-woo rises and calls out Jonathan's name, marveling that there is still room for compassion in this world. In a flashback, they are walking through the woods, and Jonathan mentions that he also worked on Wall Street. Na San-woo recalls the Asian financial crisis of 1997, which he will never forget. Jonathan apologizes, saying that he forgot that his companion is from Korea. Na San-woo says Jonathan was a trader who reached his peak in Hong Kong during the crisis. Sitting by the fire, Jonathan remembers that in some ways he was fiercer then, and they called him the Wolf of Wall Street. He wonders what the point of being an A-rank awakened is, and says he misses the days when money was everything. Na Sang-woo thinks that Jonathan, despite achieving A rank, looked like he was yearning for the old days. Back in the present, Na Sang-woo reflects that Jonathan is now 25 and should be working for a company that has the word wolf in its name. He searches the internet for financial companies on Wall Street with the word wolf in their names and happily exclaims that he has found one. He finds Jonathan's profile and immediately recognizes him, noting that his face is not burdened with despair. Na Sana writes Jonathan an email asking about the Thai bot, confident that he will definitely answer it. Jonathan suspected that hedge funds were planning to crash the Thai bot, but he wasn't sure. He receives an anonymous email stating that the Thai bot is not overvalued. Nasana gloats, telling Jonathan not to pretend he doesn't know anything. Jonathan is amazed at how quickly he has answered, as if his interlocutor had been waiting for his questions. The reports explain that Asia's foreign exchange reserves and the strong dollar make the bot an easy target. Jonathan reads in horror that Thailand is just the beginning. Amid the chaos on Wall Street, he wonders if his interlocutor is involved in the takeover. Lighting a cigarette, Jonathan wonders who his mysterious informant is. Or maybe there are several. Nasana smiles with satisfaction, because he had anticipated exactly this kind of answer from Jonathan. Jonathan is in despair because his interlocutor seems to know all the answers and is waiting for him to figure them out himself. Na Sanu is confident that Jonathan has ideas but no direction, and he won't be able to refuse the offer. He predicts that very soon war will be declared on the financial market. In April 1997, hedge funds begin an attack on the Thai bot. I remember the event of 1992, when the pound sterling collapsed in 50 days. Wall Street, based on past experience, predicts the bot will fall in the next 50 days. However, Na Sanu is not giving up his position and is even seriously hindering the plans of hedge funds. The standoff lasts for about 3 months, but eventually Thailand can no longer withstand it. On July 2nd, after carrying out an attack on the bat, he sits on a bench. Jonathan sent emails betting that the Thai bot would collapse in May. Nasanu is confident that the puzzled Jonathan will soon receive answers to all his questions. He offers Jonathan to create his own brokerage company, and in return asks for 51% of the profits. Jonathan is dismayed to realize that he was never directly told that hedge funds would win. He is in despair, thinking that the attack has already begun and Thailand will not be able to resist it. He speculates that the investments he sent were only for VIP clients, but the bot's rise is changing everything. Moreover, he is confused by the fact that such an investment plan requires 51% profit. He decides that he is simply being deceived by some swindler and tries to calm down. Jonathan comes to his senses and decides to contact other VIP clients. Suddenly, a new message arrives, and Jonathan is surprised that he has already received a reply. The report said Thai banks have ways to protect themselves in May, so the bot will rise briefly. Meanwhile, the whole of Wall Street is betting on the bot to fall in May in order to get closer to VIP clients. He is again in despair, not believing that anyone else could know about the bot's impending rise. A colleague yells at him, claiming that Thailand cannot protect itself from greedy hedge funds. The boss threatens to fire Jonathan, fearing rumors that their company employs idiots. Jonathan looks defeated, realizing he had foreseen this outcome. He receives a message offering him the opportunity to work for himself, but realizes that 51% profit means losing control. Nasanu suggests thinking carefully, because his offer is valid until the end of May and his office is always open. Sana stops responding again, leaving Jonathan confused. Ghostly figures of his colleagues taunt him, calling him the only one who missed out on profits from the bot's fall. He leans back in his chair, tormented by the thought that his colleagues are looking down on him. Newspapers report that ASEAN's central bank has signed a $12 billion aid agreement for Thailand. Panic reigns in the office due to unexpected financial news. Employees clutch their heads in shock. Jonathan's colleagues tell him that he was right, as the bot is indeed rising. Everyone around is going crazy, realizing that they are going to lose at least $300 million. Jonathan sits with his face in his hands, and his colleague admits that he was absolutely right. A colleague tells a dejected Jonathan that Harry is calling him. In the past, the executive proudly introduced Jonathan Hunter as the hope of their Wolf Corporation. Jonathan understood that his boss wanted to expose him to angry VIP clients in order to avoid responsibility himself. Jonathan then announced that from that day on, he was leaving Wolf Corporation and opening his own brokerage company. In response to his boss's indignation, Jonathan calmly reminded him that he was only fulfilling his boss's recent wish when he told him to leave. Jonathan replied with a grin that soon all of Wall Street would know that he was the only one who had managed to avoid this disaster. The furious boss called him an arrogant bastard and asked if he thought he would always be so lucky. Jonathan replied calmly that Wall Street never needed lucky people. In another scene, someone accepts a crazy job offer and suggests discussing the details in person. A young man with black hair finishes his workout and sits down at an old computer. He recalls not missing his high school days much, although he was glad to see his friends again. Other students in the hallway were discussing him, doubting that he was a schoolboy and joking that he looked like he had been held back 5 times. It was even easier for him that his classmates did not approach him. Suddenly, the students ran down the corridor in panic, leaving him alone. The empty corridor brought back memories he had so desperately wanted to erase. He recalled the horrific scene of destruction, with bodies lying among the rubble and no one surviving. In the present tense, the girl looks at him with embarrassment, not understanding what is happening to her. Jonathan, who arrived at the meeting, introduces himself to the young man and suggests that they go somewhere. The young man thinks that Jonathan, who is neat and speaks good English, looks very unusual. Jonathan sits back down in his chair, clearly enjoying the moment. The young man confirms that it was he who sent those letters to Jonathan. He formally thanks Jonathan for coming. Jonathan is shocked. He can't believe that the letters were sent by such a young guy, for whom he dropped everything and came. Jonathan's eye lights up pink when he asks if the guy knows what he's done. But the guy just asks if they judge you by your age on Wall Street. The young man calmly suggests that Jonathan leave if he is not happy with something. But first, receive a gift. He hands Jonathan a folder of documents, causing him to ask a silent question. The guy explains that the Asian financial crisis will become a golden age for Asia due to the unlimited infusion of dollars from the US. He claims that hedge funds have invested mere pennies in this case, and asks how Jonathan is doing with his report. Jonathan asks with concern in his voice if the boy thinks Thailand will fall. The young man asks in response what Jonathan himself thought before he read this report. He is confident that Jonathan will not be able to answer so easily because the situation on Wall Street was different. Ultimately, despite the aid, on July 2nd, the Thai government announced its capitulation. Jonathan acknowledges that hedge funds won, but notes that the report missed an important detail. The young man says with a smile that it is not for him to answer this question. Surrounded by a purple aura, he declares that Jonathan will be the one to answer, regardless of their cooperation. Jonathan decides not to underestimate the guy because of his age and, stating that he has money and documents, asks what his interlocutor has. The young man asks with a smile if the opportunity isn't worth it, and wonders what would have happened if Jonathan had chosen someone else in March. He becomes serious and says that even now, by talking to Jonathan, he is losing money that he could have earned. Jonathan despairs over betting on Wall Street falling, until the guy asks if he's still undecided. Covering his face with his hand, Jonathan asks for time to think, because his interlocutor is too unpredictable. The guy agrees to wait until June 3rd, which shocks Jonathan. As the guy with the backpack turns to leave, Jonathan stops him, asking what the rush is. Jonathan panics and asks again if the date was June 2nd and asks for confirmation. The young man says that now all that remains is to count the losses, and Jonathan thinks that only God can predict the date. In complete shock, Jonathan realizes that the guy knows the exact date and considers it impossible. The guy turns around and calmly repeats the deadline. June 3rd, Jonathan. He adds that if Jonathan can't make up his mind by then, it's over between them. He confidently says that if this is the Jonathan he knows, then he will make the right choice. A few days later, the roof of the building is shown under a clear sky. Jonathan lies exhausted on the table, thinking about the value of the report, and the guy next to him calmly drinks coffee, saying that it's too late to think. Jonathan asks how he could know the exact date of the fall, since it is still possible to predict the fall itself. The guy replies that it was a calculation, and Jonathan says that he no longer has any doubts. Jonathan asks if he will be let in on the plans, but the guy replies that he will only tell him about some of the tricks. Jonathan breathes a sigh of relief and says that from now on, he believes everything he does. He asks the name of his new business partner, who introduces himself as Sanu. Jonathan excitedly says that Sun, or Sun, would be a great name for their company, Jonathan and Sun Investment. Sanu asks to remove his name from the title, and Jonathan agrees, thinking he is shy, and then reveals that he has $400,000 in funds. Sanu thinks Jonathan is crazy for offering 5% of his entire capital and asks if he has any more money. Jonathan grins and replies that if he had money, he wouldn't have invited Sana to Korea. Sanu agrees, but asks why Jonathan chose him and how he heard about him. Jonathan replies that he found it on the company's website, and when asked if his identity was unimportant, asks if Sanu is disappointed. Jonathan says that the ways of the world are mysterious, but luck will never overtake you if you rely only on it. Sanu thinks about it because he has heard this phrase before. A flashback begins where a glowing box is shown, and it is said that he was originally going to save up points for the Challenger's box, but instead, he decided to spend everything on the Master's boxes and end his life in carnal pleasures. But he received a powerful skill. In the flashback, Sanu screams at Jonathan, and the voiceover explains that getting a high-ranking item from the box is a true miracle. Jonathan from the past is angry because a miracle that could not be counted on appeared to someone who had already given up. Despite the persuasion, Jonathan decided to take revenge. And this was Sanu's last memory of him. In the present, Jonathan asks Sana why he is looking at him like that, and if he was touched by what he called his opportunity. Jonathan declares that Sanu is his opportunity, and asks to give him his divine calculations. Sanu asks Jonathan if he will follow him without asking any questions if he asks him to bet everything. And Jonathan replies that he has already bet everything on him. Jonathan asks to sign the documents and asks if Sana brought his ID. Sanu explains that this is the only way to confirm his identity, pointing to a 13-digit number, similar to the American Taxpayer Identification Number, TIN. Jonathan asks not to tell him that the first 6 digits are his date of birth, and Sanu confirms this. Jonathan looks at the document in horror and asks again if Sana is really 12 years old. Sanu calmly takes the papers and tells Jonathan that it's time for him to stop being so surprised, and suggests that he think about their business. Sanu points to the chart and says that in the second week of June, from the 9th to the 13th, the market will fall by 10%. Jonathan asks why Sanu is targeting the second week of June if Thailand will surrender later. Sanu reminds Jonathan of their previous conversation, and he realizes with horror that Thailand is just the beginning. Sanu explains that a 10% drop in the Thai market would cause chaos across Asia, with many hedge funds backing the attack on the bot. Jonathan suggests that the next target is Hong Kong, but Sanwoo corrects him, stating that it is Korea. Jonathan counters that foreign funds cannot enter Korea without permission, and Sangwoo agrees that they will not be able to attack the foreign exchange market. Sangwoo says the real culprit of the coming crisis is not hedge fund money, but fear that will force foreign funds to leave Korea. Jonathan realizes that a real wave is coming, and asks if Sana is trying to stop it because of his patriotism. Sanu replies that he knows this wave is unstoppable, and his only goal is money. Against the backdrop of scenes of war, the narrator says that the war will be waged by an alliance of hedge funds, and only at the end will it become clear who has actually benefited. Sanu announces to Jonathan that they will bet with 50 times leverage. He explains that even with a 10% overall decline, the graph will not decline in a straight line. The chart will swing up and down, rising 2% and falling 3%. These fluctuations will continue until a dissonance arises, after which the market will rapidly collapse. The narrator explains that the higher the leverage, the more important the trading technique, especially if it is 50 times. With this leverage, a 1% drop becomes a 50% drop, and a 2% drop becomes a 100% drop. The image of the exploding inscription 100% illustrates that in this case, you lose everything. The enormous risk of trading $20 million with an investment of $400,000 is explained, since all changes are multiplied by 50. However, Jonathan's trading skills saw him rise to prominence when a hedge fund alliance was dealt a blow in Hong Kong. Sanu is confident that as long as Jonathan trusts him, the results will be simply unimaginable. He thinks this is the only way to use that kind of leverage, which Jonathan doesn't know, and they need to prepare for the next war. Sanu clenches his fist, mentally handing over all responsibility to Jonathan for 1 week, from the 9th to the 13th. Jonathan takes on the challenge with determination in his eyes, determined to show the crazy boy what he can do. The frame cuts to Jonathan's playable character, a mighty warrior standing over a defeated monster. Sanu closes his eyes, not believing what he sees. Jonathan arrives at the airport with a suitcase and says the word 700, and Sanu realizes that Jonathan is more valuable than mana crystals. Sanu asks if he converted the money into dollars, and Jonathan asks irritably if Sanu really thought it was 700%. With tears in his eyes, Jonathan screams that this is a 700-fold result, 700 times $400,000. He grabs Sana by the shirt and excitedly announces that they raised $280 million in the last week. In the evening, Sanu calls his mother to say that he will spend the night at a friend's place and asks her not to forget to lock the door. Sanu, looking at the reports, thinks that 70,000% net profit is even better than he expected, and the risky trading was worth it. A happy Jonathan bursts into the room in his dressing gown with a beer, shouting that he can't believe their damn good deal. He grins and offers them a drink, boasting that they've gone from rags to riches in one go, and their two-man team is a leading hedge fund. Sanu suggests discussing next steps, and Jonathan asks with interest what other unimaginable information he is going to reveal. Sanu begins to lay out a new plan, imagining that Thailand will attempt to implement a floating exchange rate system. He says that on this day, they will put all their savings on the line with maximum leverage. According to him, during the collapse, there will be no jumps, but only a fall in one direction, since no one will buy the devalued currency. Jonathan is alarmed to realize that implementing such a system could be tantamount to a declaration of capitulation. Sanu asks with a sinister grin how much they will get from $200 million. Shocking Jonathan with an offer to bet everything. Jonathan counters that the hedge fund alliance won't just watch, to which Sanu calmly replies that's precisely why they should leave the crumbs. Sanu says that they will be the ones to wage the war, while Jonathan panics over the risk of losing everything. Jonathan screams in horror that such a large bet without hedging is pure madness. Sanu calmly lists the data they need to collect, mentioning the $280 million they earned. Jonathan doubts that this data is easy to obtain, and whether Sanu will even be able to perform calculations with it. Sanu calmly drinks from the can, explaining that he will simply compare the data with the situation on June 2nd. He asks why he thinks the $200 million bet is needed, hinting that the $80 million will go towards a contract with the head of the Bank of Thailand. A shocked Jonathan asks if Soon is really only 20 years old, to which he replies that this is why Jonathan needs to fly to Bangkok. Jonathan exclaims in despair that one mistake will cost him his life, and Sanu leaves, speaking of Thailand's inevitable defeat. That night on the balcony, Sanu, with a confident smile, invites Jonathan to bet everything. The next day, the plane takes off, and in the narrator's mind, Jonathan seemed very anxious, as if he were stepping into a dungeon. While Jonathan goes off to get information, Sanu decides it's time for him to get down to business and puts on his cap. His hand, in X-ray vision, illuminated by a red aura, clutches a butterfly knife. Sanu holds one man in a grapple while another, thrown to the ground, shouts threats. He coldly says that you shouldn't have pulled out a knife if you weren't prepared for the consequences. The enraged opponent rises, calling Sana stubborn and mentioning rumors of his gang connections. Sanu replies that he knows too much and that he is now finished. The enemy, confused, asks what he means. Suddenly another bandit appears with a bat and asks if Sanu wanted to die. The bandit leader advises San to run away before it's too late, seeing reinforcements approaching. Sanu thinks that regular training is ineffective, and he has already realized this. He delivers a powerful kick to the gang leader's head. He then elbows the bat-wielding bandit in the face. Sanu dodges a punch and then a bat swing. One of the attackers drops a brick and calls Sana a problem bastard. Sanu wipes the blood from his lip and thinks with satisfaction that this is exactly what he needed. He sees opportunities to attack and understands that the system is pushing him to use abilities. He reflects that using Odin's wrath here will not lead to anything good. A gang boss, smoking on a motorcycle, yells at his subordinates who can't handle one guy. He decides that he will have to do everything himself and takes out a glowing weapon. The boss delivers a crushing blow, knocking Sana back. He looks down at the fallen Sana with disdain and orders his men to finish him off. The bandits pounce on the lying Sana and begin to beat him. Sanu's first opponent, with a broken arm, pushes through the crowd, shouting that he must deliver the finishing blow. He mocks the beaten Sanu, asking where all his courage has gone. To everyone's amazement, Sanu begins to rise to his feet, shaking, and is called a monster. The bandit jumps on him in a rage, intending to trample him and shouting that after this he will definitely not get up. A system window suddenly appears, activating the Overcoming Man ability and increasing his stats. His strength, agility, intelligence, and wrath levels are increased, and Sanu himself levitates in a stream of energy. He deftly spins his butterfly knife, and the attacker backs away in fear, shouting at him not to come closer. The system announces the completion of regeneration, and Sanu, in a red energy silhouette, thinks about the unfamiliar sensations, becoming immune to pain. Two men attack a hooded man, who grins sinisterly in response. A huge clawed hand in a red aura deals a crushing blow. Someone's hand flashes blue lightning, crackling with electrical energy. A man with long blonde hair screams in pain, struck by a powerful discharge. Observers in the crowd watch the scene in horror, doubting that the attacker is human. The internal monologue explains that the overcoming man skill is only activated by enemy damage when there is no strength left to fight. The young man practices in his room, thinking that he still needs to get used to this useful skill. Lying in bed, he thinks that this is his weapon against monsters. 8 evils and 8 benefactors. Sanu answers the call and is informed of a request for a call from abroad, which he asks to accept. He's on the phone with a disgruntled blonde man who's complaining about calling before curfew. A blonde man named Jonathan admits that Sanu was right, saying that they were waiting for him, but he managed to get out alive. Jonathan reports that their total was just over 20%, which is close to the target. Sanu explains that Thailand had much larger reserves of foreign currency than expected. The interlocutor tells Jonathan that they have decided to bet everything, and he agrees, because he has already spent $80 million. Jonathan thinks what's happening is crazy and asks decisively when they will attack. Sanu, with a predatory smile, replies that the attack will take place on July 2nd, with a bet with the highest leverage. Jonathan panics and grabs his shirt, saying he's going crazy. Sanu listens calmly as the hedge fund's reaction is explained to him and calls them all Pied Pipers. It explains that when hedge fund Dragon Capital makes a move, others follow, like factions following a leader. Jonathan, covering his face with his hand, says that if Sanu is right, they will take all the investment funds in the world in one incident. Sanu encourages Jonathan, saying that he is stronger than he thinks, and asks him to focus on attacking. Sanu stands by the window and enthusiastically proclaims that he is going after the world's riches. On July 1st, Hong Kong joined China, and they say history is repeating itself. A modern version of the Opium War is unfolding in Asia, where Western funds are bombarding the economy with dollars. A civil war has broken out in Asia, led by one of the 8 benefactors, due to the discovery of an S-rank dungeon. Another character with disheveled hair looks tired and complains angrily about cell phones. He looks at the old email client, thinking that all he can do is wait for a letter from Jonathan. It is explained that the deal requires the support of the opposing faction, but the bot market is not up to the task. The exchange rate for the bot in the future will be less than $10 billion a day, and there will be no one to exchange it with. So they're trying to monopolize tomorrow's crash, as a new email in the inbox shows. The guy looks happily at the old monitor, realizing that Jonathan was able to monopolize the deal. He feels like he's entering the dungeon fully prepared for battle, rather than just hoping to survive. Now he is trembling with anticipation of victory, confident that the points he has accumulated will not be wasted. He stops himself abruptly, deciding that he cannot relax. Covering his face with his hands, he thinks that less than a year has passed since his return, and the past seems so distant. In the office, he looks at the clock that shows noon and thinks about the 2-hour time difference with Thailand. He knows that in half an hour, the Central Bank of Thailand will announce a floating exchange rate, and then everything will begin. Judging by his past life, groups will gather to bet on Thailand's capitulation or victory. Today, these groups will understand how wrong they were, because after his entry into the game, few will bet on capitulation. He imagines all the money bet on Thailand's victory ending up in their hands. The teacher notices that the student is interested in the watch, but he is only thinking about the test. He briefly replies that he is finished, and the teacher is surprised by his adult manner of speaking. The boy thinks that his homeroom teacher must be the same as before his time travel, but he doesn't remember her at all. The bell rings for lunch break, and the guy decides it's time to take action. He approaches the teacher and asks to let him go home early, citing poor health. The teacher guesses that he deliberately got 100 points on the test in order to get away, although he usually made mistakes on purpose. She says that she trusts him and knows that he won't skip classes without an excuse and gives him a thumbs up. The teacher asks with a smile if he is being bullied, because he is always alone. The guy thinks she's following him, but he says out loud that he just likes being alone. He thanks her for her concern, and she again notes that he speaks like an adult. As he runs out of school, he feels awkward around her, but decides it doesn't matter now. He comes home and turns on the old computer, thinking that the teacher always lets him go without asking any questions. Sitting at the computer, he thinks that he will soon forget about Wi-Fi because he has to connect to mobile internet. He has a hard time getting used to the slow internet, which makes characteristic modem sounds. His partner Jonathan appears on the screen and they begin chatting about the Thai baht exchange rate. The guy breathes a sigh of relief and mentally rushes Jonathan to answer. Jonathan reports in the chat that they have multiplied their bet 300 times. The guy types quickly, thinking that although he expected this, seeing it in person is something completely different. He notes that his partner behaves like an analyst who tries to suppress his emotions. Having collected his thoughts, he also decides to concentrate and reads a message from his partner about further actions. He begins to shake with tension as he sees huge sums of money melting away. The insert explains that hedge funds are using futures markets in their war against the baht. They placed a bet on the futures market with 50 times leverage. The guy calms down, realizing that they won and made a huge profit. Suddenly, he looks at the monitor in horror, as the baht exchange rate began to rise rapidly, which should not have happened. Both he and Jonathan watch in panic as the price rises to $31, $32, and $33. Both look devastated when the rate drops again, and the boy realizes that their intervention has changed history. Jonathan writes that 80% is approved, and the guy understands his desire not to miss out on potential profits. The plane lands, and the text on the screen announces a record collapse of the Thai baht. A man with a darkened face walks through the airport, while a sign says the baht's collapse has spread fear across Southeast Asia. Jonathan, looking exhausted, says that the expected profit has decreased, to which the guy replies that this was expected. Jonathan is stunned to hear that their profit was $50 billion. He clutches his head, not understanding how he ended up here. But his partner assures him that everything is fine. Jonathan says they need to get to work because the Asian financial crisis is just beginning. The guy with the glowing eyes declares that Malaysia and Indonesia will not participate, but Hong Kong will join soon. At the mention of the market, Jonathan's eyes light up and a predatory smile appears on his face. Jonathan says he has one request for his partner. Suddenly, a scene is shown where Jonathan is screaming in agony. He screams in rage to be let go, and then finds himself a tiny figure in someone's giant hand. An airplane lands at John F. Kennedy International Airport in the United States of America. Jonathan tries to calm himself down by saying that he just had a nightmare. The young man asks Jonathan if he plans to invest in real estate. He states that from now on, they will bet on any market if it will make them money. Jonathan is horrified to think that $50 billion is really just startup capital. He asks anxiously if something bad will happen to them. The guy offers Jonathan something to eat, saying he's too stressed. He explains that he will initially use his shares as collateral to split the company. Jonathan asks how many companies he plans to split, to which he responds that the more complex the structure, the better. The guy with the knife in his hand says that this way, no one will be able to trace the original owner. Jonathan understands that he is being asked to set up hundreds of shell companies, which could be considered criminal activity. The young man thanks Jonathan for his work and offers to assemble a team before the trip to Hong Kong. He says that skills don't matter, only dedication and trust. Jonathan asks in surprise if he's going to look at his skills, but the guy replies that he has a couple of ideas. He suggests, after a successful campaign, buying a couple of investment funds, like Wolf Corporation, where Jonathan used to work. In addition to the current experts, he suggests hiring someone like Jeffrey Kay, a company hunter. Jonathan is thrilled to be offered the chance to corner the brightest star of mergers and acquisitions. The guy plans to name one of them John after the separation is complete and send him here. He admits that this is his father's name and that he will tell him about it someday, to which Jonathan laughs. The guy tells Jonathan that they should focus on work now because they don't have time to burn through money. Jonathan kindly agrees and says that in the meantime they will continue to conquer the peaks. The young man announces that their company will be called Jonathan Investment. He says Jonathan can take all the credit as compensation for using his name. Jonathan grins and asks his former colleagues how long they will stand there with stunned expressions. He announces to the guys that they have finally made it to the major league. Jonathan welcomes everyone to Jonathan Investment with open arms. The narrator explains that there is a monster called the Abyss Ant. These creatures travel in packs of several hundred individuals, destroying everything in their path, because they are constantly hungry. Hedge funds and their subsidiaries are compared to exact copies of these ants. The protagonist reads the newspaper and thinks that the money intended for them ended up in his pockets. He speculates that a small group monopolized the baht's fall on July 1st and skimmed off all the profits. The guy asks the realtor if there have been any changes to the terms of the contract. The man says he feels envious seeing him working in big business at such a young age, and asks him to follow him. The protagonist recalls his lease agreement, a 2-year contract and payment in cash, with no mention of his name. He thinks this is an absolute victory for them, since all the money will go to President Choi's slush fund. The realtor shows a completely empty and cleaned premises, saying that all they have to do is move in their things. The guy thinks that the only reason to rent this office is data security and nothing more. He takes the old ADLS modem out of the box and, with tears in his eyes, rejoices that he is finally free of them. He tells the realtor that he will pay the rent now and asks him to take away 2 boxes. The realtor watches in awe as the guy holds up a glowing envelope containing money. Left alone, the boy wonders if he should decorate this place before Jonathan returns to Korea. The guy with a determined look declares that this will be the first outpost. Jonathan reports on the progress, mentioning the new company and the 8 groups selected for work. By using the method of changing companies, he ensured that some employees did not understand who they were dealing with. They were simply busy with paperwork, passing documents from hand to hand. The guy at the computer decides he has to personally send out a financial distribution plan for 1,000 branches. Jonathan receives advice on his computer to stick with CEO Donald Ping and sees an offer to predict the next target. He speculates that when the dot-com bubble bursts, they will make a huge amount of money. But that is only a small part of his plan. The database language they created, dating back to the 1,980 seconds, contained information about dungeons, monsters, and skills. Data on guilds, virtues, and revolution required a far superior software system with smooth control. If there had been access to the database built by the revolution, even the war between humans and monsters would have gone differently. The guy realizes that his intervention will change history and, naturally, affect his internal development. He looks at the images of the 8 sins and 8 virtues, declaring that he will take all the powers they need. The news reports that at the directors' meeting on the 21st, the foreign company Goldwish approved a joint investment. She reads the news about the launch of a new company, Jonil Investment, using the government's promised subsidy. The guy says with a grin that Goldwish is one of his shady companies, and he finds it amusing how the state went against its principles to help them. He ties his shoelaces, thinking that with the foreign investors gone, the rest will want to hold on to at least some scraps. His mother comes to him and asks him to bring his friend Chongo home. She notes that he talks about him all the time, but they never met his best friend, to which the guy simply agrees. His mother asks him if he will continue boxing, and he says he can quit if she is worried. She reassures him, telling him that she is proud of him and allows him to do whatever he wants. His mother asks if his allowance is enough, and asks him to be careful when he leaves. Left alone, he wonders if perhaps he should focus on collecting benefits. He runs down the street, thinking about being the richest teenager in the world. The building leased its ground floor to Korea's #1 bank, which sponsored a top online retailer. Entering the building not through the front entrance, he understands that the people around him are management or big shots. An older man asks if Kim's manager gave them a pacifier, and the guy thinks it was a prank. Another employee nervously reports that after checking, all the information was confirmed, which shocks the boss. It turns out they monopolized the market decline and took all the money on July 2nd, even though they were just a small team. One of the men wonders if they are gods, while the other suggests that they have already found a use for their vast wealth. The staff report that there have been no similar incidents in Malaysia or the Philippines, and the boss concludes that Hong Kong is the only option left. The boss orders the deployment to be closed in the morning, which causes confusion among the subordinate. He shouts that these crazy money vacuums are targeting Hong Kong and orders everyone to run to the conference room. While the boss is yelling about the need to get rid of the parasites, the guy in the hood smirks and mentally wonders if they are going to catch them. In the elevator, he reflects that this situation is now not only in Korea, but in all banks in the world. His figure disintegrates into many particles as he thinks about how they have already split into countless shadow companies. Jonathan asks the guy if he's sure this is an office and not a gym. Jonathan hits the punching bag and asks how his form is. Jonathan misses, hitting himself in the face, and the guy laughs, amazed at the A-rank hunter's clumsiness. Suddenly, Jonathan notices katanas on the stand and asks in surprise if he knows how to use them. The guy asks to check the prepared documents, and Jonathan agrees that they should get to work. The guy hands Jonathan a thick folder with a list of shell companies. Jonathan warns that there are about 1,000 shadow companies in this ledger, and its loss threatens to make it impossible to trace the money. The guy grins and repeats the question about the lost book, adding that the inability to trace the investment will be the least of their problems. Jonathan anxiously confirms that if anyone sees the documents, they face life imprisonment. The guy calmly declares that they can solve any problem with money, even if they have to evade taxes or influence the court. He explains that they are simply creating funds for future use, and it is only a small change that could be considered criminal. Jonathan replies that his consciousness is doing what is necessary, and reality has already shaken for him. The guy approves of his answer and begins to open the safe, while Jonathan advises him to rest. After taking wads of cash from the safe, he forbids Jonathan from using the corporate card. Jonathan accepts the money with a smile, ironically comparing himself to a criminal, to which the guy replies that he is now a real millionaire. Jonathan holds the money up to his face and says that he now perceives the criminal and the millionaire as the same thing. The guy wonders why they don't meet in the evening as usual. When Jonathan wishes him a good rest until the morning, he replies with a smile that one could say, his vacation has begun. Jonathan thinks with a grin that the guy who loves to draw monsters is still a kid at heart. The camera shows the skyscraper of the DPKRAMP company, one of the big four investment companies of North America. A woman in a business suit introduces herself as Emily from Jonathan Investments. A man reading a contract notes that it is a new type of swap transaction. He says he needs to think things through as usual, but he doesn't want to waste her time. Emily suggests that he read the agreement more carefully, since Jonathan Investment is one of the parties. The man nervously declares that he cannot make such decisions and is going to call his manager. The document states that if Hong Kong's interest rate rises by 100%, all income above that level will go to Jonathan Investment. The arriving manager asks how much this exchange will cost them. Emily is inwardly indignant, finding it ridiculous and insane to claim that they will profit from a 100% rate increase. The manager agrees to the deal, while Emily reflects that she found nothing suspicious in the papers. They shake hands to seal the deal, but Emily thinks they will probably never meet again. Jonathan reports on the phone that the attack preparations are complete, and all 500 million bets have been placed. The guy tells Jonathan that the bonds are done, and now it's his turn. 2 months later, in October, a guy in a business suit walks into the office. He asks a despairing Jonathan how much they have already lost, but he replies that it is almost impossible to calculate. A hand holding a chip is shown against a global stock market chart, symbolizing individual bets on dates and exchange scales. Due to their cautious actions, all global stock markets, except the Asian one, rose slightly. The guy calmly notes that, despite the preparation, it will not be easy to watch such huge losses. Jonathan panics, thinking that he has once again bet everything he has on nothing more than a guy's word. In the flashback, the dark-eyed man claims that Jonathan and Hong Kong will destroy their stock exchange with their own hands. The guy confidently replies that this is the only way for them to get rid of speculation. In response to Jonathan's doubts, the guy reminds them that they are aiming for first place. He explains that Hong Kong and Japan are Asian financial strongholds, but the US will not ignore an attack on Japan. This means that there is only one option left: Korea. The guy confirms that their target is his country, Korea, whose financial policy has prevented foreign interference. This has caused speculation to spread across Southeast Asia to heighten fears, despite the peak of financial chaos in Hong Kong. Caught off guard, all investors withdrew their assets from Korea, and foreign banks demanded immediate repayment of loans. Fear turns to chaos when the realization sets in that the country is on the brink of bankruptcy. At this point, speculators resume their policy, forcing everyone to work hard. The character cracks his fingers, saying that this time the situation will be a little different. The blonde man anxiously tells the man named Sun to go to Hong Kong immediately. The Sun sits at the table, considering investments of 100 billion, 1 billion, construction and communications. He agrees, excluding banks, and says they need to be left with room to retreat. The blonde runs into the room in panic and shouts to the Sun that some bastards are following them. The Sun gloomily notes that if they were found, it is very bad. But it is too early to make hasty decisions. Jonathan, a blonde man, says on the phone that despite their carefulness, they were discovered by speculators attacking Hong Kong. He shouts that he will start the exchange right now, assuming that other market participants might have identified them. Sun grins and says that it's good work and suggests they wait a little to find out who is watching them. Sun and Jonathan look ahead tensely, and Sun mentally wonders which side their pursuers are on. He understands that if the Hong Kong stock market collapses because of them, history will change too much. The tension eases, the pursuers calm down, and an exhausted Jonathan leans back in his chair. Jonathan covers his face with his hand in relief, muttering that the Hong Kong stock market was a hair's breadth from collapse. The Sun, also sweating from the stress, suggests cleaning everything up before the market closes. They show the office building against the evening sky, and the voiceover says that this was enough to scare them. The son puts on his jacket, noting that they are lucky. And now all that remains is to wait for the Hong Kong government's decision. Jonathan screams in horror that the son was wrong. Meanwhile, 3 businessmen are laughing as they discuss how someone takes profits only after Hong Kong raises interest rates by 100%. One of them asks how much they offered and receives the answer: 500 million. A bald man in glasses, General Manager Clive, congratulates his interlocutor on earning $500 million. Clive admits he was ready to tear his hair out over the losses in Thailand, but is now grateful to Jonathan Investment. The men are watching television and coincidentally see Hong Kong on the news. The news reports that Hong Kong has raised its interest rate by 400%, which leaves everyone shocked. One of the businessmen shouts into the phone that this is a meaningless value, but they answer that everything is happening before their eyes. Clive sweats in horror, not understanding at what point everything went wrong. Jonathan's voice rings out against the backdrop of the Seoul night, screaming that the mad son did it. Jonathan clicks his mouse with a manic laugh, delighted that all the stock markets in the world are collapsing overnight. He looks at the falling charts of the spot market and the futures market, screaming that everything is going down. The son smiles ominously and says that they will gain exactly as much as others lose. The Asian financial crisis is worsening, causing a domino effect and falling stock prices around the world. The slot machine shows 3 sevens, symbolizing another jackpot hit. Son and Jonathan, with crazy faces, realize that this is now their starting point. The son, in a fit of joy, grabs Jonathan, thinking that his financial power has surpassed even the legendary heroes. Elsewhere, a muscular man is on the phone discussing a list of billionaires, saying they seem to have found a way to reach them. He asks irritably if they don't know who he is. Someone covers a magazine with a photo with his hand, saying that if the world knew, it would go crazy. The man on the cover says that everyone only knows about the mystical John Doe, who owns 51% of Jonathan Investment's assets. The blonde man on the phone promises to protect the identity of his interlocutor and asks how close they are. The black-haired guy replies that, given their monopolization of Thailand's fall and victory over the world's banks, they are safe. The blonde explains that their company was valued at $22 billion, so John Doe's assets were recorded as $11.2 billion. The black-haired man wipes his sweat in relief, saying that luckily that's all they know. His interlocutor agrees and adds that, taking into account the money in shadow companies, they would have taken first and second place in the ranking. A week later, the Korean government requested IMF assistance, 2 weeks earlier than in previous history. During his school years, only the protagonist's class teacher knew how dangerous the IMF was. In the flashback, the teacher stands between laughing classmates and asks if anyone knows what the IMF is. For immature children, it was just another incomprehensible abbreviation. But the young hero sat with a serious face. He remembers that he himself was the same in the past, although opening the gates with monsters was not the only problem. A colleague runs up to him with a Forbes magazine with Jonathan Hunter on the cover and asks if he is a member of the Demon Bank team. The narrator explains that the hero had seen a scruffy Jonathan many times, but did not remember him. And in such a state, he would hardly have been put on the cover. The hero turns away, thinking that he has no reason to talk to his colleague, since he needs to meet with someone else. The colleague, left alone, mutters irritably about what an arrogant bastard he is. The hero meets a woman and asks if she is the interviewer. He hands her a business card that says her name is Ethan, and she is a communications manager. He asks if his application was rejected, but the woman replies that they would not provide a business class ticket for a regular interview. She listens in shock as they tell her that they have already decided to hire her, and that information about her illegal activities does not interest them. A woman named Jamie confidently says they took her experience at Wilshire Lands into account, because they needed an Asian representative. They explain to her that if she understands this, she will understand why so much attention is paid to her beauty. Jamie was both a strategist and a cannon fodder who had to turn all the negativity into positivity. Her most important trait was her willingness to engage in illegal operations for profit, making decisions in a second. She was convicted of official misconduct, but was released on parole because her previous employer had also embezzled money. The hero thinks to himself that he has been looking for someone like Jamie since August. Jamie sheepishly admits that she never caught the name of the company. He grins and says that the company is called Jonil Investment, and she will be its CEO. News reports indicate that the president-elect has been tasked with rebuilding the crumbling economy. The presenter reports live from the Blue House, where the president shakes hands with a woman. The president and Jamie show off signed documents for a massive $15 billion investment. The hero watches the news, which states that the president-elect hopes to work together to overcome the financial crisis. A hooded figure congratulates him, saying that he has become the man the entire financial world wants to meet most. It turns out to be Jamie in casual clothes. She asks not to talk about it, as she will not be able to return to the hotel if she leaves. The hero hands her a bank card, saying that it is a company card. He asks her to ensure that the money is always in the specified account, and warns that she will not be able to receive receipts for its use. He thinks he's picked the perfect person because she didn't even blink. And Jamie asks how he chooses his employees. He replies that she can proceed from her own preferences, and he will only intervene when he gives a special order. Jamie reports that her former colleagues will be entering the country this evening, and that she has already completed negotiations with a real estate consulting company. She plans to hire people from the accounting firm Sam Woo and the law firm Kim and Park, appointing Cho Dae-han and Park Chung-shik as directors. The hero approves of her excellent choice, thinking that these people will achieve their goals using their connections in the industry. Jamie looks out the window at the city at night and says that even this amazing building is now selling for mere pennies, and market prices will continue to fall. The hero reflects on the fact that almost half of the landlords have been driven out of the market. In the recent past, he gave Jamie a special order to open the real estate market as soon as possible. Jamie reports that she saw many of her long-standing competitors at the hotel, as the market opened 6 months earlier. A fire sale began across the country, with the remains of burned-out houses being sold at low prices. Jamie believes that investing solely in real estate would be a waste of money, but that option will no longer exist. He replies that his clients are only interested in one thing: profit margin. Jamie suggests not focusing solely on real estate, arguing that the returns will still be great. The hero agrees to expand investments into other industries, since the shares will end up in foreign hands anyway. Jamie thanks him for the opportunity and promises to live up to his trust. She notes that the priority locations he identified deviated significantly from the stated rate of return. He tells Jamie that he understands her desire to show her ambition, but the most prestigious real estate is in Seoul. Looking back, he says he will not interfere in Jonil Investments' affairs. With glowing red eyes, he orders her to obey his special orders without question. Jamie realizes she's gone a bit overboard, and he recommends she choose a member of one of the bank's top 3 lending teams. The hero thinks about the property he ordered her to buy. He thinks the money is amazing, but the Korean dungeons are far more important. Upon arriving, he thinks that acquiring the mountain and finding the dungeon took time, and now everything looks different here. He recalls that there used to be a military facility here, and the government did not give up its positions. In the past, he and other awakened ones were sent to this mountain where martial law was imposed. At the time, they thought the government would use them as guinea pigs, but when they saw the entrance to the dungeon, they realized that their situation was much worse. In the present, a man drives up to him in a truck and says that the place was hard to find. The man introduces himself as Cho Chal-min and shakes the hero's hand. The hero gives him the business card of manager Kim Jung-ho from Jonil Investment and asks to show him everything. They are driving a truck on a night road, and the hero asks where the construction site is. Cho Chal-min replies that the entire area from the entrance to the mountain belongs to them, which surprises the hero. The man explains that the construction starts at the entrance, and thinks they have been driving for 20 minutes already. The truck stops because it can't go any further. The hero asks if they work on buildings, and Cho Chal-min confirms that they take on projects of any complexity. Then the hero suggests that he lay the roads and start as soon as possible, because the amount of work is great. Cho Chal-min is desperate because he can't find any job because of the IMF. He decides not to miss this opportunity and enthusiastically agrees to the offer. The hero says that the deadlines must be as short as possible, since speed is important to them, not cost. He adds that he receives applications from other companies as well, but he wants Cho Chal-min to win this project. Cho Chal-min is surprised and doesn't understand why he was chosen. Looking at photographs of his family, the hero says that these are difficult times for fathers. He remembers his mother helping his drunk father when he came home. In his past life, on the last day of the year, his father also came home drunk after receiving notice of voluntary resignation. A drunk father asked his family if he should change his job. Then he hugged his son and cheerfully lied that he was being transferred to an insanely rich company. The narrator recalls his drunken father talking about the need to earn money for food and about transferring to a new company. The son did not expect such behavior and, thinking to himself, "What an idiot," He invited his father to come inside. The father handed his son a bank book, opening the way for him into the world of finance through his influence. The father suggested that his son consider buying $1,000 worth of stock, which was a huge sum for a schoolboy. Soon, the boy's investments began to grow, and he became a successful high school trader, knowing almost nothing about the market. Intoxicated by his success, the son asked his father for more money for investments, and he agreed to lend him the required amount. Soon, the market began to fall due to the bursting of the dot-com bubble in the US, and the boy began to lose money. The father reminded his shocked son of the debt and demanded that he return all the borrowed money the following week. The father coldly demanded that the debt be repaid immediately, even offering to take the money from the mother. In response to his son's despair, the father suggested saving money from his allowance and threatened to take away his things. The father reminded his crying son that the value of his things did not cover even a small part of the debt. With a grin, the father threatened to tell everything to the mother, hinting that she could help her son with money. The father explained that he wanted to increase his son's interest in economics and help him understand why his grandfather was fired. He told his son that his current situation was exactly the same as his grandfather's on the day he was fired. This life lesson shaped his career, and his father's first bank book became his talisman. In the end, the contract for the construction went to Cho Yi's boss. The narrator was pleased to see the boss so confident and enthusiastic about his work. He assembled a great team, and it's no wonder he talked about good connections. The protagonist noticed that there was no town hall in the village and thought of building one for peace of mind. In the car, he discusses with the driver that the town hall is not needed, since negotiations with the head of the village were successful. He believes that mushroom picking and beekeeping are temporary for residents, and plans to completely fence off the mountain. The driver asks again in surprise, because then no one will be able to enter the mountain. The hero says with a grin that he wants Boss Cho Yi to earn the love of the villagers. Resolving issues by force is not an option for a large project, since smoothing out the rough edges requires a huge amount of money. Someone is thinking about Pyeongdong construction and the annoying civil affairs department. Accounting director Cho Dae-han is asked if he was a colleague of senior manager Kim. Legal director Park Chung-sik explains that the issue is not the past, but that Kim is planning to run in the elections. Cho Dae-han wonders why Kim contacted him directly, and Park Chung-sik jokes that he owes him a favor. Park Chung-sik addresses his son-in-law, saying that they are literally in the same boat now. They raise a toast to the health of their company, Jonil Investment. Park Chung-sik doubts the success of the business because of the managing director's people, predicting a small profit. He suggests waiting for help from senior manager Kim to satisfy the people from the West. Cho Dae-han smiles wickedly and says that if everything works out, they already have a suitable asset. Park Chung-sik asks him in bewilderment what he is planning. Cho Dae-han announces that he is talking about Daewoo, which shocks his interlocutor. He claims that the company is already rotten to the core and nothing is impossible for them. He presents a plan on how they can give out benefits, split the loan with Kim, and throw money at the people of the West. He asks if they can't take out the manager with this plan. Park Chung-sik agrees, stating that they have much bigger plans than a 2-year congressman post. It is January of 1998. The news reports on corporate bankruptcies, rising unemployment, and an economic crisis in the country. A young man reads a newspaper and thinks that the basic order of things has not changed yet. Against the backdrop of a burning map of the country with the words "sale" written on it, it speaks of the arrival of those looking to profit from the crisis. He leans back in his chair, thinking that this was all predictable. The screen shows the logo of the Daewoo company, which held first place in the international market. Daewoo was a giant conglomerate with more than 400 subsidiaries worldwide. A guy is training with a girl and thinks that tonight they will issue an arrest warrant for the chairman of the Daewoo Group. After training, the girl asks him to tell her everything in detail. The narrator explains that the fall of the Daewoo Group was caused not only by the crisis, but also by long-standing problems. The girl recalls that after becoming executive director, she hired 2 useful directors in Korea. She names them Cho Dae-han and Park Chung-sik, and says they are busy playing political games. She was counting on their help, but they only care about politics. The girl says with a smile that thanks to them they will be able to raise Daewoo Group up the list. A guy named Jamie replies that bribery is everywhere. It's just that in America they call it lobbying. He reasons that the word chaebol exists for a reason, recalling influential people. The girl asks him to continue, because their clients will be very happy. She explains that the 2 directors plan to make Daewoo Group a scapegoat for the IMF. Jamie counters that the government won't take it so easily, but she says she's taken the next step. A girl with an ominous aura says that she has just returned from a meeting with the Minister of Finance. Jamie smirks, realizing the true reason for the Daewoo Group's downfall. The metaphorical snake in the grass symbolizes people in suits who are always ready to attack for profit. The snake coils around the panther, showing that they always look for ways to win an unequal fight. Jamie is impressed and addresses the girl, mentioning her and the two directors. She reports that the papers for Daewoo have been sent to court, and Jamie asks what they want in return. The girl nervously replies that they require at least $5 billion in investment and a complete takeover of the Daewoo Group. She adds that with a little effort, they will likely be able to take over only a few important industries. Jamie, with a slight grin, thinks that the girl still needs time to enter the financial world of Korea. He warns that the next party to come to power will be the Democrats, and their profits from the collapse will negatively impact relations with the government. If they miraculously overcome the crisis, a tax audit will follow. The directors are not only concerned with profits, they are trying to bring the company into the top 3 conglomerates in the country. They want to get not only the fame, but also the entire infrastructure behind the company. Jamie asks the girl if she can manage the Daewoo Group, because she was going to invite a foreign expert. He advises her to find a new executive director for their board, someone the first director trusted. The girl recalls that Cho Dae-han and Park Chung-sik told her the same thing. She asks if he gives permission for the ransom, and he replies that they hold all the cards. Jamie tells her not to worry about funds and directions because a little aggression won't hurt. Surrounded by a red aura, he declares that nothing will ever be taken from them, be it a building or a company. A new character appears, an investment god named Jonathan. Jonathan sweats at the press conference and thinks Korea is still worth investing in. The reporters at Jonathan's press conference shout out the names of their networks, and one of them is given the floor. A reporter with a microphone in his hand excitedly asks Mr. Jonathan where he should invest. Jonathan mentally exclaims, "What the hell?" and calls for stopping indulging in his greed. Pulling himself together, he calls the question excellent with a smile. In the bright light, Jonathan, with a serious face, tells people to invest in fear. The newspaper clipping shows investment god Jonathan Hunter, 25, with the headline, "Invest in Fear." Later at the bar, the dark-haired guy tells Jonathan that he was warmly received, to which he replies that he barely made it. The guy hands Jonathan a bottle of beer, noting that the country is in a hopeless situation, but they have found a ray of light. He confidently states that this country will quickly repay its IMF debt, even faster than in the original story. Jonathan drinks beer and asks if it was all the guy's fault, referring to Dano's company. The guy with the glass of whiskey replies that he didn't have a specific plan, but it happened on his territory. Jonathan clarifies whether he means Jonil investment, and the guy confirms that they immediately began to use the power transferred to them. Jonathan asks if they will take over the entire Daewoo Group, and the guy replies that they need to start restructuring immediately. Jonathan asks in surprise why the guy took such a big risk. The guy explains that the dollar will remain the center of gravity, and as soon as the country separates from the IMF, it will return to normal. And this is just preparation. Jonathan says with a sly smile that the guy really does seem to consider his country a real treasure. The guy advises Jonathan not to be embarrassed by patriotism because he has earned enough to do what he wants. He names the figure of $10 billion, which surprises Jonathan. The guy explains that in addition to the $15 billion, he is going to invest $25 billion into the country. Jonathan clutches his head in despair, and the guy calmly drinks, saying that if they continue in the same spirit, they will get 3 life sentences. The guy claims that they can't blindly trust the plan, and if the tax office finds so many unidentified funds, the government will be in trouble. He smirks and says that $25 billion is an opportunity to launder it. Jonathan, shocked, asks how the Korean government would agree to do this for him. The guy calmly replies that they just need to show the government the numbers. Jonathan drinks nervously from the bottle, wondering how his interlocutor became like this. He understands that the guy looks at the entire nation as a huge money laundering company. After a merciless tax audit and corporate training, only the manager remained from the previous directors. A young man in a business suit says on the phone that competitors have appeared, but there is no need to worry. He continues the conversation, noting that his interlocutor has already settled in and that her trip to the Blue House was worth it. Having started talking about the distribution of funds, he cuts himself off and promises to talk later. He hangs up, thinking that the situation with Dano is coming to an end, and sees beaten people lying on the ground. 3 beaten men listen to him say that he doesn't care about their squabbles and ask them to stay out of his sight. The men run away cursing him, and the guy thinks that such greenhorns are useless even for training and only get on his nerves. Walking down the corridor, he thinks that it's time to finish his studies and he needs to come up with some kind of excuse. The teacher tells him that the children don't hate him. They're just a little scared of him. He thinks it's quite strange. And the teacher quickly adds that she didn't mean to imply that he did anything wrong. She thinks to herself that her current homeroom teacher is a completely different person. The teacher asks him to promise that he will become closer to his classmates and realize that school is a wonderful place. She asks with a smile if he plans to finish high school. The boy mentally notes that over the past few days, he has hired professionals to investigate his homeroom teacher. The file on teacher Yu Yun-hee, 24, states that she does not like to show off and has no adult friends. The guy thinks that at first glance she seems like a bland person with no social life, but she has two unique features. And the first of them is that she knew about him for a very long time. According to the investigation, the woman is interested in him for special purposes, which he considers a kind of eccentricity. The problem is that he is on her list, as evidenced by his photo among many others. This woman knew him when he was in elementary school, and he remembers her name, Yu Yun-hee. After she passed the test, she worked hard to become his homeroom teacher. Her psychiatric diagnosis indicates she is taking medications called selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. These drugs are used to treat anxiety and depression. But the treatment did not help her. Eventually, he realizes that all her hallucinations and delusions are real to her. The teacher looks at him and tells the class that this is exactly how she met one of them. Almost awakened. He also notes that she has the super rare ability of an empathic healer. The guy thoughtfully repeats to himself that Yeon-hee is a healer. Empathic healers are rare not only because of their characteristics, but also because of their extremely low chance of surviving after awakening. They can understand other people's emotions not through conversation, but by directly feeling them. At the testing ground, the healers were in great danger, as they could sense the despair of the other survivors. Many of them couldn't bear it. And he thinks it must be even harder for the almost awakened Yeon-hee. He never managed to find out her name in the original story, and he believes that there is a reason for this. He answers the call on the old phone, addressing the person on the other end as Jonathan, and informing them that everything is done. Jonathan cheerfully asks if they said they would join their side, adding that there is nothing human left in him. The man at the window praises Jonathan for a job well done, and says he knew he could do it. The guy hangs up and smiles, glad that Jonathan's spirits have perked up. The action moves forward a few days earlier, showing a view of the city. The blonde guy asks Jonathan, who is about to retire, pointing to a stack of documents. Jonathan asks, puzzled, why he would leave, and says that now is the time to think about safety, not aggressive investing. His interlocutor points out that their portfolio brought in only 10 billion, while Jonathan's share is at least 30 billion. Jonathan is angry, thinking that his partner is only thinking about his share and is losing his grip. The son, a fair-haired guy, exclaims that 65 billion is a huge amount of money, enough for 10 generations to come. Jonathan angrily suggests that he tell that family and see their reaction. Having calmed down, he says that there is no reason to name that name yet, and tells the son his current purpose. Their target is the god of tycoons, a family with an estimated fortune of 50 trillion that built a country and became a legend. Jonathan explains that he went back so far not only because of the statistics, but because they are still hungry to win. The son repeats the phrase, hungry for victories, noting that it is well said, and mentally apologizes to Coach Hiddink. Jonathan returns the documents, telling him to save the money and use it for some clients. The son asks in surprise if they don't continue to buy up mid-sized investment companies. Jonathan explodes in anger, ordering the entire interview to be canceled and accusing his interviewee of having a mediocre mindset. The son admits with apprehension that he does not like to command those who are better than him, and he avoided them out of fear. He says he'll stand at the front if necessary, but Jonathan covers his face with his hand, reminding him that he knows why he can't stand at the front. Jonathan advises him to have confidence, claiming that he would have succeeded anyway, even without meeting him. Soon apologizes, blaming it on stress and saying that Jonathan knows how he feels. Jonathan gets angry again and shouts that this is precisely why he needs to train even more, because a healthy mind resides in a healthy body. The son suggests that Jonathan use the situation as an opportunity to show off his abilities, thinking that he will soon understand everything. They show a flashback of Jonathan from the past, who is referred to as a starving beast. Jonathan wearily asks who he should demonstrate his abilities to, and the Sun decides that he needs more time. The Sun reports that important clients of the Bluestone Company have left for their country. Jonathan is shocked to remember that Bluestone is the greatest investment firm in the world. He asks if Sun is going to buy Bluestone, but he explains that they have a weak spot after the Asian financial crisis. The Sun says their weakness is Bluestone's third partner fund. Jonathan is surprised by Sun's knowledge, who confirms that Bluestone is pouring everything into its third product. The Sun says that without key members, the fund has become a dead weight, and they will strike at its very foundation. He mentally encourages Jonathan, believing that he will cope and that people will join him. The Sun recalls the subsidiary company Blue Rock, which 20 years later 3 people would create by combining their forces. He thinks about the shadow banks that control the financial world and decides that the title should belong to him. Sun recalls how he recently flew to the US, telling his parents that he had been to Sunday school. He explains that he hired Zillion and Jessica before Blue Rock was founded, and also found a brilliant analyst, Kim Jong-soo. He arrived at the private research group Zori, where he was met by Chief Inspector John Clark. John Clark says he heard about the search for the beneficiary, and the Sun confirms this. The insert explains the legal intricacies of missing persons investigations and wanted persons notices. The Sun says that we must act within the law and names the man he is looking for, Bobby. He specifies that Bobby was born in Brooklyn, is between 12 and 15 years old, and probably lives in New York. The inspector asks if there is any additional information. The Sun replies that he can describe his appearance, but the rest of the data is lost. The inspector complains that there is very little data, and the investigation will require a lot of time and money. He says it's like searching all of North America, but Sun replies that time and money are irrelevant. The Sun assures that the beneficiary's money will cover everything, and asks the inspector to give his all. He clenches his fist, thinking that he needs this man, because he will become the leader of the 8 evils and 8 benefactors. The Sun remembers that this man will be known as the first evil. The action moves to New York, to the Jonathan Investment Building. The Sun asks Jonathan if he hired the new employee he was going to hand over $15 billion to himself. Jonathan is surprised that the new employee is from Morgan Group and thinks they've hit the jackpot. The Sun says with a smile that Jonathan will soon see everything, because Zillion is ideal for the role of leader. He hands Jonathan the laptop as a gift. Jonathan opens it and asks in surprise if it's an autobiography, mistaking it for an investment book. Horrified, he sees all his investments listed in the document and asks Sun if he has a PhD. The Sun explains that the document contains new theories, but its authorship is unspecified, and the preface is blank. Jonathan covers his face with his hand, saying it's too much. He sighs and decides that he will reap the benefits until the Sun decides to come out. Jonathan offers to be friends, saying that age is just a number. The Sun recalls that friendship was unattainable for the awakened, and that he and Jonathan were merely colleagues. He thinks that the current Jonathan is very different from who he was in the past. The Sun smiles, deciding that he has earned the right to call this man his friend. Sun and Jonathan say goodbye on the roof, bumping fists in friendship. At school, an elderly teacher sadly announces that teacher Woo Yeon-hee has taken time off due to family circumstances. The Sun recalls that during spring break, a scandal broke out at school because of Woo Yeon-hee. Her mother came to school and shouted that a person with mental illness could also be a teacher. Sun decides that the plan to prove Woo Yeon-hee's awakening will have to be put on hold for a while. The most important thing for him now is to prepare for entering the dungeon. He approaches a guarded building that surrounds the entrance to the dungeon and resembles a mental hospital. Soon enters, noting that Boss Cho has done a good job and the building will only take a week to complete. He stops in front of a huge, glowing portal from which lightning bursts out. The Sun sighs, because going into an F-rank dungeon alone, without an escape seal, is tantamount to a death sentence. However, he understands that this is the only way to improve his abilities and confirms the login. Once inside, Sun, flashlight in hand, tensely examines the dark cave. He knows that electrical devices and firearms are useless in dungeons. He can only rely on swords, and he only has a few painkillers with him for emergencies. With a determined look, he steps deeper, and the system announces the entrance to the dungeon. Meanwhile, Jonathan is sitting in the office, grinning, wondering what new money-making scheme the Sun has come up with. Suddenly, a huge fanged monster pounces on the Sun from the darkness. Sun manages to raise his sword to block the monster's attack from above. The monster's jaws snap shut on the sword blade right in front of Sun's face. At that moment, The second monster sneaks up from behind and sinks its claws into his shoulder. Sun screams in pain as the claws tear through his jacket and flesh. The first monster takes advantage of the moment and hits him in the face with its clawed paw. The Sun flies off to the side, and the system reports the murder of Scout Declan and the target to kill 3 more of the 60 soldiers. He struggles to his feet and pulls his sword out of the dead monster's body. Wiping the blood from his face, he thinks that he almost died at the very beginning. He looks at the corpse of soldier Declan, remembering that they were nicknamed dogs for their disgusting appearance. Sun moves further into the cave, realizing that hunting even a couple of such dogs in an F-rank dungeon is very difficult. He remembers that it was a labyrinth dungeon, and 3 scouts attacked him right at the entrance. The peculiarity of this place is that the layout of the labyrinth changes with each new entrance. Because of this, no one could predict what would be in the next room. There were 3 types of trials in this dungeon, and the first one was the laughing face, crying face boss trial. The second test was a hunting test, to destroy Declan. And the third was a combat test, in the format of a one-on-one duel. To escape the dungeon, one had to either pass one of the trials or use the escape seal. Soon chose this place because he knew the strategy for the boss fight, and the reward for the hunting challenge was the escape seal. He smiles bitterly, thinking how pathetic it is to risk his life for the simplest quest from the system. Ahead in the cave, he notices a glowing cube, the dungeon box. He knows that from such a bronze box, one can get a good thing, but one can also run into a curse. The Sun understands that if he gets the curse, he won't get out of here alive, so he decides not to risk it. He turns away from the box and picks up his backpack to continue on his way. Clutching his sword, he anxiously hopes that there is only one bastard waiting for him around the corner. In desperation, the hero decides to use his Odin's Wrath skill, which has a 24-hour cooldown. The system confirms Odin's Wrath's call, and his long sword from the Namdamun Forge begins to crackle with lightning. Surrounded by a blue glow, he furiously screams at his enemies to come to him. The system reports the kill of Scout Declan and updates the mission counter to 3 out of 60. In a flurry of blows, he destroys the shadow monsters, bringing his kill count to 21. Blocking the attack, he thinks that the weapon enhancement was indeed effective. A huge wolf-like monster appears before him, its eyes flashing and surrounded by lightning bolts. Covered in wounds, he opens his status and sees that the skill Overcoming Adversity has 6 days left on cooldown. He realizes he's been asleep for a whole day and can't believe he had to use such an important skill in the very first room. He looks at his wounded arm and realizes that without the healing from the skill, it would have definitely been torn off. He thinks about the rewards, remembering that for 300 points they give a bronze box. Exhausted, he admits how generous the rewards for teaching were by comparison. Standing among the corpses of monsters, he decides that he first needs to obtain the Seal of Escape by completing the hunting quest. He realizes that the monsters were attracted by the smell of his blood and prepares for a new attack. Suddenly, the creatures stop, and he wonders why they hesitate. It's not like them. A huge, 2-headed monster emerges from the shadows, and the system announces the beginning of the Great Competition quest. He screams in horror that this is a scam and does not understand why this monster is here. The 2-headed beast deals a crushing blow, sending him flying. He understands that this creature is at least E rank, and he cannot deal with it without the skill Man Overcoming Difficulties. The monster's claws slash his body, leaving deep wounds. He is thrown back by a powerful attack and barely dodges the next blow. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that if he can't deal with the monster, then he's a dead man. Suddenly, as the monster attacks, a blue glow envelops him and he cries out in surprise. As it flies through the air, a glowing cube drops from the slain monster, and the system reports the receipt of the escape seal. The system automatically activates the escape seal, and his body is enveloped in a bright light. He is carried upward through a portal in the ceiling, leaving the monster below. He lands on a glowing blue staircase leading upward. Sitting on the steps covered in blood, he realizes that the escape seal was in the dungeon box, and understands why the 8 people went crazy. He remembers the horror that makes people suffer and cling to hope until the very end. Once outside, he takes out his phone and thinks that going into the dungeon alone was a mistake. He sees 30 missed calls from Jonathan on the screen. He calls back and gloomily assumes that his interlocutor was not in the hospital. A surprised girl answers him and introduces herself as young He's teacher. Later, already bandaged, he meets her, and she asks if he was attacked. He says he's fine and invites her to come into the area. He explains that the mental hospital is just a cover, But this only frightens her more. The girl cries in the car, assuring him that she is not crazy, but it is difficult for her to explain everything. He thinks that if her skills were pumped up, she would have already read his thoughts, which means she is not at that level yet. He looks at her intently, realizing that he must make a decision here and now. His eyes glow red as he weighs whether to return to a miserable existence or jump down the rabbit hole. The girl screams in horror, asking what kind of monsters these are. And the guy tries to calm her down, explaining that these are just his memories. Although her abilities are not yet developed, he was still able to share with her the memories of the last few days, which makes her breathe heavily. He looks at the girl trembling in the corner and wonders if this was too much for her. She comes to her senses and asks if they were chosen to fight the monsters, and if they will come to their world soon. He says that further down the hall there are countless monsters that she just saw in his memory. She asks what this paper is, and he replies that it is a contract that will give her a reward if she decides to go into the dungeons with him. He offers her another option: to be content with an ordinary life, because not everyone will fight. He says that the choice is not easy, and she should think carefully as a car stops on the street outside the building. Yeon-hee remembers the illusions she's seen since middle school, and the blue status window with its stats. She remembers telling her mother about the blue window that only she could see, and her mother took her to church. One day, out of the blue, she began to understand other people's emotions, but she couldn't figure out how they were connected to each other. And among all of them, she felt him, Na-san-hu, the most strongly. She thought that with his help, she could find some clues. She is driving in the car and reading the terms of the contract, which is worth 200 million won, and the salary is 1 billion won a year. In case of death, the salary will triple to 3 billion won. And she is shocked to think where such crazy money came from. She frowns, suspecting that they are trying to trick her or something. He looks at her and asks if she has made a decision. She says with a determined look that it's time to show him how deep she's jumped. She drives so quickly that he, frightened, asks her to drive a little slower. He assumes she's doing it to impress him, but she says no. She says that she is grateful to him, because before his story, she thought only about a quick death. She continues that she has no reason to refuse such a huge amount of money. And it turns out that she is not crazy. He notices how tightly she grips the steering wheel and thinks that her confident demeanor doesn't suggest any nervousness. However, she still has doubts and asks if he really has such fabulous money. He smiles confidently and replies that she will find out when they arrive. She asks why he talks to her like that and assumes that he is older than her. He laughs sheepishly and replies that one could say that, but age means nothing in the world they will have to live in. Suddenly, a blonde man appears, concerned about the boy's bandages and asking how badly he got hurt. He shouts indignantly, "Does it matter now?" and asks if he is serious. The girl, with a nervous smile, assumes that this is Jonathan Hunter from Jonathan Investment. The protagonist asks him to say hello, saying that he will certify their contract. Jonathan Hunter turns out to be an investment god and is among the world's top 20 billionaires, according to Forbes. The girl stands stunned with a box in her hands, muttering about 200 million and Jonathan. Jonathan asks his friend with a displeased look why he is giving this young lady so much money. Jonathan yells that if they both go missing, the company will be obligated to pay her father 3 billion won. But the guy asks him to just keep that in mind for now. He smiles and suggests lunch, saying that he ordered dishes that Jonathan likes. Jonathan yells back that his favorite restaurant is closed and must be in dire straits. The guy seriously replies that it's not only local companies that are feeling the crisis, and asks about foreign funds that have entered the Asian market. Jonathan replies that they are currently in Eastern Europe and Latin America, but his friend says there is one more place. He asks how many nuclear weapons Russia has, and Jonathan panics and exclaims that the country is impossible to destroy. The guy with the bandage on his face says that's what everyone thinks. That's why they go there. He turns to a blonde man named Jonathan and asks if he personally interviewed Jillian. In a playful stylization, he suggests finishing with Rossi, and Jonathan, in a panic, asks if he's laughing at him. A portrait of a man named Brian, whose Korean name is Kim Jong-soo, appears on the screen. Jonathan thinks he just needs to watch from the sidelines, and he will finally be able to get some rest. Suddenly, a dark-haired guy appears behind him and says that they need to raise the stakes. With glowing red eyes, he ominously declares that they will burn everything here to the ground, possibly worth $1 billion. Jonathan is sitting on the train and thinking that Russia screwed up and they are burning $1 billion. A tie falls to the floor, And the narrator lists names and says that the knights of the financial empire are on the move again. A dark-haired guy, covered in scars, gets ready, saying that it's time to go into the dungeon. The girl tries to stab him with a knife, but he grabs her hand, and she screams that this is wrong. He coldly replies that she would have already died in the dungeon, and reminds her that orders regarding the dungeons are unquestionable. He says that training before entering the dungeon is included in the contract and asks if she has forgotten. The narrator explains that the girl had one skill that caught his attention: Mars touch. A simple diagram shows that the skill transfers the target's wound to the one who injures it. So the girl trains to receive knife wounds. The guy tells her that it's cruel, but they don't have time, because if she hesitates in the dungeon, they will both die. A blood stain appears in the background, and the text states that the bleeding has caused Mars touch to be activated. The guy in the golden glow thinks about how the enemy's skill makes you forget the pain, but does not heal the wound. He stands there bare-chested, reflecting on how this is equivalent to activating the adversary for his body. He wonders if she can use Mare's touch in the dungeon without hesitation. A girl wakes up in a hospital room and asks how long she has been there, to which the guy replies that it has been about 12 hours. She smiles and says that she thought she would die, but everything turned out to be simpler than she imagined. The guy puts on his jacket, says he'll be back soon, and asks her to focus on recovery. The girl agrees, repeating to herself that the orders relating to the dungeons are unquestionable. He arrives at the Gionil investment building, where he is met by an employee. The guy smiles politely and replies that he came to see his father. His father greets him joyfully, saying that he is glad he has come. The father proudly introduces his son to a colleague, who praises his beauty. A colleague asks what university the boy attends, but his father explains that he is still in high school. The elderly man laughs awkwardly and says that with such a wonderful son, he would have nothing to envy. He gives the boy money so that he can become a great man like his father. A father and son are walking down the street, and the father says he has a conversation he doesn't want his mother to know about. Father whispers that he was promoted twice, and it is a secret because he is preparing a surprise. He announces that he will be working here starting tomorrow, which surprises his son. They stand in front of a building with a sign that says Currency Bank, and the son asks the name again in surprise. The father says that he tried hard, but his son looks at him with a difficult expression on his face. His father puts his hand on his shoulder and asks if he knows that his father works for a foreign company. He says it would be great if his son understood why their country is in such a state. The boy remembers a rainy day and his smiling father, thinking that today his talisman will return. His father hands him a savings book and asks him to think about what shares to buy with this money. With this account, he entered the world of finance, survived Wall Street, and launched the butterfly effect. In the present, he is finishing the final preparations before entering the dungeon. The girl next to him is training and hits the bullseye with a crossbow arrow. She proudly asks if he saw her shot, because she has become an excellent marksman. He doubts such an arrow would pierce skin, but they have no choice and she is not a close combat fighter. The girl anxiously asks what else she needs to prepare. He grimly advises her to write a suicide note and a will. A brutal battle where he was covered in blood comes to his mind. In a real dungeon, a girl named Woo Yeon-hee is horrified to realize that reality is more terrifying than she imagined. He fights fiercely against monsters to protect her, and the line between man and monster is blurred. Woo Yeon-hee panics and uses the heal body skill, causing his wounds to heal slightly. Wounded and bloodied, he stands over the body of the defeated monster. He praises her for her good work and notes that she kept a very low profile. The system reports the completion of the task, and he takes the reward, the escape seal, with her tacit consent. He is surprised because she knows that this item could have saved her life, and he understands that her will is stronger than he thought. He reflects that with a healer on the team, the fight is much more effective, and it would be more difficult for him alone. He never thought that his partner would be from the spirit world, unlike the two who escaped. He remembers an enemy with unimaginable abilities, whose strength he doesn't even want to know. Grinning, he adopts a new tactic, feeling the spiritual world sharpen his perception. The girl notices his condition, but he says that he is fine and is just thinking about the past. She apologizes and suggests waiting until he calms down. He encourages her, telling her that she is doing everything right and should not let doubts get in her way. He turns to Woo Yeon-hee and asks her not to forget his words. He reminds her of the instructions he gave her in case she encounters a two-headed monster. At that very moment, a two-headed monster attacks him, and he barely dodges. Wounded, he mentally orders her not to use healing or try to provoke the monster. Looking at the monster, he decides that he has only one last resort left: He demands only one thing from the girl who is fighting off other monsters. To survive, she will have to run, leaving him behind. She runs and screams in despair for Sanhu not to die. Her heart is ready to explode from the tension, and her stamina is running out. She can't use a healing skill and doesn't know how to survive or where to get strength. Suddenly, a system window about completing the diary task appears in front of her frightened face. The system asks her to decide which player will take first place. As she looks out the window, a monster looms over her, ready to strike. At this time, Sanhu's hand flares with dark energy, and he calls the monsters to him. His eyes glow red, and he calls himself a bloodthirsty man. Surrounded by energy, he announces that this man is now here. A system window also appears in front of him, offering to decide by mutual agreement who will take first place. Somewhere far away, another man smirks, seeing that the girl is still alive and his skill timer is showing 10 seconds. The Overcomer skill timer counts down the final seconds from 5 to 3. When the skill's duration expires, Woo Yun-hee is praised for her excellent performance. At this moment, another person, experiencing mortal pain, remembers one of the evils. The protagonist, covered in bandages, sits on the ground, thinking that he used to envy this character, not knowing about the terrible pain. He despairingly thinks that he has used all his healing skills, but none of them have helped. The hero realizes that he survived not thanks to a trap as he initially thought. In a flashback, a wolf-headed monster is seen attacking his companion. The girl responds by shooting the monster with a pistol. She hits Declan's soldier right in the eye, forcing him to retreat. The hero looks at his companion and admits to himself that he would never have thought that she could help him. He muses that she is just a rookie healer who hasn't even reached F rank, and he didn't expect her to survive. Over the past week, they have collected all the boxes in the dungeon together. The results of the introductory quest show that the mission is completed, as he destroyed the dungeon after fighting every enemy. For this, he gets all the boxes, and he levels up his skills, preparing for the battle with the main boss. However, sometimes curses appear in boxes. The hero panics and screams that he must run, but Woo Yun-hee uses fear elimination, and his phobia of sharp objects disappears. Every time she gets rid of the curse, he can't help but think of the two representatives of evil. He reasons that if one person can remove curses, another must be able to cast them. Her ability to penetrate his mind at any moment makes him feel uncomfortable. They approach the final room, behind the door of which is the main boss of the dungeon. The girl can't believe that the two of them are going to clear a dungeon that requires at least 5 E-rank hunters. He encourages her, saying that if everything goes according to plan, it won't take long. Looking into her eyes, he orders her not to dare die here, since they are still alive. She decisively replies that she is ready, and they get ready to go. Behind the door, on a throne, sits a boss with the head of a jackal, surrounded by statues of the same creatures. This is Anubis with one head, the one who sits on the throne. The hero remembers how other hunters laughed at this boss, considering it a bonus. But only then did they realize that the more of Declan's soldiers they killed, the stronger Anubis became. By the time they realized this, it was too late, and Anubis, surrounded by a red aura, dealt with them. In the present, the hero activates Odin's wrath, the seal of speed and armor, preparing for battle. With glowing eyes, he furiously shouts, "Get out of the way!" Surrounded by lightning, he jumps into a crowd of monsters. He pierces through enemies, dealing powerful blows. The hero thinks with irritation that they are not even halfway there yet. One of the monsters sinks its teeth into his hand. He fights off the creature, which emits a piercing scream. The hero realizes that his F-rank iron hand cannot block the teeth of such monsters. He decides that he has no choice but to try to break through by force. Woo Yun-hee hides using a concealment item and uses her healing abilities. Watching the battle, she covers her mouth with her hand in horror, thinking that he is simply mad. Surrounded by monsters, the hero fights them off with his bare hands, as if they were a wall of blades. He decides that he must break through to the boss before his special skill is activated. After dealing a powerful blow to the monster, he feels his ability, Man Overcoming Difficulties, activate. The system window informs him that his wounds are healing, the pain is reduced, and the skill will last for 5 minutes. Having achieved B rank in strength and agility, he begins to destroy enemies with incredible speed. Surrounded by a powerful aura, he lets out a battle cry while the skill timer reaches 3 minutes and 15 seconds. He continues to fight furiously, and the ability's duration is reduced to 1 minute and 12 seconds. The main monster, resembling an anthropomorphic dog, appears, and the hero has only 42 seconds left. The hero creates a glowing red blade above himself, and the timer shows 23 seconds. The created blade rushes down and pierces the chest of the main monster. Surrounded by lightning, the hero can barely stay on his feet until 14 seconds remain before the skill ends. With only 4 seconds remaining, Yeon-hee casts Mari's healing touch on him. Despite the healing, the hero's body is torn to pieces in a bloody explosion. In his dying moments, he remembers how he fiercely fought the monster face to face. Coming to his senses, he sees Yeon-hee lying in a pool of blood and calls her name in horror. He runs up to her and shakes her, begging her to open her eyes and wake up. Bleeding, Yeon-hee whispers that she won first place in the challenge. The hero grimly agrees that she will be the first, realizing that her artery is cut. He vows to save her, telling her to hold on for just a couple of minutes while the energy surrounds him. The memory of being torn apart pierces his mind. Later, in a hospital room, a seriously wounded Yeon-hee comes to, having survived thanks to the resurrection skill she acquired. The hero, also bandaged, looks at her and thinks that her skill does not relieve the pain during recovery. He remembers his reward, the Maiden's Sword skill, which belonged to the first Samaritan. A system window appears in front of him, describing the Maiden's Sword as an ability to shoot a sharp blade of energy. He smiles, considering this skill to be a real cheat, and remembers how enchanted he was when he got it. Meanwhile, news around the world is announcing the end of the moratorium, which was part of his financial plan. In one office, employees excitedly chant the name Brian. In New York, 2 men, Jonathan and Kim Jong-soo, smile smugly. On the Isle of Man, Jillian and Jessica also look very happy. The stock chart shows a rapid rise, symbolizing a miraculous comeback from a 40% loss. Jonathan excitedly reports over the phone that their profit was 459%. The hero on the other end of the line calmly replies that this is not bad, and adds that they won the vote. The office is in full swing celebrating, and people can't believe their success. After congratulating Jonathan, the hero grins and tells him that he actually lost. Jillian happily announces that their Isle of Man team's profit margin is 615%. The hero holds an envelope containing a full package of shares of New Medical Corporation, which he prepared for Yeon-hee. When Yeon-hee comes to, he hands over the corporation's ownership documents to her. As a promised payment, he also hands her a card with 2 billion. Yeon-hee looks at the card in shock, not believing that this money now belongs to her. She is delighted and says with tears in her eyes that now, as the owner of a medical corporation, she will be able to help many more people. The brown-haired girl says it took her a lot of money to make that decision. She's dating a guy named Ethan and says they haven't seen each other in a while. Ethan smiles back, agrees that it's been a while, and asks how she likes New York. Another woman named Jessica is mentioned in the conversation. Jessica is handed an envelope containing a new investment proposal from management related to investments in Russia. Jessica says that her boss, Jillian, thinks very highly of her and she needs to consult with him. Ethan allows her to take her time, but immediately asks why she doesn't listen to his suggestions. Jessica is upset to the point of tears over having to accept a $30 billion investment with an unusual liability clause. Ethan thinks he's pretending to be shy, but he's actually watching Jillian perform and expecting something interesting to happen. The narrative switches to a view of a skyscraper, revealing that a certain Jonathan, who oversees Jung-soo's assets, also plays a role in this. A man with curly hair begins the presentation, promising not to take up much time and mentioning PageRank technology. His interlocutor clarifies whether this is a method of assessing the importance of a website based on user trust. A blonde guy named Jonathan says he heard this technology is worth $1 million. The technology developer sweats nervously at the thought that for $1 million he could get a doctorate. However, the technology was not sold, and the 2 managers are shown against a chart of rising stock prices. The developer explains that now is the best time, since acquiring shares after the IPO is not so easy. Jonathan agrees that $1 million will help them get their company and doctoral work back. But he has a better idea. The developer looks at the check in shock, not believing his eyes because it says $10 million. He asks permission to discuss it with his partner, but Jonathan says they only have 10 minutes before his flight. The man thanks Mr. Jonathan for his attention to their technology, but is about to decline. Jonathan hands him another identical check, which shocks the developer even more. He thinks that the god of investments, Jonathan, is so interested in them that they will become rich. But he says out loud that they have already decided everything. Jonathan says he read a book about him and was impressed that he put everything he had on the line twice. The developer is surprised, and Jonathan explains that it wasn't luck, but precise calculations and an exclusive opportunity. With a predatory look, Jonathan declares that today he has seen his third chance and asks how much they think he is willing to bet on it. He stuns his interlocutor by announcing that he has over $500 billion in liquid assets in the United States, Canada, and Japan. Jonathan taps his finger on the checks, saying that unlike others, he doesn't hide his true intentions. He asks the developer directly if he has decided to change his mind. Jonathan takes out his phone and asks if the developer is confident he can get a better deal than he's offering. He calls someone and cancels a meeting with the Minister of Finance, claiming that he has more urgent matters to attend to. The developer is horrified to realize that this is an obvious threat. Jonathan says he's doing this for their own good, and that it's not over yet. He looks at the developer point blank and states that they will be forced to come back to him. The man trembles with fear and cannot believe it, asking why Jonathan would go so far. Jonathan calmly replies that he is thinking about everything as seriously as possible. The developer, having come to his senses, puts forward a counter condition, demanding that their 50% include management rights. Jonathan extends his hand for a handshake and says he would like to apologize for what he said earlier. They shake hands and the developer says he's lucky, and Jonathan's mind wanders to the number 10 to the 100th power. Jonathan grins maliciously, thinking that Google always lives up to his name. The developer happily leaves to tell his partner the news, and Jonathan wishes them a fun party. The partner claps his hands enthusiastically and praises Jonathan, who is furious that he seriously intended to give him $20 million. Jonathan covers his face with his hand while his interlocutor talks about computer nerds and how low-priced stocks are no good. The developer looks down thoughtfully, anticipating that in 10 years the company's shares will grow to $60 billion. The hand holds an old push-button telephone, on the screen of which there is a message. "I found a cat." Against the backdrop of a skyscraper, text appears introducing John Clark, a former mercenary who hopes to meet an important client. John Clark stands in a business suit and thinks it would be better to shoot himself than to live with the thought that others are getting more money for the same job. A man with a dark aura and red eyes appears in front of him, introducing himself as Ethan. John Clark laments that he did everything possible to earn their trust, but they were unable to fulfill his order without breaking company rules. Ethan offered a service that was outside the law and smiled slyly. John Clark has achieved his goal. He has contacted an important client, and Ethan is smirking smugly. Inside the car, a man in a balaclava points a pistol with a silencer at Ethan. Ethan recalls that his target was in a pre-trial detention center, so finding him wasn't easy. The case was called first-degree murder, and although the suspect was released due to lack of evidence, it was definitely him. The group's commander, wearing a balaclava, orders everyone to be seized except the concierge, and to shoot the cat if he tries to escape. He speculates that the target committed the murder at age 13 and is waiting for them in the main room. The commander says that he, John, and T-Boy will go together. He warns the team not to underestimate the guy because of his young age. Two masked mercenaries discuss a $1 billion reward for the capture of a 13-year-old child. The observer on the roof reports by radio that the cat has started moving. 3 armed men in masks burst into the corridor. One of them is surprised that the target is in the bathroom at such a time, and wonders if he noticed them. A fair-haired guy cautiously peers out from behind the half-open door. 2 mercenaries scream in pain, struck by an invisible attack. The third operative opens fire on the terrifying creature that burst out of the bathroom. The commander shouts to his men to come to their senses and concentrate on shooting. The fair-haired guy calmly takes on a hail of bullets. The mercenaries are horrified to realize that he is blocking the bullets with an S-rank damage absorption seal. One of the operatives is enveloped in purple energy, and his comrades, shocked, ask if he is a monster. He uses the skill Odin's Wrath, knocking the blonde guy back with a powerful blow. He then activates the item, the New York Salesman's Survival Sword. He then uses the binding metal, targeting Barbie. The operative is glad that he was able to break through and break his shield. Suddenly, he himself is pierced by a powerful blow. The guy with red eyes grabs his face, calling him a man who overcomes difficulties. He throws one mercenary at another while a third takes aim at him. The remaining operatives look on in horror as the blue glow spreads across the floor. Ethan rips off his mask, realizing that the target has teleported, and orders them to search for her on the roof and in the basement. Ethan feels a blow to his back and sees a system message about the activation of the overcoming man's skill. The narrator recalls that they couldn't find the bastard even with heightened senses, and he himself lost consciousness. 2 stern soldiers cannot hide their excitement. The protagonist thinks that yesterday his people saw a world of cruelty unfamiliar to them, so their reaction is normal. As he passes the body of his fallen comrade, he decides that from now on, he too will have to choose his words more carefully. He muses that if the enemy's poison skill was strong enough to make him faint, then this man's stomach would definitely have melted. He asks his subordinate what the name of the deceased was, and he replies that his name was Brown. The hero promises to create an insurance fund for the employees when everything is over, but for now asks them to focus on catching the bastard. The subordinate despairs as he wonders how they are going to catch someone like him and whether it is even possible. The image of the villain with the red aura says that the longer they wait, the stronger he becomes. The hero understands that if he misses the moment, even a large army will not be able to stand against him, and they must strike first. The subordinate swallows, realizing that if even a large army cannot withstand it, then this is clearly not a joke. He rubs the bridge of his nose and, agreeing, says that they must catch him at any cost. John Clark's report says Iraq's victim was a 28-year-old man he met on a messenger app. The image of the dead man shows that the murder weapon was never found, and the suspect was released due to lack of evidence. The hero, studying the case, calls the killer a smart bastard, and notes that it is not surprising that he grows up so quickly. He calls Jonathan and asks how many Gold Online shares they have, since the messenger they used was a product of that company. Having become the main shareholders of Gold Online, they gained access to server reports to investigate the case. The documents reveal that this bastard was making contracts with awakened people by creating chat rooms that welcomed everyone with an F rank and above. The hero hands over the documents to his subordinate and asks him to follow the people indicated in them. The subordinate asks if these people are connected to that bastard, and the hero replies that it is possible. He orders them to simply watch them, as there is a chance that their target has been in contact with someone on the list. The hero says that they need to be more organized and asks to take on at least one squad. The subordinate asks if he needs advice regarding the task, to which the hero answers no, but the price of the question is different. He shows an open container filled with money and says he prepared it with a trust company, shocking his subordinate. The plane takes off from the airfield, and the narrator reports that the case in the USA was closed. On the plane, the hero studies the world ranking of asset management for 1,998. He thinks with a grin that first place doesn't feel like anything special, but it's a nice feeling. The image of a skyscraper and money illustrates how US pension funds and billionaire assets are going into the hands of New York groups. The hands holding the planet symbolize how the shadow bank controls the global economy, keeping the entire world under its boot. On board the plane, a drunk man yells at the hero to shut up and bring more, threatening to fire him upon arrival in Korea. The man continues to insult the hero and the flight attendant, calling them stupid bastards. He says contemptuously that the hero seems to think he is his equal simply because he is flying first class. The man grabs the hero by the collar and declares that he is a great member of the Hansel group. The hero easily lifts the attacker and throws him onto the floor in the aisle of the plane. The shocked flight attendant looks at what happened, and the hero thinks that the anger management skill can be applied a little differently. A girl named Yeon Hee happily waves at him at the airport. She exchanged her glasses for 11 bronze boxes. The narrator explains that she was waiting for his arrival so that they could open the boxes together and avoid any misunderstandings about the contract. In the car, the hero thinks that she is very stubborn, and the girl excitedly asks what, in his opinion, she will get. In the gym, Yeon Hee dances happily, and the hero thinks about how happy she is with her health points, and that everyone reacts differently to objects. Opening another box, she is surprised to take out a glowing object and asks if it is the clown's dagger. She shows the dagger to the shocked hero and asks what it is and if it is a good thing. The hero looks in horror at the dagger, which is now pointed at his chest, and sees a system message about its ability to inflict a negative effect. The hero holds a reinforced dagger in his hands and cannot believe that he received such an item from a bronze box. Suddenly, he realizes that the dagger contains a secret curse of random corruption that affects the spirit world. He picks up the weapon, which now glows S rank, and reads that it is one of 3 unique items. But after the boost wears off, it will be destroyed. Someone reflects that the hero never stopped, but he could not have imagined that he would go so far. An elderly man in a hat joyfully exclaims, addressing Mr. President, that it is not easy to meet him. The president asks not to call him that, but the old man objects because Jonil Investment gave people the opportunity to fly from Suche to Busan. The old man notices that his interlocutor has stopped smiling, and he asks in response whether a glass of wine as punishment will amuse Director Park. Director Park drinks and the president reminds him that all his assets are under the old man's name. Director Park smiles slyly and says that no one will be able to resist the president at today's meeting. The president pours another glass and asks for the shares transferred to Jonil Investment to be released. Director Pak offers to do this in exchange for 100 of his shares, and then brazenly corrects himself to 1,000. The president's face darkens, as Hanshil Group's capital is almost entirely made up of shares of this company, for which Daehyun Group recently offered 200 billion won. He drinks a glass and declares that since these are his assets, he can do whatever he wants with them. The president is about to leave, citing work, but Director Pak jumps up, shouting that he is talking about big money. The old man begs him to stay, saying that he needs more bills in his pocket to feel like a full-fledged person. The president turns around with a grin and advises the old man to reconsider his proposal. Director Park desperately reaches out to the departing president, shouting his name. The man slumps into his chair, unable to believe he just gave up 100 or even 2 billion won. Later, he is driving and tells the president on the phone that he is already on his way to the office and learns that the meeting has been postponed. He is puzzled and silent for a second, then confirms that he understands everything and they will meet tomorrow. After hanging up, he wonders why he was asked to return so soon, and what could have happened to the woman who refused the invitation to the Blue House. The scene changes to reveal a collection of katanas and knives neatly arranged on shelves. A target with arrows appears in the frame, and then the frightened face of a woman with dark hair. The young man with black hair calmly says that it is just a collection, while the woman looks at the weapon in fear. He explains that he called her to hear firsthand about the company's investments, as all information about Jonil Investment is censored. The woman confidently reports that there is good news, because they have taken over the majority of preferred shares of the most successful business companies. The diagram on the screen explains how conglomerates like Ilsung Group formed funds and restructured their management structures. The image of the puppet illustrates how Ilsung Group has complete control over the company through Ilsung Dreamland. 3 executives are shown who play a key role in management, which is why their shares are called Tide. The woman says it would be a good idea to tell their investors about this with the Jonil logo in the background. She smiles and declares that this country has become a republic under the control of Jonil Investment, and that they disrupted the course of history in the summer. History has changed a little, but all natural disasters like Typhoon Olga happened exactly when they were supposed to. The stock market surge was fueled by the New York.com boom, which began with $10 billion in investments from Russia. Daehyun Security quickly launched the process of purchasing Korean funds, and later the Cyber Korea 21 policy was implemented. The hero watches the news about the Bank of Korea repaying its final debt to the IMF and realizes he had to make a decision. He sits in his chair, thinking that he wanted to finish high school peacefully, but this matter could not be put off any longer. In the past, he would look at stock charts and think about calculating the best moment to enter while technology prices were rising. His friend looks at the screen in shock as he is congratulated on being selected as an analyst for Jonathan Investment. The hero stands behind his friend at the computer and reminds him that he opened a stock exchange account last year. He looks at his stunned friend and thinks that this can only be called genius, and it is unlikely that the student's parents will be happy about such success. The young man is worried that in such a situation he will give up, and he cannot imagine what his father is feeling. The father asks why his son looks like he's about to die, and he only apologizes in response. The father tells his son to look up, assuring him that he did everything right, and thinks what a special child he has. Crying, the father laments that he could not be there for his son during important moments of his life. The father laughs awkwardly, and the son says that he will not bother him anymore, because he is a busy man. Suddenly, the father hugs his son tightly. He says that his son is already all grown up and can go play with the big boys. His father advises him to do what he wants and apologizes for not being able to support him any longer. The son hugs his father back, saying that it was enough. He recalls how, as a child, his only hobby was Taekwondo. In his memoirs, his mother reproaches him for not attending the section even for 3 months, and he apologizes. His mother, with tears in her eyes, says how proud she is of him for developing his abilities. In the past, he promises his mother that she will never have to worry about him. In the present, a colleague notices that he looks happy. He emits a dark aura and the girl is frightened, swearing that she did not use her skills. He smiles and asks how things are going with what they are looking for. The girl replies with a sly smile that it wasn't that difficult, Captain. 2 figures in raincoats and with backpacks hide in the tall grass in the rain. The girl cries out in surprise, claiming that this definitely wasn't here yesterday. The boy thinks that he can't sit in school for another 3 years, because traces of the awakened are everywhere. He asks his companion if she can determine how many there are. Her eyes glow red and she assumes there is only one of him. But he is very alert. The guy mentally notes that his companion, Yeon-hee, has excellent intelligence. He notices that the girl is shivering from the cold, but approves of her idea of not covering her head to heighten her senses. He puts on his hood, and at that moment a system window appears offering to open the dungeon. The dungeon is sealed, and the girl asks if this means that the person who entered there died. She pulls up her hood and says that her ability no longer works. The guy smirks that she is the very embodiment of vigilance, and warns that killing her will not be so easy. A message appears that Yeon-hee has joined the team, and he thinks that he can't relax. They enter the dungeon and the system activates the end zone quest. Inside the cave, he asks if the arthropod would be the most pleasant conversationalist. She laughs, and he seriously replies that he is not afraid of any bugs. Suddenly, he shouts anxiously at her not to move away. A huge, segmented monster hangs from the ceiling of the cave. He pushes the girl aside, saving her from the monster's attack. He stands in front of her, deflecting the attack with a glowing dagger. Up close, the terrifying mouth of a giant insect-like monster with red eyes is visible. The monster turns out to be a giant centipede with many tentacles. The girl is terrified, but the guy encourages her to pull herself together, reminding her that they have encountered worse monsters. He thinks gloomily about the fact that there are monsters that are outwardly no different from people. In his mind, the guy runs through a plan to kill the monster, marking its vulnerable points. With eyes glowing red, he rushes into the attack, striking with 2 daggers. A system window appears, informing you that the current count has been killed and updating the counter to 1 of 30. He looks at the severed head of the monster and thinks that these creatures have a brain and should not be mistaken for ordinary bugs. The boy warns the frightened girl to stay away from the monster's glands, the poison of which causes incredible pain. He reassures her that the poison will neutralize itself in a few days, and kicks the corpse, noting that the body is already becoming softer. With a grin, he says that now we need to take care of a couple of byproducts. He plunges his hand into the dead monster's flesh without hesitation. The girl watches in shock as the guy sticks his arm up to his elbow into the carcass. He pulls out a glowing crystal and complains that it was hidden too deep. The guy says that this is a magic stone that is useless now, but will soon become more valuable than gold. Suddenly, a whole horde of snake-like monsters with red eyes appears in front of him from the darkness. He slams his palms onto the ground, releasing a powerful stream of purple energy. Monsters scream when hit by his ability. The system window shows that 12 counts have already been killed, and the guy decides to deal with them all. He wipes the blood from his face, thinking that he has defeated a dozen counts. But his senses become more acute as he approaches E rank. A flashback shows him in the past, fighting countless A-rank opponents. Returning to the present, he tells the girl that she needs to finish this quickly. He grins confidently and declares that there is no point in waiting here for their attack for 6 months. However, the unexpected happened, and more than 100 counts attacked them. 5 days have passed since he was poisoned by their venom, and now he and the girl lie exhausted among the corpses. Covered in wounds, he tries to remember what happened, and the moment when they were surrounded comes to mind. He wonders if the explosive effect when using Odin's wrath was from the dagger or from its peculiarity. A memory emerges of Yeon-hee's fear elimination being activated during the vortex activation. He's on his knees, breathing heavily, thinking that his head is a jumble of memories. And it's not like him to fight to the death with mindless zeal. The guy looks at the unconscious girl and admits that he didn't expect such an outcome. He comes up to her and shakes her shoulder, asking if she is okay. The girl comes to and asks what happened, and he explains that thanks to his surroundings, he was able to complete all the tasks except the boss fight. They finally collected the rewards, and Yeon-hee received 2 mood skills, hatred and confusion. The guy thinks that she is gaining more and more insidious skills, and notes that he himself has received the natural face skill. He reads the skill description carefully and can't believe that he can raise the overcoming man from S rank to SS rank. They grab the remaining boxes and prepared for the boss fight. The guy decides that first they need to become stronger, because healers are simply necessary in high-ranking dungeons. The girl asks apprehensively if the huge formations in front of them are just pillars. He explains that these are sealed, medium-sized counts that the boss count relies on, and that they need to be broken. The guy delivers a powerful punch to the sealed monster. He jerks his hand away in pain, and the system window informs him that Yeon-hee has activated body healing. He notes with displeasure how strong the shell is and decides to use his ability to test his new skills. The girl, with fear and sweat on her face, thinks that he is going to do it again. The secret of the Devi sword is revealed, which has become a fraudulent skill capable of outsmarting anyone after rank up. The hero sees a description of the new skill, Shiva's sword, which is the main one and is associated with the god of destruction. It is explained that this skill can become any other ability that contains the name of a god in its name. He tells the girl to step aside, and the system announces the use of the Sword of Shiva. This skill allows you to perform a powerful attack over a large radius. Using it, he can fry all the bugs hiding in the shell. A huge armored monster with red eyes emerges from underground. 2 giant centipedes writhe from lightning strikes as a winged insect flies above them. The hero and his companion cover their ears, suffering from the deafening scream of the monster. He realizes that the monster has jumped out because of the screams, but it is too late. Suddenly, the winged creature finds itself completely frozen in a block of ice. He clenches his fist, glad that the random side effects kicked in at just the right moment. He stands over the defeated enemy and tells Woo Yeon-hee that the job is done. He notices that her sensitivity is increasing and assumes it is because of the graphs. His dark, red-eyed self is a reminder that he'll have to get used to worse things. Woo Yeon-hee received the highest rank reward for killing the main boss. From the challenger's box, she obtained Aegis's Gaze, a skill possessed by the first evil of this era. This skill grants the user the ability to control another's mind, and should be avoided by everyone. Now that Woo Yeon-hee has this skill, there's only one thing left for him to do. Woo Yeon-hee's sensitivity has risen to the E rank, and it's not easy to adapt to it. The light blinds her unbearably, and her own breathing resembles screams. He tells her not to open the curtains or turn on the light, and he put the food in the refrigerator. He leaves, saying that it should help and asking her to call him when she feels better. The girl cries and thinks to herself that he will become an incredible person. The action moves to the USA, to the state of Arizona, to a roadside motel. A man in a bulletproof vest and glasses orders those gathered to hand over all items that could help the cause. The man in glasses thinks the speaker looks like a cyborg, and even the air around him feels different. Another man remarks that he is loved by those who work at Langley and just run in place. The agent with glasses says that they expect the others to follow the example of the second-level agents. One of those present hands over his card while the rules for handing over things are explained to him. He states that if anyone cannot meet the conditions, they can leave and their transportation costs will be reimbursed. The mustachioed man, crossing his arms, asks what exactly they need to do. The man in glasses nervously thinks about how long they have been waiting and thinks about escaping. The man in the balaclava points to the van, suggesting that there are people inside who are ready to kill them. He hopes it's not criminal and decides their methods are similar to those of a secret service. Suddenly, a blue glow appears around the 2 armed men in masks. The man in glasses is perplexed by what kind of laser this is and how such a thing is even possible. He screams in panic that he can't move, and another person confirms this. A hand holding a glowing knife appears in front of the immobilized masked man. A masked man screams for help in horror as he is pierced by a red beam. The man in glasses looks at what happened in horror and mentally calls the attacker a bastard. The hooded killer grins maliciously as he shakes blood from his hand after the brutal massacre. He stands over the corpse with 2 knives, while the surviving Mick and his partner look at him in horror. The attacker holds a knife to the throat of a frightened Mick. Mick thinks the idea of such a monster existing is scary, but there is someone worse. He remembers a man in dark glasses who hunts his own kind. This man meets Mick and says that he was waiting for him, and Mick introduces himself. The man with glasses explains that they are not here to catch the killer. Later in the car, he tells Mick that he heard about what happened and asks if he lost his comrades. The passenger replies that they were all prepared to die, but their deaths were unusual. He adds that they do not work for the government, but their work is very important. Mick listens to him intently and thanks him for his attention. Elsewhere, the mercenaries are discussing their new Asian boss, wondering why he's buying all this stuff. The chief declares the territory in the mountains his private property for the next 2 weeks. After some time, the mercenaries are sitting by the fire and complaining that they don't train and are doing nonsense. Mick looks at them reproachfully and sarcastically suggests playing cards. He sternly tells them not to let their guards down, because they didn't come to a camp. 3 days later, at 7:23 in the evening, a bright blue glow appears in the mountains. A glowing portal appears in front of the mercenary team, and their leader is about to enter it. Mick raises his weapon, deciding that this time he will not sit idle. The boss, without glasses, orders them to protect the territory and not let anyone in. He says that Mick understands the seriousness of the situation and asks that everything be kept under control until his return. A worried Mick asks how long he will be gone. The boss replies that he will return in a week and enters the portal with a briefcase in his hand. Suddenly, one of the guards runs up to Mick and shouts that strange sounds are coming from the blue square. Mick immediately gives the order to prepare weapons, and everyone takes up fighting positions. They see someone's head begin to appear from a glowing portal on the ground. A bloodied monster with red eyes emerges from the portal, and the system reports the destruction of the dungeon. In his thoughts, the chief recalls how the wounded man lay in a pool of blood, sending Mick to another point. He thinks it's not easy to recover without a certain Yahello, but he wants to laugh at the fact that he closed the dungeon all by himself. He was helped by the glove of the Diva King, which protects against monster magic and allows one to avoid damage. His flame ring was broken, but in return he received a shadow ring with a useful stealth skill. Back at camp, he contemplates raising his intelligence to S rank and calls Mika over. He stuns Mick with the news that he has been promoted to director. The boss asks if John Clark told him about this and states that he has the right to make such a decision. Mick is confused and asks what he should do in his new position. The boss orders that Clark and other directors' actions be reported to him, calling it a measure for the organization's growth. He shares plans to create an association of awakened people in the future and manage them, so preparation is needed now. The action moves to John Clark's hideout, which was located in an abandoned building in Manhattan. In Mick's flashback, one of Clark's men shakes his hand and tells him that he is now their brother. The same man leads Mick and the chief down the stairs to the shelter. In the control center, agents monitor multiple screens, confident that they have installed cameras everywhere and their target will not be able to escape. Suddenly, a man in a green t-shirt appears behind them and says that he is already here, shocking the onlookers. In a flashback that happened 6 months ago, the same man smiles smugly, believing that this time his target will not be able to teleport or capture anyone. Back in the present, he asks about Joshua's case, and the agent replies that they have his house under constant surveillance. A video of long-haired blonde Joshua, which the agents managed to obtain, appears on one of the monitors. The agent reports that Joshua, the second benefactor, is simply busy with his work and is not doing anything suspicious. Joshua von Karjan is portrayed as an influential man who, through his business success, was able to raise his family's status. The white SUV stops abruptly at the side of the road. A man in a dark shirt and tie gets out of a car. The man in glasses tells him that the organization will grow, to which he replies that the man's work will become even more important. He approaches a building with a sign that reads Jonathan Investment, and the name echoes in his thoughts. As he drives away, he decides to stop thinking about work, which can make him tired just thinking about it. In the office, a blonde man named Jonathan is unhappy that his partner has disappeared without warning again and doesn't even check his email. Suddenly, he sees his partner in the office and, shocked, asks when he managed to arrive in New York. Jonathan thinks about the company's unprecedented growth, realizing that his partner will be angry about his disappearance. He reports that their net assets have grown by 200%, and now amount to about $300 billion. His partner calmly reflects that, taking into account Russian and Zillion companies, the total amount reaches $500 billion. Jonathan hands him a sealed envelope, saying that their successes have ultimately angered someone. The man opens the envelope and sees the date, September 15th, and inside is a summons to court for the following month. It's a stern warning from the House of Baileys, who threaten to bury the company in tax investigations if they don't follow instructions. He asks Jonathan when they were spotted, and he replies that it was a while ago. In his imagination, he finds himself under the spotlight, realizing that they want to use him as a puppet in someone else's theater. He tells Jonathan that the answer came later than he expected, but they can't let him discover his identity. Jonathan exclaims in rage that these bastards got a lot of money from them. The man holds a mask over his face, knowing that someone has already found out who he really is. But this information cannot be allowed to spread. The first reason he hides his identity is because his parents, who, if discovered, would live under the supervision of bodyguards, like in a prison. In addition, the whole world will be watching his every move, which will greatly hinder him from raising his level. Jonathan suggests reporting the conflict with the bail house to the pension committee to try to confront them. But his partner is confident that the committee is too weak and will not risk the profits it receives from their company. He orders a stunned Jonathan to seek a meeting with the president of the Russian Federation and the Prime Minister of Japan. Jonathan, perplexed, asks again about the pension funds of the Russian and Japanese governments, but receives a short no in response. A man looks angrily at an imaginary detonator with a U.S. flag on it, about to pull the U.S. national debt. Jonathan covers his face with his hand in despair, saying that they will try to avoid getting involved in something like this, but his partner orders them to buy out the debts. He is sure that after this, they will not be able to do anything. Jonathan is horrified to think that this guy is trying to start World War III. The man apologizes, saying he shouldn't have allowed this to happen, but immediately adds that he knew it would happen at least once. He continues that they will not back down even if they have to use the Isle of Man and London accounts equivalent to the entire value of the New York group. Jonathan has difficulty saying that it is now $300 billion. This amount is approximately equal to the annual budget for the U.S. Defense Forces. If they use all their assets, something far worse than war could happen. And lastly, Jonathan, we must make sure that the House of Bail knows of our intentions. A blonde man named Jonathan agrees to go himself, and his boss mentally notes that this is the last chance to prevent a war. The two men walk forward confidently, determined to show everyone who they really are. The dark-haired man orders Jonathan not to do anything without his signal, to which he replies that he himself is already on edge. A new character appears, the United States Secretary of the Treasury named Ed. The dark-haired man says that he would like to meet the president, but it's not bad as is, since they all work as a single organism. He asks Ed to listen carefully, as he is currently considering an important question. The Minister of Finance calmly replies that they are not in his office, and suggests that they discuss everything, as they have plenty of time. Ed dismissively says he's only holding back because of the guy's age, and asks if LTCM isn't an important asset. The explanation states that LTCM is a hedge fund that went bankrupt after losing a financial war with Russia, but is now part of the New York group. The dark-haired guy looks sternly at the minister and states that he has a large debt to them, and asks if he is going to pay it off. Minister Ed looks puzzled and asks again about the debt he knew nothing about. A guy surrounded by a dark aura explains that they picked up the rotting corpses of the hedge fund and prevented a second Great Depression. Ed is furious and shouts that it's a lie, and they did it solely to line their pockets. Jonathan intervenes, telling the minister that he understands Sang-hoo's anger. The irritated minister asks about the public hearings, suspecting that the whole thing was started just for them. Jonathan replies that Sang-hoo may be young, but he is still his boss and he had no intention of interfering. A man with an eye patch asks if they have heard from their sponsors that they will not have a single asset in core. Sang-hoo gets up to leave and says that all these problems are only because of the minister. Thoughts reveal that this man curses people with economic jargon, because in this world, everyone sharpens knives for unimaginable sums. Sang-hoo says that this situation only happened because his opponent doesn't understand the seriousness of the situation. He threatens to freeze Japan's bonds right now, and the minister is horrified to realize that he will then simply change his target to the yen. Against the backdrop of the missiles, Sun-hoo speculates that Japan may not want to cooperate, as they are still recovering from the aftermath of the 1,990 seconds. The minister's hand is shaking. He didn't expect to hear a declaration of war in Bail House, and doesn't understand that he could lose everything. Jonathan asks Sang-hoo to stop talking nonsense, but he replies that he is ready to lose, because he just needs to get everything back. The minister and the young man stare at each other tensely. Jonathan tells the minister with a smile that the boy is only 15, and admits that he too underestimated him at first. The minister grabs the door handle, declaring that they are causing too much trouble, and promises not to post any information about Sang-hoo. As he leaves, he points his finger at them and warns them not to forget that this is just a small mistake made by some lower classes. Having squeezed his head through the doorway, the minister finally demands that the issue with the pension fund be resolved. In the car, Jonathan laughs, repeating the minister's words, and Sang-hoo says that it was a real pleasure. The narrative goes that the U.S. Treasury Department raised the white flag, as if the S-rank monster had surrendered itself. Sang-hoo realizes that they are still not afraid of him and decides to make sure that they don't even think about challenging him. The story begins with 3 stages that humanity has experienced. The first of which is the idiocy of governments and large entrepreneurs. The second stage was mutual destruction using nuclear weapons. The third stage was the Civil War, which was unleashed by 8 evils and 8 benefactors. If the problems of the first stage had been resolved in time, nothing would have happened, since most of the monsters could have been defeated with ordinary weapons. As the economy collapsed, the world order collapsed, and nuclear weapons were used again and again. Sang-hoo in the car thinks that this day will return, But this time, humanity will not fall. Looking at the city at night, he dreams of such a future, and therefore he needs to increase his financial strength. The blonde man tells San on the phone with a grin that it all started because Gold Online collapsed. Sun mentally notes that about 80% will be lost and replies that yesterday's NASDAQ index was 5,239. He drinks from his mug, realizing that history is changing a little, and he needs to be prepared for the index to fall below 1,000. The upcoming events are being compared to the mortgage crisis of 2008, which led the global economy into the Great Recession. San explains that it all started with the currency crisis in Asia, or more precisely, with the attack on South Korea. Looking at his reflection in the water, he continues that the crisis has spread around the world, affecting Mexico and Russia, causing interest rates to fall. This situation, together with the illusions of the new millennium, created the dot-com bubble. Sun says he meant to say something else, namely that the Federal Reserve will continue to lower rates to soften the blow to the market. The interlocutor asks how long this will last, and San replies that by the end of 2001, the rate will fall below 1%. The blonde, with a sly smile, understands that in this case the answer lies in real estate, the value of which will rise. But Sun warns of a real problem, a bomb that will explode between 2007 and 2008. His friend, horrified, asks what he is talking about. Sun, looking at the Twin Towers, replies that he is talking about the development of the global economy, whose financial sector will be paralyzed. He lists a chain of domino events, from the collapse of the Korean fund and the dot-com bubble to terrorism, wars, and the subprime mortgage crisis. It's all a cause and effect relationship in the financial system, where every event has a cause. Sun concludes that the bets in Hong Kong and Russia are profitable and promises to send an action plan when he returns to Korea. Already in his office, he understands that the plan needs to be sent quickly, but it is difficult to draw up due to factors that cannot be controlled. He reflects on the September 11th attacks, which will become the United States' weakest point. San clutches his head in despair, realizing that the scandalous attack will destroy the symbol of the global economy, and it will be much worse than just a shock. He wonders why only weak monsters attacked on the first day, when the 7 demon kings could have wiped out humanity instantly. Deciding not to leave any records of his thoughts, he begins to type out a proposal capable of convincing 3,000 geniuses. His thoughts turn to the US presidential election and the new president's connection to the Gulf War unleashed by his father. At this time, the woman in glasses calls her boss and asks if he has seen the proposal. She insists with a tear on her cheek that once a boss, always a boss. But her interlocutor interrupts her, saying that such matters are not discussed over the phone. The woman hangs up, saying that she will come herself now and asks her to wait. She bursts into the room, shouting that the proposal, although it sounds like a fairy tale, is quite possible, recalling the unexpected fall of Russia. The man at the computer calmly replies that this time they are on a different level, and that is not why he called. A tired, gray-haired man appears, complaining that he hasn't slept a wink since they are not responsible for the money invested. He clutches his head in despair, thinking that the genius of the proposal can only be relied upon once, but not with such a high stake. Jessica, the woman with glasses, asks who they are to doubt whether they are Rothschilds or Morgans. She puts her hand on his head and asks if there's something the boss doesn't understand. Jessica explains that they were given all the necessary ingredients and their task was simply to prepare the final dish. She whispers in his ear that they are not farmers or fishermen, and that their work is completely different. The man blushes as she hugs him, saying that there is a whole group of experts on the opposite side, and they are fighting alone. Later that night, a gray-haired man in a robe looks out the window at the city while Jessica sleeps in bed. In the morning, over a cup of coffee, he reflects that such precise macroeconomic analysis requires a team of at least 100 people. He thinks that the management of their competitors is probably working overtime right now to cope with the situation. Meanwhile, Sana is met by a man with an umbrella who says that the general director asks to take him to her. In the car with the woman in the purple dress, Sun learns that surveillance of executives has become the norm, but this problem will soon be solved. The woman hands him a folder with words for him to look at. Sun studies the asset management report of General Investments. This foreign firm has captured 25% of the Korean economy, and its departure will cause a new crisis. The woman in the car says the government understands this and mentions Director Park Chung-sik, nicknamed the Lord of Wealth. San interrupts her, ordering her to continue supporting the director so that in the future, he will be known as the King of Wealth. He reminds her that they need to make everyone forget that their company is foreign. In the next scene, someone reflects on the fact that he will soon be sent to the other side of the world for 6 months. In a family setting, San's father asks him where he plans to live in America. Son replies that he was promised housing near the company's office in Manhattan. Father proudly says that San is very pleased and has succeeded faster than his father. He offers his son a drink, but his wife reproachfully stops him. Son fondly remembers drinking with his father while trying to survive on Wall Street. Father says his favorite phrase about life being like conquering mountain peaks. He continues that one can always rest or start over, and that there are many mountains in the world. The father anxiously asks his son not to take everything on his shoulders and to come back if it becomes too difficult. He and his mother hug, promising that they will always wait for him. In 2000, Son is standing at the airport looking at the world billionaire rankings for December 1997. He is pleased to think that neither his name nor his nationality were revealed. The girl next to him is nervous, but he calmly says that he warned her. She asks why everyone is afraid of him. San replies that everyone except the driver, who rather reveres him. He notes that the girl has changed a lot, and her skills have improved significantly. The scene changes to a group of people in winter gear looking at a blue portal in the snow. The driver from the previous scene hands San a sword, saying that this is what he asked for. San hands the sword to his companion, saying that it is hers. The girl is enveloped in blue energy as soon as she takes the sword in her hands. The rest of the group watches what is happening in shock. The girl smirks and remarks that the sword isn't as good as the one from the dungeon, but it's still usable. San thinks that their shock is not surprising, because Yan-hee can handle them without skills. The driver asks worriedly how soon they will be back. San replies that in 5 days, and he and Yan-hee leave. Inside the dungeon, the quest Painful Whips is activated, and Sun realizes that the enemies will take him by numbers. He grins confidently, saying that these are not bugs. He informs Yan-hee that their goal is to close the dungeon in 5 days, and he will not be using his special ability. Soon advises her to get used to the improved characteristics and use them in real combat without auxiliary items. Suddenly he stops and says that they are here. Strange, furry creatures with glowing eyes appear from behind the rocks. Yan-hee is curious about how fluffy they are and questions their danger. The next moment, the cute creatures turn into fanged monsters. The monsters charge in, and Yan-hee volunteers to try her hand. Her eyes glow red, and the system informs her that the Aegis gaze skill has been activated. A girl with glowing eyes stands in the center, while tentacle monsters attack her from all sides. The guy watches her and thinks that she defeated a third of the enemies in one fell swoop, and her skill is simply incredible. 2 small fanged monsters rush straight at her with a squeal. She cold-bloodedly stabs one of the monsters with her dagger. The girl furiously hacks at the monsters, standing on a mountain of their bloody bodies. Her eye glows purple. She breathes heavily and whispers that she understands. An indescribable bloodlust sparkled in Yan-hee's eyes, as her superiority over the army affected her emotions. The guy decides that she still needs to train, and remembers that he was the first victim of her training. In his memory, on the border between dream and reality, he experienced an unpleasant feeling of helplessness. This force invaded his mind, absorbing his consciousness. He runs up to a trembling Yan-hee and asks worriedly if she is okay. Yan-hee recoiled in horror when she saw part of his memories and whispered that this was hell. She had a vision of the 7 demon kings, which was too much even for her. He decides that she needs to learn not to assimilate with the target, otherwise she would die. He thinks that the second evil could only use the Aegis sight because he had not yet awakened. A system message appears about completing the Painful Whips quest and receiving 1,500 points. Another man thinks they completed the dungeon in 3 days instead of 5. If they didn't have to wait for their skills to cool down, they would have finished even faster, and Yan-hee's support level would have increased. After the incident with the Demon Kings, she began to harden her heart, and her weak personality became stronger. Yan-hee works hard for the sake of meeting the Demon Kings and for him, who needs to become even stronger. He recalled the locations of the dungeons in order to close them and gain an advantage in the testing ground. A boy and a girl are walking together. His white t-shirt is spattered with blood. Once it was confirmed that dungeons were no longer a problem, there was no reason to hold back. Thanks to clearing dungeons in North America, Yan-hee's stats have increased by 1 level. While Yan-hee was getting used to the new characteristics, he went to close the dungeons alone. 3 black SUVs are driving along a deserted road, and in a dialogue, they are discussing the points they have accumulated. In 2 months, they closed 15 dungeons, and he was just a little bit away from opening the diamond box. Recently, she began whispering the names of her skills in her sleep, such as body healing. Their two companions are sleeping in the car, and the guy thinks that they all had to go through a lot. The driver asks where they are going and is ordered to take Route 15. The girl asks in surprise why they are going to the hotel and if there is a dungeon there. Cars stop in the rain and someone shouts at him not to dare go back on his word. Yeon-hee, in a beautiful evening dress, happily runs forward and offers to play. The guy in the tuxedo is drinking whiskey and thinks their behavior is a little embarrassing. He approaches the girl and, with a smile, invites her to go to a quieter place. She blushes shyly and readily agrees. They come to a quiet VIP room where they can better focus on the game. A man approaches them and joyfully exclaims what a coincidence it is to meet the CEO here. The girl doesn't understand who it is, and the guy tries to remember where he has seen him before. She politely greets the head of the department, and the guy stares at this man. The girl, holding her companion's arm, introduces him as her lover. The head of the department grins ominously, and the girl whispers to the guy that he is the hospital's sponsor and that he is very annoying. The man invites them to play a game of poker since they met at the casino. The guy asks him about Hansel Group, and the girl asks if he knows it. They show information about a medical corporation known for its good deeds. Their opponent explains that many companies with bad reputations have tried to contact them. In his mind, he mocks the couple, considering them beggars, and boasts about his poker face. The man drops his cards in horror, and the guy asks his companion if she used her skills. The guy calmly announces the end of the game, which enrages the losing man. The loser, in anger, orders his men to search the couple, convinced that they are cheating. Suddenly, the man shouts that they need to return to Korea immediately because he remembered something. He pushes his subordinate away and orders everyone to pack their things, fearing that his house will burn down. The guy says it was just a guess, and the girl doesn't want her vacation to be ruined. The girl happily asks about 2 days, while the guy looks at his phone, intending to sort something out. He calls a certain Mick and asks him to meet him at the back entrance of the hotel. During the game, the dealer looks closely at the card in his hand. The guy mentally notes that the dealer is completely unable to control his emotions. Sitting at the table, he feels someone's gaze on him and understands that this is not simple curiosity. He reflects on the fact that he might be noticed even when he is not using his ability. The guy gets up from the table and asks Mick on the phone to meet him at the back door. He stands alone in the alley near the hotel building. Suddenly, someone attacks the red-haired guy from behind and starts choking him. The red-haired guy lies defeated on the ground, and one of the protagonist's men is surprised at how weak he was. It turns out that this guy is a stalker, whose class allows him to track monsters and awakened ones. In the flashback, the stalker watches the couple, noting that the man runs a chain of restaurants and the woman arrived alone. The girl tells the captured stalker that they were not caught on camera and there will be no investigation. The main character stands with his arms crossed over his chest, shown through a distorted frame. The stalker is outraged that he was strangled, but the guy replies that it is his own fault for being followed. Suddenly, the pursuer freezes in place, unable to move due to the girl's dark aura. He realizes in horror that he cannot move, and his face is distorted with fear. Under the influence of magic, he climbs over the railing of a balcony at a great height against his will. The protagonist calmly asks him if he now understands that driving him to suicide will not be difficult. In a panic, the stalker shouts that he will explain everything and tell the reason for the surveillance. He is thrown away from the railing and falls to the floor with a scream. The guy assumes that the reason for the surveillance is the pursuer's class or some kind of task. The red-haired guy, embarrassed, shouts that it wasn't him and that he didn't receive such assignments. The protagonist, surrounded by an ominous aura, asks why one should believe him. He advises not to come up with stupid schemes, since his girlfriend knows how to look into the soul. The status of a stalker named Leon is shown, who awakened at the graduation ceremony. Leon had encountered awakened ones before, but they weren't like the first evil, so he was lucky. Leon desperately asks to be accepted into the team, promising to try his best. The narrator muses that it doesn't matter what Leon's true motives are, as stalker skills are essential for closing high-ranking dungeons. The black-haired protagonist coldly tells Leon to get in, as he himself asked for it. The man in glasses says that Leon is not dangerous and advises to teach him a lesson if he does not obey. The protagonist clarifies that the lesson must be such that Leon does not die. He thinks Leon will be useful as an ally, but he will have to be eliminated if he refuses to cooperate, because that is the burden of a pursuer. Suddenly, an ominous question arises in his mind. Whose side is he on? Returning to the room, he tells the woman that he sent Leon to the training center and that she shouldn't worry too much. A woman with tears in her eyes asks if a system that forces the awakened which she created to kill each other is evil. He replies that the system simply wants to make them stronger. And that is the opinion of the 8 benefactors. He advises her not to try to understand the system's true intentions, but to simply use it to become stronger. The woman extends her hand and offers to begin the main event. 30 silver and 30 gold boxes appear around him, foreshadowing an event more exciting than gambling. Under the mesmerizing lights of Las Vegas, his status appears, showing that all stats except health have risen to D rank. More than a year has passed, and he, already in field clothes, is talking on the phone, mentioning banking. He tells his interlocutor that now is not the time to talk about entering the real estate mortgage business. The interlocutor, a fair-haired man, asks him to be patient, as this opportunity cannot be missed. A man, sitting in his office overlooking the city, asks on the phone how long he has to wait. Upon hearing the answer, he says, puzzled, that he will figure everything out and asks to focus on short-term projects for now. After hanging up, he praises a certain Jonathan and tells him to work hard to make their group an empire. Suddenly, a vision of a monster with purple eyes appears, saying that he is trying to gain power. A purple dragon hovers over the city, and a voice clarifies that it is about power over the Rothschilds. The protagonist tells his partner that it is difficult to pinpoint a specific date, but this event will definitely happen again. He confidently states that the Kosovo War and the Texas gubernatorial elections are still proceeding without any significant changes. His eyes glow an ominous red, and he says that after this day, they will find themselves right in the living room of their enemies. 4 months later, the plane is flying through the sky. The protagonist and his companion enter a luxurious hall, and she admires this glorious place. They notice 2 elderly men, and the protagonist realizes that they are the Rothschilds. His companion whispers that these people look connected to the Rothschild banks, and he confirms that the salon belongs to that family. He asks her with a smile if she knows what the Rothschilds do. She replies that she once thought it was a stupid story, but now they themselves are not far from it. She adds that now it doesn't feel so unusual anymore. Her sensitivity has increased to C rank, so she can easily overhear a conversation about ending a quarter with a 9% price increase. He thinks that he came to show Woo Yun-hee this part of the world. But it so happened that they caught the employees of the Rothschild banks in a serious conspiracy. They eavesdrop on bankers discussing a meeting with the Federal Reserve and the U.S. Treasury, confident that they will agree. He notes that the gold cartel seems to want to develop a market in its area of focus. Looking at his watch, he tells Woo Yun-hee that life is harsh, and they shouldn't think that they are the only ones living in a different world. Suddenly, the woman screams in pain and clutches her head. A minute ago, the news reported that at 8:46, a passenger plane crashed into the World Trade Center. A blonde man on the phone urgently asks Jonathan if he has touched the accounts he was ordered to freeze. In a panic, the man shouts at Jonathan to quickly get rid of all the shares of the souvenir company. This event was not just an aviation accident, and the market will soon realize this. Jillian, who is in the same situation, and Jessica, who is near the Isle of Man, receive messages. Daniel, who recently achieved independence from the same Isle of Man, also received a text message. On August 11th, at 8:48 New York time, the man notes that the date has changed, but the time has not. The whole market has turned into a huge fire sale, and the blonde guy on the phone suggests it's being funded by London and the Isle of Man. Sang-hoo is ordered to pull out all the staff first, while a shocked woman stands next to him. The narrator mentions the 2 highest mountains of world finance, Wall Street in New York and the City of London. New York was attacked, but even that wasn't as shocking as what happened in London, as if a war had started. Among the few who are able to act quickly is the protagonist, who sends his companion back to the house. A group of 4 university students decided to put their investment plans into action on September 11th. And they were incredibly lucky. But this incredible luck did not lead to anything good, because the U.S. authorities launched an investigation. This case became the beginning of a new patriotic act, and there was a reason why an Arab was among the students. Behind this were Arab terrorist forces that were siphoning billions of dollars from the oil and real estate markets. Jillian apologizes for keeping you waiting and says that a real disaster has happened. The hero agrees that no department could have predicted this, and asks if Jillian received his message. Jillian confirms that they were able to take action before the attacks were officially confirmed, but there was not time to close all positions. They could have lost much more, but such disasters are beyond their control, and what is more important is what is happening now. Jillian worries that this event will be the impetus for something bigger. The hero suddenly asks if Jillian invested in oil, which shocks him. A dark aura appears behind the hero, and he thinks that he needs to meet them as soon as possible. The president goes on TV and says that the largest building in America has collapsed, but not America itself. He promises that the United States will respond to the act of terrorism with due force, and the perpetrators will be found and killed. Jillian recalls cultivating relationships with billionaires in the hopes that they would one day join the Jonathan Group. He thinks of Prince Valaman, the first heir of the Saudi dynasty, and his henchman, Prince Alid. Jillian speculates that his preparations are perfect for the situation and suspects that they want to take money out of the US oil market. He recalls being about to be fired after losing in Thailand and Hong Kong when he was told someone had arrived. It was a young Asian man whose age was difficult to determine, and his proposal was rather strange. The stranger suggested that Jillian would not be held liable for any losses as long as she followed the production department's plan. Jillian then thought with doubt that this could not be the same director's department. In another flashback, Jillian calls someone and asks them to track down a person. He describes an Asian man no older than 20 years old with the alias Ethan, sends a photo and orders an immediate search. Jillian searches for him through the cameras, and the voice in his head suggests that he just say so if he is not happy with the position. The young man promises Jillian independence and guarantees complete legal control. Jillian trembles with fear, and the young man defiantly offers him to report him if he wants. He thinks the guy wants to leave him, but then he realizes that this opportunity may surpass even Jonathan himself. Jillian wonders how this guy even came back and if he actually became the devil. The young man smiles ominously and says that everything has just begun, advising to be careful. The blonde in the present tense is amazed to think that the hero knew about everything in advance. But this is simply impossible. The president continues his speech on TV, promising that they are looking for terrorists and those who give them shelter, and everyone will be punished. Jeffrey K. asks on the phone for a list of banks. He demands a list of banks that are potential targets. There are dummies with red targets in the training room. A man wearing a mask and holding a knife in his hand prepares to begin the test. He begins the training by turning and attacking one of the dummies. As he spins, he quickly hits several targets at once with his knife. A close-up is shown of his knife plunging straight into the center of the target. When he finishes, he breathes heavily, and a voice announces his time. 2 minutes, 23 seconds. The observer reports that the fighter has destroyed all 26 targets and asks the dark-haired guy for his opinion. The dark-haired guy, Leon, says that the fighter's movements are so-so, but he can be useful. The fighter takes off his mask and is called by the codename Chip Casino. The casino chip turns to Leon and his companions to ask a question. He asks directly whether their organization is connected to the recent terrorist attack. Leon interrupts him irritably, stating that they are now facing a much greater threat. The entire group heads towards a glowing blue portal that is opened in the middle of the forest. The casino chip asks in surprise if this is a dungeon and receives an affirmative answer. The girl introduces herself as Mar and calls their leader by the codename Odin. As the portal's light envelops them, the narrator explains that the awakened are treated differently in this world. A system window appears about the start of the Declan extermination quest, and Mar addresses Casino Chip, calling him an officer. Inside the dungeon, Odin says that there is someone behind the door, and the officer looks there in fear. One orders the officer to go inside so he can see everything for himself, which shocks him. One kicks the door down, pushing the officer straight into the room. A monstrous, dog-like monster rushes at him from the darkness. Mar jumps over the monster, raising his daggers above it. She deals a series of blows to the monster, and a notification appears about the activation of the blindness effect. One coldly orders the terrified officer to finish off the monster. He confirms that it is an immobilized monster and again orders the officer to kill it. He yells at Casino Chip that if he doesn't kill the monster, he will die himself. In a flashback, Mar says they will have to adjust to his low F rank. Odin explains to Mar that this dungeon is a test for the Casino Chip, so she can't use advanced skills. Mar asks with concern what will happen if he fails the exam. One replies that in this case he won't have to get his hands dirty. In the present, Odin asks how many more monsters are ahead, and the officer guesses that there are more than 10. One explains their roles in the group, calling himself the tank, the officer the damage dealer, and Mar the healer. He says that he will distract the enemies. The officer should attack, and Mar will treat any wounds. One convinces him that with such a distribution of roles, they will not die. But the officer still has doubts. One takes off his shirt, reminding the officer about the day of beginnings, and that this dungeon is just a simple training session. He shows the seal on his chest, explaining that it is not a tattoo and is only visible to the awakened. He calls it the seal of escape and says it can be passed on to another by tearing off a piece of skin. One offers the officer a choice: escape with the seal or stay with their group, which has the highest chance of survival. The officer, with a determined look, declares that he will go with them and asks for forgiveness for the weakness he has shown. A brutal battle in which he fights off a fanged creature comes to his mind. After fighting 10 Anubis, he was on the verge of madness. The girl thinks it's cruel to send him to the exam in such a state, but the black-haired guy says that he will use Valder's silence. Valder's silence is the most powerful emotional healing skill, whose effectiveness increases dramatically after ascending to S rank. Observers say the boy looks pathetic and resembles a whining child who needs to be taken to his mother. For a girl named Yeon-hee, her family is a trigger that disrupts her mental stability. Even when she became rich, her relationship with her family never improved. The dark-haired guy reflects that camaraderie is useful, but there is no point in showing excessive caution and attention to the newcomer. A system message appears about the skill being activated, and the guy being healed looks ahead in surprise. Mar tells him that his consciousness is now clear, and that is the power of a healer. The guy is delighted that she can heal more than just physical wounds and thanks her profusely. Mar smiles and advises him to prepare for what comes next, mentioning that she too was hired without military training. Having come to his senses, the guy walks next to Mar and shyly thanks her. The black-haired man watches them go, wondering if the newcomer will run away or fight for the team's survival. Before them stands a decapitated but still living Anubis, covered in blood. His severed head on the ground expresses bewilderment at how such evil could be defeated. The guy is thrown to the ground with a scream by a powerful blow. He looks at the bloody dagger in his hand and sees the dead Mar in the reflection of the past battle. The black-haired boy lies in a pool of blood, thinking that the monster is making its final move, but he can barely stand on his feet. Someone with a face in the shadows cuts a piece of flesh with runes from the body of a defeated monster. The guy, in despair, remembers that the escape seal can be transferred by tearing off a piece of skin and shouts that this is how it should be. He looms over the bleeding black-haired man, whose eye glows ominously red. The test is over, and the image of a casino chip appears in the dying man's mind. After leaving the dungeon, Yeon-hee cried for a long time at the funeral without a body, mourning that very casino chip. Someone's hand lands on a stack of documents saying that there is nothing to see here and everything needs to be put in order. A man in a white suit talks about the Federal Reserve and how the idiot from Bailey House must be furious. His interlocutor, Jonathan, laughs, and the narrator notes that he has now become much more confident in himself. The narrative explains that the US government does not print dollars. They come from the Federal Reserve. This is why the House of Commons is a debtor, and the financial conglomerates that control the Federal Reserve are creditors. At dinner, a man, cutting a steak, says that everything is fine if it is because of him. Yeon-hee replies that they need new team members. The black-haired man thinks that she is trying to convince him, but they will not raise the awakened ones themselves. He asks with a grin if she has decided to cooperate and assures her that everything is going according to plan. In response to her bewilderment, he explains that there is a guy who understands people much better than they do. Elsewhere, a man with long white hair receives a report about a certain cat, in whose case there are already more than 30 suspects. They look for him not only in psychiatric hospitals, but also on the city streets among ordinary people. The man in the restaurant thinks that this cat might already be using the chase skill and tells Yeon-hee to return to Seoul. The action moves to Germany, to the city of Berlin. A young man with glasses, Leonard Lee, receives a call from Berlin Telecom, who want to meet because of a serious problem with his line. Leonard's inner voice notes that the bait has been cast for Joshua, and it's time for him to take the hook. Leonard sees a man in a suit approaching and assumes that it might be the fourth benefactor. He remembers a man who reached the top without any special skills or equipment, and whom he once admired. The man in the suit asks if he is from Berlin Telecom, and Leonard thinks that the man has noticed something about him. Leonard realizes that the man is trying to say something by turning his head, and this shows the characteristics of a stalker. The man introduces himself as Michael and invites Leonard to sit down somewhere else for a long conversation. A week later, Leonard is at the shooting range, preparing to shoot at targets. He fires his pistol with concentration, showing complete focus. The target is hit right in the head, demonstrating his excellent sniper skills. Michael is amazed by his skills, and Leonard modestly replies that he tried. Leonard reflects on the training camp, noting that their focus on firearms proves their inexperience in dungeons. On the phone, he tells Michael that he wants to meet with the chairman, whom they have been following for a week. Michael smiles and asks for time, saying that the chairman will return tonight. Leonard looks forward to finally seeing him. A gray-haired man named Joshua extends his hand and introduces himself to Leonard Lee. Joshua reflects on how the dungeons are not a treasure trove, but a real hell. He informs the group that the first team of 2 awakened and 4 mercenaries has not returned. Michael says that this time the chairman himself will join them, and Leonard realizes that the time has come to make a decision. Michael looks at Leonard challengingly and asks if he is a scared cat or not. Leonard, already equipped, thinks that no awakened has ever survived, having succumbed to dreams of luxurious rewards. He recalls that he trained hard all year for this moment. Michael fatherly advises him to stay close, as talent without experience will not be enough. Leonard assumes that Michael is looking after him because they are the only Asians in the group, and thinks that in a past life he would have been grateful. The plan to take over the dungeon revolved around assassins who led teams of 2 awakened and 6 mercenaries. Michael whispers to Leonard that their leader Oliver sees him as a waste of space, and he needs to prove otherwise. Sitting in the back of a truck, Leonard decides he's going to turn their minds upside down. Someone clenches their fist and chants that they are the chosen ones. Joshua gives a rousing speech to the squad, raising their morale. Joshua shakes Leonard's hand, thanking him for his faith and promising to share the rewards fairly. Leonard says the chairman inspired him, and Joshua privately notes the guy's serious attitude. As Leonard enters the cave, he reflects that whatever Joshua's true intentions, he is doing this for a reason. Inside the dungeon, the mercenaries' equipment suddenly stops working, and they begin to panic. Michael also discovers that his gun has broken, and Leonard notes the onset of mass hysteria. A huge monster, similar to a minotaur, appears before them from the lair of the War Clan warriors. One of the squad members puts his finger to his lips, calling for everyone to be quiet. The group approaches a large gate and is warned that one of them is behind the door. The squad forms a battle formation, with tanks leading the way and awakened units with close combat skills in the vanguard. As a newcomer, Leonard has been placed in the rear, where he plans to watch Joshua and Michael in action. A muscular fighter from the vanguard begins to force open the heavy gate. As soon as the gates open, a monstrous hand pierces the fighter's head, shocking everyone else. An enraged minotaur with a glowing red eye appears from behind the gate. The frightened awakened try to attack him with magic, but their spells are too weak. One of the fighters screams in horror that nothing is working, because their low-level skills cannot even scratch the monster's skin. The Minotaur easily repels their attacks, scattering people to the sides. Leonard watches the panic with dispassion, realizing that this crowd is incapable of rational thought. He suggests that one of the fighters distract the monster so that it can attack from behind. The fighter screams in despair that they will die anyway and asks them to be more careful. Leonard calmly replies that he doesn't think there is any need for caution. The Minotaur roars and charges, his eyes blazing with fury. The group's leader, Joshua, is paralyzed with terror by the onslaught of the monster. Leonard grins and thinks that it was worth coming here, because Joshua is clearly worth his attention. Suddenly, the first benefactor, Joshua, overcomes his fear and rushes at the monster with a knife. Following him, the fourth benefactor, Michael, rushes into the attack. Through the madness of battle, the clang of swords striking the Minotaur's tough hide can be heard. Eventually, with their combined efforts, they kill the monster, which falls to the ground in a pool of blood. The crowd cheers, praising the chairman, and everyone begins to calm down little by little. Leonard grimly counts the losses, because for the sake of one Minotaur, a dozen people died, including 5 awakened ones. The thrill of victory quickly fades when survivors see the bodies of their comrades. Michael anxiously reports that 8 War Clan warriors are waiting for them behind the next door. The squad turns out to be unprepared for such a number of enemies, and the Minotaurs immediately begin to kill them. Leonard notes that Michael was able to overcome his fear once he realized that physical attacks worked. However, there are too many enemies, and one of the monsters throws Michael back with a powerful blow. Joshua treats the wounded man, reflecting that it would have taken years to clear such a dungeon in the past. He watches the development of the benefactors with interest, but admits that it is not easy to simply watch from the outside. Suddenly, one of the Minotaur's heads explodes, shocking Joshua. He watches with detachment as the monsters throw his people around like toys. Another warrior dies when the monster tears his head off with one blow. Leonard addresses the terrified survivors, asking what will happen next if things were so hard for them in the beginning. His red eye flashing, he coldly asks if they really want everyone to die. Joshua checks Leonard's background and is confused when he sees only an F rank and no skills. He accuses Leonard of deception, But Leonard responds by demanding that Joshua tell him about his plans for the future. Joshua sternly warns him not to cross the line and reveal his identity. Leonard smiles ominously, asking if Joshua wants to know what will happen if he actually crosses the line. Michael tries to calm Leonard down, and Joshua tensely asks what he wants. Leonard replies that he wants everyone to survive, and asks them to look at what is happening. He points at them and says that everyone is in a panic and the leaders can't even protect themselves. Joshua bitterly thanks him for saving him and sarcastically asks if he would like to take over as leader. Leonard puts his hand on his shoulder and says that this is Joshua's command, but he needs to listen carefully. He squeezes his shoulder so hard that Joshua winces in pain. Leonard hugs him from behind and whispers powerfully that he is his now. Leonard says with disdain that he has realized Joshua's true goal is not to help them, but to get closer to them. Joshua cheekily replies that Leonard can think whatever he wants, because the main thing is that he hooked them. Leonard grins and asks if Joshua will act the same way outside since he doesn't know a lot. He asks Michael to leave them for a minute, hinting that his name is also not real. Leonard offers Joshua a partnership, promising half of Berlin Telecom's shares and $100 million. Joshua interrupts him, saying they're not done with the dungeon yet, but Leonard insists he's talking about their shared survival. Joshua doubts the value of the offer, but Leonard assures him that he has never even heard of such an organization. Leonard tells about the secret organization Billion, which rules the world and consists of financiers and politicians. He proposes to join forces and rise to the top of the new world together. Joshua grins and apologizes, stating that this is why he will not allow Leonard to escape his grip. When Leonard asks him, confused, what he's thinking, Joshua suggests he figure it out for himself, promising to only give him the basics. He condescendingly calls Leonard a child and says that he needs his helping hand. Leonard is furious, his eyes glowing red, and he screams that Joshua is going too far. A system notification appears about the creation of an attacking union of 5 parties and the receipt of a bonus in the form of a gold box. Joshua reflects that the reward is disappointing and suspects that the system is meant to make everything easy. The group receives the blessing of perseverance, and Joshua explains to Leonard that he too can now form such groups. Joshua is elected as the head of the association, and all eyes turn to him. Now that an outsider has taken over command, assassins have become completely useless. They decide that all important issues will be decided by voting with different weights of votes. A similar method of distributing votes is used in the City of London to prevent one person from seizing all power. The first question on the revolution vote is the fate of the mercenaries, and the first option is to use them as porters. Other options include distributing supplies to the awoken and imprisoning the mercenaries to prevent a riot. The mercenaries are decided to be used as human shields, and one of them shouts in rage at Joshua, who coldly replies that the world is cruel. The mercenaries' resistance is crushed, and Joshua remembers that in the original story they did not survive at all. Joshua reflects on how some benefactors became enemies because of their friendships with mercenaries. Leonard asks if Joshua voted against it, but he replies that it would only cause confusion. Joshua warns that if this continues, Leonard's group will defect to him, which none of them want. Leonard irritably suggests that Joshua just stay out of this matter. Joshua smiles and offers to leave right now if that's what Leonard wants. Leonard is shaking with anger, and Joshua advises him to stop looking at him like that. As he leaves, Joshua threatens that if he sees that look again, the next topic for voting will be Leonard's life. Joshua recalls that when the battle began, everyone was hoping for his intervention, but he kept it to a minimum. The tied-up mercenaries continued to scream furiously, begging to simply kill them. When one of the Awakens suggests using mercenaries as bait, 8 people cannot withstand such cruelty. Michael approaches Joshua and says that something needs to be done because everyone is waiting for his word. Joshua, resting, replies that he will only vote, otherwise the chairman will not be able to command anyone. Everyone around him, including Leonard, looks at him with tension and bewilderment. Joshua stands up and tells the leader of the association to do as he himself voted. He asks Michael to translate that he has complete confidence in the leader's choice, and Leonard covers his face with his hand in despair. As the head of this union, Leonard, his red eye flashing, announces a re-vote. Leonard says there may be problems, but he believes this method is the best at the moment, looking at Joshua with distrust. Joshua smirks smugly, thinking that Leonard did the right thing by deciding to minimize his influence. Leonard's plan is to free the mercenaries Joshua has negotiated with for higher pay. At this time, a group of awakened ones desperately fights monsters in the dungeon. The fight is not going in their favor, and one of the fighters shouts that they are being pushed back. Joshua screams in rage, demanding that they stop relying on him and show what they can do. In a flashback, Joshua asks Leonard to make sure there are no casualties, promising to take care of the rest. Leonard remembers that very look from Joshua that made him feel uneasy. Michael, whom Leonard thought was cold but merciful, screams in pain in battle. Michael uses Odin's wrath skill, channeling it through Joshua's dagger and striking enemies with lightning. One of the fighters, in horror, calls him the first benefactor, seeing how Michael sacrifices himself. Outside the dungeon, the mercenaries are waiting, and one of them asks how many days have passed. Suddenly, people start coming out of the glowing portal, and the mercenaries exclaim that they are coming out. The fighters who emerged from the dungeon looked exhausted and covered in blood. One of those waiting realizes in shock that they are shell-shocked mercenaries known as the Skull Gang. Leonard offers to escort Joshua to the mansion, but he refuses and only asks for a car to the Wilson Hotel. Leonard reflects on how simply watching Joshua from behind led him and Michael to defeat the boss. He remembers the dungeon boss battle and how Joshua fought. Leonard realizes that in Joshua's eyes, he's just a brat in need of guidance. Getting into the car, he decides that this is a competition, according to the results of which the loser will move into the winner's group. He cannot lose in a battle where the rules of this world apply, and decides not to give up. Leonard calls the hotel, but is told that a room is already booked in that name for a whole month. Upon learning that it is a $70,000 government suite, he demands all the information about Leonard Lee and his family by the morning. The next morning, Leonard angrily sweeps the documents off the table. He despairs when he realizes that it's all a lie, and nothing has been found on Joshua. He imagines Joshua relaxing in the suite and takes that as his agreement to fight. Leonard swears he will tear his opponent to pieces and orders them to just watch. In the past, with the help of the main family, Leonard was able to get access to the documents of the U.S. Treasury Department. He suggests that Leonard Lee is hiding information for a reason. Finally, he finds a clue: money from the Cayman Islands, and joyfully exclaims that he has caught it. About $1 million from the Caymans went into creating layers around the organization. And that's how Leonard Lee came to be. His assistant dictates a code over the phone to transfer to the Cayman Islands in order to get to the true identity of the target. Leonard believes that if he gets his hands on this man, he will be able to start a revolution and destroy the existing order. It turns out that Leonard Lee was hiding behind a corporation called Yahello Joshua. In the present, the assistant runs to the chairman in panic, but he remains calm. The assistant shouts that Leonard's family is under attack. Leonard jumps up in shock, not believing that his family could be attacked. The TV news reports that aggressive selling by investors has caused shares to fall. Leonard asks his assistant in bewilderment if this is the attack he was talking about. He thinks with horror that if Joshua started this, then it can't be a simple coincidence. The narrative shifts to the main family of Carrion, showing their luxurious estate. The head of the family, Aaron von Karjan, welcomes a guest named John Doe. John Doe says he wants to tell the story of the man who attacked the Bank of England. He continues that this man achieved fame, but suffered through trials for 14 years. When asked if he is curious to know the truth, Aaron replies that he has already heard this story. Aaron demands that the attack be stopped, promising to compensate for all losses from his own pocket. John Doe claims there is a misunderstanding, explaining that LTCM is part of the Jonathan Investment Group. He clarifies that all hedge funds in their group make decisions independently. Aaron furiously asks why they came to them, since their funds operate independently. John Doe calmly replies that this is the misunderstanding, because he only came to see a friend. Meanwhile, outside, a young gentleman with white hair is informed that John Doe has claimed to be his friend. The assistant assumes that friendship is just a pretext under which the guest came here. The assistant says that if the attack stops, the main family will compensate for the losses, which gives them an opportunity. He is amazed that they will compensate for the losses without entering into a fight, because Jonathan has over $1 billion in capital on his side. The assistant is horrified to realize that all of Europe could be plunged into a currency war, and begs that this not be allowed to happen. He offers to lure John Doe to his side, as he is capable of resisting the American Jonathan Group. The assistant reports that the elders are meeting him in London. Opening the door, he asks the young gentleman to convince his friend. John Doe greets the newcomer with a smile, calling him Joshua. Joshua is confused and thinks they just look alike, as Asians are hard to tell apart. He panics and realizes that he has been played from the very beginning, and now understands what he needs to do. In response to the head of the family's question, Joshua nervously confirms that they met last year in Vancouver. John Doe asks with a grin if he can consider this a win on their bet. Joshua warns him that he is making a mistake. He declares that there will be no winner in this war, because they are the carry-on family. John Doe counters that in financial wars, the winner always takes all. The assistant reports that Telestar Investment and others have joined the attack, shocking Joshua by mentioning Jessica Perry. Upon hearing that the Zillion group will also be joining, Joshua cries out in despair that London has betrayed them. John Doe explains that this is not a betrayal, but only commercial groups, not a blood alliance. His eyes glow red and he asks Joshua if he will give in. Joshua falls to his knees, admitting defeat and begging for this to stop. John Doe asks if he's doing it for his family, but then says the reason doesn't matter. Joshua repeats that he will become one of his people and assures that this is the unchangeable truth. John Doe calls this touching and suggests that the head of the family act according to his plan. Feeling distrustful, he declares that he will now show them everything. Suddenly, the window in the room breaks with a loud crash. Purple lightning starts to strike throughout the room, frightening those present. Joshua screams that he will give his life and begs for mercy for the head of the family. Aaron proudly calls Joshua the wings of their family and commands him to serve valiantly. The head of the family announces that they will remove all obstacles and retreat. The man reports on the phone that the attack is over. The head of the family asks to treat his grandson well, assuring that he will not disappoint. The assistant takes the head of the family away in a wheelchair so that the remaining two can discuss everything in private. Joshua hesitantly asks how he should address the man, Leonard or John Doe. A man with red eyes extends his hand and invites Joshua to join his order. Joshua kneels down, takes his hand and agrees, calling him Odin. Joshua kneels before Odin in a light-filled hall. The scene changes and an unknown person puts a cap on the head of a beaten blonde guy in the rain. A bald man in a bulletproof vest says the situation is out of control. A dark-haired guy suddenly appears and knocks out his bald subordinate with one blow. The dark-haired man puts his hand on the bald man's shoulder and says that they spent a lot of time on him. The inscription says that in the winter of 1998, 3.5 years had passed since the moment when they lost someone. The bald man apologizes, and the dark-haired man notes that the target put up a lot of resistance towards the end. Baldy confirms, but says it didn't help him avoid his fate. The dark-haired man promises to pay the promised billion in any convenient way. The bald man asks fearfully whether his safety will be guaranteed if he accepts the money. The dark-haired man thinks to himself that he will not follow the boss's signal and limit himself to killing Ethan. Someone on the phone says that one of the cat hunting groups is doing well, but you should beware of John Clark. Baldy asks Ethan if he can guarantee his safety. Ethan reassures John that he understands his worries about the covert operation, but it won't be the last one in their careers. John muses that John Clark, by eliminating him and Yun Hee, could take all of their assets. John offers Ethan a cigarette, suggesting that his confidence has increased. John lights a cigarette. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning strikes John. The sniper screams in horror from afar that he knew this would happen and calls Ethan a monster. The sniper panics as he realizes that Ethan is pointing directly at him and looking into his eyes. Ethan puts his finger to his lips, calling for silence. Ethan calmly walks away into the rain, leaving behind the silhouette of the sniper on the container. A bearded man with glasses praises Cheney for his good work in Afghanistan and announces that they are now going to Iraq. He says if Cheney doesn't have to pay for the children's treatment, he has a better offer. Cheney opens the envelope and asks where he is being sent, to which he is told it is a dangerous cargo processing plant. Two men walk down a corridor, and one explains that this is a Cold War-era bomb shelter. The bearded man jokes that this is a cat food warehouse with the code number 005. They enter a huge room with rows of capsules, and the bearded man warns them not to touch anything. Otherwise, Cheney will be listed as killed in Afghanistan. One of the capsules contains the hunter's gloves. Another capsule contains the iron mace of the envoy of Xiphos. The third capsule contains a high-rank Plaguemaster bone necklace. The bearded man explains that all of this is officially called cat food. A shocked Cheney asks where they got all this, but is told he will find out when his security level is upgraded. The bearded man takes off his glasses, revealing a scar on his eye, and says that, frankly, it's better not to know. In the Barbacore Research Center, the floor is littered with the corpses of plague rat monsters. A system message appears about using the plague-hating child item, and a small fairy-like creature appears. On the 7th day in the dungeon, they used the quest item, and the woman found the creature that appeared very cute. The man thinks that although the creature looks like a fairy, he knows its true nature. Suddenly, the fairy flies up into the air in horror, and the surprised girl does not understand what is happening. He explains that the reason is her necklace, which is made from the bones of the Plague Master. Before she could understand anything, She saw the monster's clawed paw reaching out to her. The man manages to grab the revived rat by the throat, preventing it from attacking. He easily dispatches the monster, irritably noting how fed up he is with these creatures. He looks at the fairy suspiciously, guessing that this creature had just been testing them. He tells the girl to be alert and follow him, and she fearfully agrees. He remembers that it is an S-rank quest related to a certain Doom Enterguasto. His memory takes him back to the day when one of the 7 demon kings, Kasarin, emerged from the gate. The 8 evils and the 8 benefactors joined forces to defeat the great demon with great difficulty. The item found in the dungeon, a book, contained the powers of one of the 7 demon kings. He realizes that Fatal Enterguasto is one of the strongest demon kings, and at that moment, a new quest is created. He recalls another S-rank mission involving Enterguasto, the difficulty of which was absurd. Suddenly, the system announces the summoning of mutated mungi. These were the very same monsters from the research that turned the Earth into a vast cemetery. He pulls his partner away, shouting at her not to lose concentration, because each of these monsters is a bomb. His eye lights up and the gifted skill is activated, increasing one of his stats. He activates all his skills, increasing his intelligence and agility ranks to dodge attacks. The monster's huge foot comes down with force on the spot where he had just been standing. He is amazed by the power of the monsters, which are built better than any dinosaur. He turns around to see his partner Woo Yeon-hee enveloped in an ominous purple aura. He understands that this creature is no less powerful than a low-ranking dungeon boss. A powerful monster attack destroys the laboratory, which is constantly reported by the system windows. After the destruction, they are given a reward for slowing down the research of the Barba hull. The girl congratulates him, but he cannot believe that they managed to survive at this testing site. As a reward, he receives an S-rank item, the Solar Cape of Ra, which envelops him in a fiery aura. He is delighted to receive an S-rank item, but the system immediately replaces the cape with the Sun Sword of Ra. In his hand, a sword blazed furiously, its power surpassing anything he had seen before. The action moves back in time to the beginning of the war in Baghdad, immediately after the World Cup of 2002. On TV, they talk about President Hussein's underground bunker, which is capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion. He watches the news with his girlfriend and realizes it's time to get ready. She asks him about the prophetic dreams that made him seem to know everything about the dungeons. He replies that the future is changing and they are now strong enough to hope for the best. In another memory, he, as a younger man, unexpectedly visits his surprised mother. His mother is shocked by the amount of shopping he brought, and he asks where his father is. She sadly replies that her father is drinking again because of some problems. The woman finds her drunken husband on the floor by the door and says with annoyance that she knew it. The son easily lifts his father by the legs, while the surprised mother suggests waiting until he comes to. He carries his father in his arms, and his mother notices that he has gained more than 10 kilos. At dinner, the father, having come to his senses, asks his son what he is talking about. The son reminds his father with a grin that yesterday he mistook him for a friend and said a lot of bad things. The father remembers asking for help, and the son clarifies what he meant. The son suggests solving his father's problem with the help of a familiar company, the owner of which is called Golden Wish. He adds that this man is one of the 5 owners of Jeonil Group, which shocks the parents. The father cannot believe it and doubts that such a person even exists. The son confidently declares that he will solve everything because the manager of the Gold of Desire is in his debt. He reminds his father with a frightening smile that he is, after all, his son. Later, standing by the ocean with his girlfriend, he recalls that his father's friend's request was related to the Siamangium Reclamation Project. In the past, this national project has been repeatedly suspended due to protests from environmentalists. At the office, a woman tells him that the proposal to use the land for farming is not very attractive. He replies that the country needs a large plot of land, and this is the only place that can be developed without problems. The woman asks what plan he is talking about, and he tells her that the country will have a world-class resort. He explains that the area will be surrounded by a wall, and a bunker will be built underground that can withstand a nuclear explosion. The woman asks anxiously if this is related to North Korea. He says this place will protect their wealth and people in an emergency, and will show that they are not going to move the company. He orders her to make the government understand everything and then crush them. On the beach, he thinks that this will enhance his father's reputation, and that everything is going well, since there are only a little more than 10 years left until the starting day. Suddenly, a system window appears with the activation of the obstacle skill, and he is surprised by the notification about the destruction of the dungeon. He sees a warning about a quest in which 300 awakened will receive a quest to kill him. He calculates that he now has 386 points, and he can prevent this task from being created. He is outraged that he has to spend the points he earned to block a quest that aims to kill him. The girl asks what happened, and he tries to calm down, thinking that even 1,000 awakened ones are not scary to him. A new system window appears with the quest Assassination, which lists his real name, An Sang-hoo, and his location. He asks the system if a similar quest can be recreated within a year, but this time, he gets no answer. Shrouded in an evil aura, he ponders how many points he will need next time and why his existence is a threat to everyone. The system once again issues a warning that a task has been created for 1,000 awakened ones aimed at killing him. The girl fearfully calls him by his name, San-hoo, and he calmly replies that he knows. He reflects on how the system first gave him the task of preventing a disaster, and then made him everyone's enemy. Previously, he thought that the 8 evils and 8 virtues were hated or revered because of their personal qualities. He now comes to the conclusion that the cause of the prophecy is the system itself, and suggests that there are 2 systems. The girl looks at her system window in tears and asks why she was given the task to kill him. He explains that assassination quests always work both ways, and if someone gets a quest to kill him, they get a counter quest. He notes that out of the 100 she received first place, while second and third went to Michael and Caesar, the 7th benefactor and the 8th evil. He decides that he must keep his family safe, even if it means revealing his identity to Jamie. The action shifts to a meeting of the National Business Alliance, where several influential people are sitting at the table. One of the men suggests that this time the president should also take part in the meeting. The woman asks Director Pak for a minute, and he agrees. Director Pak continues to talk about the Semangium Reclamation Project, which requires the help of many specialists. Other meeting participants discuss how the president of J. O'Neill Group suddenly left due to a phone call. The woman, Jamie, says on the phone that she can't talk right now because there's a serious problem. Jamie is shocked because this is the first time she has heard her interlocutor call the problem serious while he is giving her instructions. The man on the other end of the line says that her first priority is to ensure the maximum safety of an employee named Ha Jae Nil. He adds that this is an urgent and serious task, and that the guards will need firearms, which horrifies Jamie. The interlocutor orders her to replace Director Pak if he refuses, and reminds her of the special security group created for her. Ethan, sitting in the car with the girl, tells Jamie that she probably already understood why the group is called J. O'Neill. Jamie, coming to his senses, says that he has no idea what he is talking about, but decides to protect Ha Jae Nil and asks what danger he is in. Ethan replies that there are many dangers, and that is all he can say, after which Jamie confirms that he will protect the couple. He tells her that she will find out everything herself soon and ends the conversation, getting out of the car. Ethan turns to his companion, offering to go, and promises to dig a hole for someone from which they will not be able to get out. At the office, an assistant asks Jamie if it is only the director and his wife who need to be protected, and asks if he has a son. Jamie reads the file and is horrified to learn about a son named Ha Sang-hoo, who works at Jonathan Investment Finance. She panics, thinking that she has found out something she didn't want to know, and her assistant asks if security should be sent to her son as well. Jamie, covering his face with his hand, answers no, and orders them to focus on the spouses. The action moves to Osaka, Japan at night. Ethan and his companion stand at the entrance to an F-rank dungeon, which he claims is the Count's territory. He smiles ominously, saying that most of those who enter here will not get out alive. 2 women approach them, calling them twins with an Osan accent and asking if they were expecting them. The new arrivals turn out to be the 7th benefactor and the 8th evil. A system message appears stating that the sisters have received rewards for capturing the Sankaigumi gang. The first reward is the Anklet of Hermes, which increases the dexterity rank by 1 level. The second reward was the Guan Yin emblem, which increases the rank of healing skills. Ethan wonders if he could handle an A-rank Yakuza assassination mission given his abilities. He sits in front of the portal, surrounded by defeated enemies, thinking about how they look down on the F-rank quest. The injured woman, Sankaigumi chairman Suzuki Ririka, threatens that she will not forgive him if he touches Chiharu. Ethan and his companion drag the bodies of the defeated into the portal. Glory Group chairman Han Chain begs to let him go, promising to pretend nothing happened. Ethan uses some kind of glowing ability against his enemies. A terrified Mokpo citizen asks how people can be killed so easily, claiming he was just curious. Ethan thinks that he has already completed 60 tasks, and that the rest did not come because they were not interested in killing. The defeated find themselves in a dark place, and the system informs that some will be able to get out of there alive, if they are lucky. Ethan tells his companion to remain vigilant and to be decisive. He walks up the stairs, talking on the phone to Jamie, asking how things are going. Jamie reports that she has blocked suspicious people, and the director is working from the room while his wife is getting a massage. She reports that an unexpected problem has just occurred and asks him to watch the news. Ethan sees news on his laptop that the IRS has launched an investigation against Jonil Group and realizes that this is not just an audit. Jamie dejectedly says that this is how it will end because that is what the government wants, but believes that the director's wife is in no danger. Ethan warns over the phone that his enemies now need to be careful. He realizes that his father was attacked to test the system while he was in Japan. The interlocutor reports that out of 9 people with the same name, 5 have disappeared, and 3 are on their side. Realizing that his father is the real target, Ethan decides to fly to Seoul and asks to assemble a team. Jamie is on the phone, excitedly asking if he can come over now. She agrees, saying that this will be a test for their security service. Ethan works feverishly on the computer and asks Mike to confirm the list of 40 people. The action moves to France, to the Trianon Palace Hotel. An elderly man shouts in rage, asking how dare the US ignore the orders of the Bilderberg Club. Another participant in the meeting angrily declares that the United States was attacked and must pay for it. The story goes back a year, to the time of the attack on Mark. Then, when victory was near, they received a strange order to stop the attack and not to use the power of the Carrion family. Immediately after this, he received an invitation to the Bilderberg Club, and even the new head of the Carrion family behaved in a friendly manner. He reflects on the world between worlds and asks his interlocutor if she knew about everything in advance. Cassandra, the head of the Goldstein family, confirms that she knew about the US breaking its promise. The man says that this story happened before he joined the club. Cassandra quips how hard it must have been for him to sell his oil stakes in a rising market. She asks with interest if Jonathan Hunter has been invited again. Cassandra says thoughtfully that it's quite a headache. She reveals that John Doe is Korean, and it is only a matter of time before his real name is revealed. The man is surprised as he thought he was Chinese, and says his identity would have been on the agenda if it weren't for the tension. He asks what is really on the agenda and hopes for her good intentions. The man understands with alarm that this is about an alliance between the Goldstein, Karajan, and Rothschild families. Cassandra confidently states that Asian capital will not last long, and the financial flow will soon return to them. As she leaves, she advises him to be careful, making it clear that he understood everything correctly. Suddenly, she gets a call and she asks irritably what's going on. She is informed that Miss Jamie has stopped their tracking of the Jonil Group's capital, and further actions will cause a diplomatic scandal. She did not expect such an escalation, and wonders whether speculative forces are rocking the developed Asian country. Deciding to take matters more seriously, she uses the location indicator. She sees that her target has traveled to Osaka and returned to Korea, apparently after learning about her father's problems. Realizing that the enemy is cornered, she orders her men to keep an eye on him in Seoul. Her subordinate asks again in horror, because that is exactly where they are now. Cassandra realizes with annoyance that this is a scam, and that her people have been followed this whole time. At this time, Ethan sarcastically suggests to his interlocutor on the phone to be more friendly with her. He calls her by her full name, Melissa White Goldstein, which shocks her. Meanwhile, Colton Spencer Goldstein arrives at the airport accompanied by security. He is immediately surrounded by journalists, bombarding him with questions about his official visit to the European Council. Colton asks his assistant angrily what's going on, and his assistant apologizes for the government's failure to contain the press. As he gets into the limo, he learns that an important person is in a meeting about sending troops to Iraq, and there will be changes in the schedule. Colton is furious that the president of the European Council is being so openly ignored, finding it unthinkable. The woman with red hair says that he is the one who knows her real name. The man is shocked by her words, because only 4 people in their parents' house know his name. He asks in despair why she is telling him this, and she replies that their family has specialists in such matters. She reveals that Samuel failed the mission because Sang-hoo was under the protection of the Jonil Group. Colton thinks Jonil Group is the Korean equivalent of Carlos Halim, but the woman counters that they are more than that. In a panic, he screams at how he can deal with them if even Samuel couldn't, and she asks him to be quieter. He remembers a scene from the past where someone is falling and voices are screaming for him to be held. Sitting in a chair with his head in his hands, Colton tells Cassandra in horror that he is not a killer. Cassandra replies with a grin that he is, of course, not a murderer, but only the murderer's younger brother. She consoles him, saying that he was simply given a bad fate. In the car, someone wonders if South Korea isn't interested in increasing its financial power. The assistant replies that this is true, but they were threatened by a very important person, so their group will fully support the government. Janil Group is a symbol of the South Korean economy, and solving problems with foreign capital using other foreign capital is risky. The chairman says that this is good, and they will talk again. He firmly states that the Goldstein family will cooperate fully and asks if this is clear. The assistant is confused as to why the chairman is going so far and thanks him for his words. The chairman calls Chief Hong, who apologizes, asking to wait a minute. Suddenly, a man wearing dark glasses appears in the car doorway, and the chairman asks who he is. The man says they haven't prepared anything yet, while the beaten chairman holds up a document about the separation of banking and trade affairs. The diagram explains the principle of separation of financial capital from industrial capital, the merger of which gives rise to monopolistic tyranny. Their strategy was to find the illegal origin of Janil Group's initial capital and destabilize the group. Cassandra speaks on the phone with a smile, asking if her interlocutor had a safe journey. The interlocutor replies that he cannot guarantee that everything will be all right for long, and Cassandra hears a scream in horror. She jumps up in bed and shouts into the phone that this man is the president of the European Council and a state guest. The man in glasses, looking at the beaten chairman, tells Cassandra on the phone that she is still alive, only to realize it. A system window appears with a message about using the seal of healing, and the chairman's wounds begin to heal with a green light. The healed chairman asks in amazement what kind of magic this is, and the man in glasses offers him a deal. The chairman furiously shouts at him to stop thinking about what's wrong with their family. A man with glasses calls someone named Joshua, saying that he cannot know how long they have been active in this world. Over the phone, he orders Joshua to collect all the funds lent to the Goldstein family. Cassandra storms down the hallway in a rage, outraged that the chairman was attacked during an official visit. She screams that this could start a war and vows to show Sang-hoo who is calling the shots in this world. Smiling maliciously, she thinks that if everything goes well, they will be able to make up for the losses, and that the Korean War is on the agenda. An elderly man in a wheelchair calmly drinks coffee, asking why there is so much noise this morning. Cassandra bursts into the room, claiming it is an official report from the Goldstein family. She screams that she has an important meeting, and the man thinks that Colton's death would have been even for the best. Cassandra and her companion look in horror at the document, which states that the extension of loans for all groups of their families will be stopped. She screams in panic that it all started with the Carrian group and is spreading extremely quickly. The man in the chair realizes with annoyance that he will not be allowed to enjoy his morning coffee. Cassandra and her assistants run down a long corridor, and she thinks that this is only beneficial to the Rothschilds. Cassandra is furious when she realizes he has made a deal with the Rothschilds and calls him a damn old man. In the flashback, an elderly man named Zillion asks to stay by his side. Cassandra is told that she is treated as an outsider at the club and needs the help of a strong family. Zillion proposes to work together to fight the Rothschild Carry-On Alliance. Someone receives a phone order to undermine the shares of all Goldstein family groups. Cassandra asks with an evil grin if he was also their agent, and is sure that this will kill not only her. She screams in rage, her eyes glowing red. The man in glasses thanks his interlocutor for this unplanned meeting. Blonde-haired Mr. Jonathan says he knows why he is here. A man in glasses begs to lend them 10 billion, promising to take on any task in return. Jonathan notes that since Silverman Group and JP Morgan have already refused, there must be good reasons for that. He offers his terms, putting documents on the table and demanding that the shares be handed over to him. The man is horrified at the thought of Goldstein's core business, until Jonathan convinces him that there won't be a better offer. Cassandra says on the phone that she understands and asks to be connected with Jonathan. She offers to meet Jonathan in person to hand over the shares and asks when he can give them 10 billion. Jonathan replies with a grin that he's afraid she didn't hear him quite correctly. Cassandra is furious when she hears that it is not about 10 billion. The news anchor reports that the Goldstein family's financial rank has fallen to AAA according to German banks, and to BBB according to British banks. The man with black hair asks if the offer is still open and says he will remove the skin, leaving only the bones. His interlocutor, horrified, asks how he can prove his loyalty. The protocol for the transfer of the Goldstein family's core business to the French subsidiary of the Janil Group was created when Colton became the head of the family. Colton, to the surprise of a woman named Jamie, signs the documents with complete calm. He turns to the black-haired man with a request to allow him to finish off Cassandra with his own hands. He asks if he wants to do it painlessly, and Colton begs him pleadingly, calling him sir. Colton and Jamie are shocked by the word sir, but the black-haired man promises that they will like his method more and tells them to wait for a call. Colton bows low and the black-haired man leaves, promising to see him later. He walks up to a shaking Jamie, his eyes glowing purple as he orders her to stop shaking. Jamie, in fear, asks who he is and how he manages to do all this. She continues to tremble, admitting that she is afraid of him, and he asks if she wants to stop. He orders her to create a European branch of the Janelle Group, suggesting the name Jamie Corporation. With a sinister grin, he thinks about preparing to become a member of the Shadow Bank. Cassandra runs down the hallway in despair, not understanding why her family is being attacked. She sees a man and calls his name, Isaac. Cassandra laughs hysterically as she tells Isaac Rothschild that they have lost. With a wild look in her eyes, she declares that she will surrender so that the European economy does not collapse due to the fighting between their families. Isaac invites Cassandra to say just one word, and he will give her any souvenir. She smiles maniacally and agrees, saying that's what we'll say. Isaac breathes a sigh of relief, deciding that this is for the best, and the era of the Goldstein family is over. Cassandra coldly states that they have no intention of stopping the attacks, and the Carrion family and the Zillion Group even less so. Isaac, shocked, asks if this means she's not in control, and Cassandra confirms it. Cassandra sarcastically asks if they stopped attacking from a vantage point and made an agreement. Isaac is alarmed to realize that Jonathan, Zillion, and now the Carrion family are acting as one. He wonders if Jonathan is just a pawn of some Korean, while Cassandra trembles with realization. Isaac asks Cassandra in surprise if she didn't know that this Korean is the real owner of the Jonathan Group. He explains that this information was not easy to obtain, and he does not understand why Sang-hoo targeted them. Isaac starts to speak, but is interrupted by a powerful blow to the face. Cassandra, who had hit him, orders him to shut up and listen, threatening to kill him right now. She states that people go crazy at least once in their lives, and she is in that state right now. Standing over the fallen Isaac, she says that he will be able to continue his existence if he does everything as she says. Cassandra beats him furiously, screaming at him if he's even listening to her. Sitting on the beaten man, she turns around with a crazy look. Two men enter the room, and one of them, Joshua, grimly states that this will remain the worst meeting in history. Cassandra, with a demonic smile and glowing eyes, asks, "So they heard everything?" A sudden blow knocks Cassandra off her feet and she falls to the floor. She immediately jumps up and in a furious leap tries to attack Joshua's companion. The man easily catches her by the neck with one hand and lifts her into the air, to her complete amazement. Joshua covers his face with his hand and laughs, saying that he has no words for how stupid this is. Joshua's companion tells Cassandra to be grateful that the master is not with them. Bilderberg chairman Derek Schumacher reflects that the club's harmony is crumbling at the seams due to recent events. He says it's too early to discuss next year's meeting, as it's not yet clear how this one will end. Joshua, sitting leisurely in a chair, asks if they are going to be interrogated, and reminds them of the club's goals. Derek apologizes and claims he is only trying to solve the problem. He recalls that in just 2 days, the French financial system was paralyzed, and asks if they want to retreat. The second man says the threat to the European financial system was not part of their calculations, but there is a way to stop it. He demands that the club compensate them for our losses, or rather, pay them their potential profits, shocking Derek. In his mind, the man notes that they are simply laughing at the club while it tries to resolve a minor conflict. An irritated Derek declares that since they are taking this position, this year's meeting will have to be canceled. His interlocutor calmly notes that Karyon's attack on Goldstein was a suicidal act. Joshua adds that sometimes it is simply impossible to calculate profit and loss. The second man thinks of an order that must be carried out even at the risk of breaking up the family, and tells Joshua that they are carrying out the same order. He loses his composure and yells at Joshua, demanding to know who is behind all this. The Korean John Doe or someone else? Joshua puts his hand on his shoulder and says that they are in the same boat and he knows no more. He warns that Zillion will soon be given a new order and advises him to accept it without hesitation. Elsewhere, a man in a suit says on the phone that Cassandra is on her way to her residence and he has sent security to her. In France, at the Goldstein estate, security reports over the radio that all is calm. 2 guards are talking. One of them mentions that he heard some idiot trying to compete with the Goldsteins. Another guard laughs, dismissing it as the paranoia of rich people who are tired of stress. Suddenly, a man carrying Cassandra on his shoulder appears out of thin air in front of the stunned guards, and the system reports an increase in stealth. Cassandra comes to her senses and screams in horror. She looks at her captor with tears in her eyes and asks him to say something. A man with a huge backpack is breathing heavily, and a woman sitting on the ground tells him to take it. He replies guiltily that this is all he could do for her. The woman finds herself in the center of a glowing blue circle, surrounded by flashes of energy. Two men appear above her, and one of them says that this is a low-ranking dungeon, and he is giving her a chance to save her life. The black-haired man orders her to take the bag. A woman with a backpack flies into the air in a stream of energy, and the men note that her strength is approximately E rank. With a crazy smile, she screams to be waited for, even if this light leads her to hell. A powerful stream of blue energy envelops the men as the woman disappears. His companion anxiously asks if he will stop fighting with Cassandra if she returns alive. The black-haired man replies that of course, but thinks to himself that this will not happen. They walk away from the glowing portal on the ground, and the man thinks that it is actually a D-rank dungeon. He walks along looking at his phone and thinks that more and more gangs are looking for the Suzuki sisters, and will soon find out about the dungeon. In a Japanese-style room, one man tells another that the Goldstein family has quickly retaliated. The bespectacled man says with satisfaction that Europe's leading family has found stability and that banking restrictions are being lifted. His interlocutor, the head of the Santaigumi group, Takeuchi Rosei, asks if it is true that the female president has disappeared from home. The man in glasses asks if Takeuchi has thought about their offer, but he replies that he is waiting for Congressman Takeda. His interlocutor angrily states that it is not Takeda's decision to make, since the US government has begun to regulate the capital of criminal groups. Takeuchi is gloomy when he learns that they have already cut off the flow of capital from the Italian and Mexican mafia, and it will soon affect them too. The man in glasses suggests investing in Jonathan Group or Zillion Group, but admits it won't be easy. He announces with a sly smile that an IT company, Google, will soon be created with the participation of Jonathan Hunter, which is of interest to Wall Street and the city. Takeuchi smirks, realizing that they need such elite loopholes to launder money, and orders them to do so. He reflects that these ghosts are merely occupying the presidency, and he is unnerved by how easily the problem is solved. Suddenly, a system window about using the restaurant logo appears in front of him, and Takeuchi freezes in shock. He doesn't understand what's happening when a black-haired man materializes behind him. Takeuchi asks if they've come for the president and says they've come to the wrong house. The black-haired man with glowing eyes replies that he has come for him, Santaigumi's financial manager. He stands over a hologram of Takeuchi and tells him to hand over the organization without worrying about the fate of two people. The man places his hand on the hologram's shoulder and demands that it promise that nothing will change. Takeuchi is horrified to think how many of these monsters there are and agrees to accept the offer. The black-haired man coldly calls him stupid and says it's not an offer. Takeuchi writhes in pain, struck by a blast of blue energy. In the dungeon, two bloody people look at something in horror. Survivors emerge from the portal near the temple, and a voiceover announces that out of 30 people, only 7 have returned. Their leader was a wounded girl named Yuria, who suggested that someone clear the dungeon. The black-haired man tells the two women that he had hoped for a similar personality to be born during this ordeal. One of them, Yuria, thinks with anxiety that this day has begun. The man sits in the living room and, saying that he was prepared for this, invites Yuri to join him. Yuri asks if she has a choice, and he hands her a folder with the conditions. She reads a document that talks about employment with the joint stock company tomorrow. Elsewhere, a man with glasses asks Mr. Novak if he can still see the location of this Sang-Hu. Mr. Novak covers his face with his hand in despair and asks for it to stop. He shouts in rage, asking if this is the only explanation, and shows the blue stone, demanding an explanation for that too. The man in glasses calmly asks him if he has ever heard of dissociative identity disorder. He continues that this disorder is also known as multiple, and the other personality who bought the stone does not allow him to remember it. Novak, horrified, assumes that the blue screen and the black cars chasing him are just hallucinations. In a panic, he clutches his head, begging for help and saying that he is going crazy. The doctor informs him about the existence of government treatment programs and offers to connect him with them. Novak realizes with horror that they simply want to send him to a psychiatric hospital, where he will have to sit under the wheels every day. Meanwhile, a woman in a purple coat and dark glasses is walking down the street. Novak turns to her. She confirms that it is she, and he asks, confused, "What happened?" The woman introduces herself as Yuri Aoki and hands him the business card of the CEO of Tomorrow Inc. She takes off her glasses and says that she came from Japan to see him. Elsewhere, a message arrives on the phone that the latest location pointer has been received. A fair-haired man is given a skincare routine, with comments being made about how diligent he is, even though he is only in his 30s. A dark-haired man approaches him, and the blonde man, accepting an envelope from his assistant, praises her for her excellent work. The blonde wipes his face, saying that some people age too quickly, and that age doesn't affect his friend at all. He grins and suggests to his friend that they go out at least once, because it's not so easy to do it alone. The dark-haired man is interested in the situation, thinking that last year his friend managed to intercept small banks. Blondin calls it a battlefield and considers the investment in Google a genius move, because no one thought they would become a leading company. His friend admits he was surprised, as companies usually research investors to determine the value of their shares. He explains that Google took a different approach by opening an auction to attract ordinary investors, which is now the subject of much controversy. A blonde man named San says his friend agreed to this himself, and they decided not to increase the commission so as not to provide special privileges to clients. The dark-haired man notes that the Iraq War is coming to an end, and the White House will take on Jonathan Take and the Gionil Group. Soon replies that he has already entered the banking sector, and this can be considered a warning not to touch the traditions of Wall Street. His friend recalls that San had the same look in his eyes when he was a hunter, and this man would have survived even on the testing ground. They bump fists, agreeing that this is precisely why they cannot fail. In the original story, Google's initial public offering failed due to shocking facts, and their stock price fell from $100 to $80. These were the consequences of trying to go against Wall Street traditions. Jonathan used the media during the 10-day auction to make Google appear investment-friendly. Sun even used shell accounts to boost stock prices, as the war under Jonathan's command must not be lost. Watching a multitude of monitors, someone states that Wall Street has been completely defeated, as the price has exceeded 500. The action moves to the past, where a wounded man kneels in the middle of a bloody battlefield. He rises next to the wounded girl, both of them covered in blood from the hard battle. He looks at his partner, realizing that they had finally managed to close the B-rank dungeon together. The girl says with relief that they survived, and he, holding the glowing object in his hand, thinks how persistent they were. System messages are appearing about the summoning of the quest item Rock of Arkud, which will make the cormorant's body stronger. He thinks that there are 4 more of the same monsters ahead, and this task is quite difficult but more effective than usual. With a mad grin, he reflects that there are only 2 people defending the B-rank dungeon, and they have nowhere to rush. Having completed the task, he emerges from the glowing portal. He is met and congratulated by Marco, the captain of the Tomorrow Group. The Tomorrow Group positioned themselves inside the protective dome, while Mix Group remained outside for backup. Woo Yeon-hee, covered in blood, thanks her team for their good work in distributing the loot from the dungeon. The protagonist remembers that he met Woo Yeon-hee when she was 24, and thinks that Jonathan is right to be envious of him. Woo Yeon-hee notices his gaze and asks with a smile why he is so interested in her personal life. He replies that she sounds like his mother, to which she makes a funny face. She says his words make her feel alive, and advises him to take better care of himself. The hero reflects on the fact that he hasn't been home for a long time, and hopes that his parents are doing well. The scene shifts to an office where Park Woo-chul, head of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office's Central Investigation Department, appears. Park Woo-chul asks his subordinates with displeasure why Kim Ji-ae didn't come to the meeting. His assistant justifies himself by saying that the message apparently didn't get through, and is surprised at such interest in the newcomer. A woman enters the office and introduces herself as Kim Ji-ae, from the 3rd Public Security Department. Park Woo-chul coldly scolds her for being late, and she mentally wonders what she did wrong. Kim Ji-ae reflects irritably on his high position and power, wondering if he is expecting a bribe from her. Suddenly, Park Woo-chul softens and offers her a cup of coffee. At the drink machine, he asks her how she's finding working in the 3rd department, and she politely replies that she's adjusting. He tells her to work hard because she will soon be transferring to his department, which greatly surprises her. She decides that he has confused her with someone else and begins to formally introduce herself, stating her age, 36. Park Woo-chul confirms that he knows who she is and says that she needs to work hard to match him. Later, she talks on the phone to someone who can't believe the head of the investigation department told her such a thing. Kim Ji-ae complains that she just told her boss a little about herself, But the problem is that her boss is the department head's father. She thanks her father over the phone for looking after her so well at her new job. Father happily asks how Sanhu is doing and suggests that he has grown a lot. With a sly smile, the father says that he will tell his son that his cousin G.A. is interested in his condition. She says goodbye to her father and walks down the street, and he also wishes her not to get sick. The narrative shifts to the Jamie Corporation, the overseas branch of the Chanil Group, which has taken the place of the Goldstein family. Against the backdrop of a nighttime city with fireworks, it is stated that only the group's logo has changed, while the names of the casinos and hotels have remained the same. The protagonist reflects that Las Vegas has thus become part of his small empire. In his office, he ends the meeting and asks to let in the next visitors, who turn out to be people from Face Note. He shakes hands with a man named Ethan and thanks him, saying that now he can change the world a little faster. The hero mentally outlines two main missions for this year, the first of which is related to the global economic crisis. The subprime mortgage crisis is coming, and it will affect everyone, including Jonathan. Ignoring warnings in favor of profit, financiers prepare to detonate a massive nuclear warhead. When this financial bomb explodes, his power will reach its final state. The second mission is connected with the Destiny Group, whose scientists have learned to extract energy from magical stones. Thanks to their discovery, electricity continued to exist in the post-fall world, and equipment could be upgraded. The leader of Destiny's group, Steven, came to the protagonist for help. In the past, the hero told Steven that they needed to operate under aliases, but he exposed them. Steven rudely replied that he had accepted the offer only to express his dissatisfaction. The scientists in Destiny's group were outcasts whose theories were ridiculed, and they had little ambition. But the hero is sure that everything will change if they start working with him, and he has no other way. The elderly scholar says that they know the young man, but he does not know them, noting his wealth and authority. The young man introduces himself as Ethan, and states that he cannot reveal anything yet. A scientist named Steven calls Ethan rude and asks why he called if not to show off. Ethan shows him a glowing crystal, suggesting that it is a new material unknown to science. Intrigued, Steven asks where he found it, and Ethan invites him to touch the artifact. Ethan promises to fund the research if Steven follows their safety protocols. Steven asks with concern what the security protocol involves. Ethan gives him time to think and discuss the proposal with his colleagues. Steven, holding the crystal in his hands, asks if he can call his colleagues from here. Ethan, with a glass of wine, thinks that with simple equipment, this hotel could become a new research facility. Steven, shocked, states that the object does not look like a mineral, but like a living organism, and asks if Ethan knew about this. The scientist calls it a great discovery, but Ethan evades answering about the origin of the artifact, promising to provide equipment. Ethan sets a condition that he will make the scientists billionaires if they succeed, but all rights to the experiments will go to him. A colleague excitedly shouts at Steven to look at the numbers, which could drive him crazy. Ethan, with a sinister smile, promises that their names will be at the top of the list when information about this material becomes public. The narrative shifts, and the voiceover says that the phrase about Western security is a major misunderstanding. The audience is introduced to Jonathan, the lord of wealth of the whole world. Compared to a Korean rich man, Jonathan walks down the red carpet where people bow to him, greeting him like a true king. An elderly man in a suit greets Mr. Hunter and asks about the purpose of his visit. The man is panicking about Jonathan being involved in all this now, and he wonders who he is. Jonathan bursts into the room, shouting that this is an apartment for a very important person, and admires the wealth of a certain San. He asks Ethan if he likes having fun alone, to which he replies that he's not the one having fun here. The newspaper on the table reports the collapse of Prey Alpha and the destruction of Jonathan's financial empire. Jonathan, sitting on the couch, laughs hysterically, saying that even idiots couldn't fail worse. Suddenly becoming serious, he recalls the old days and the billion-dollar bet during the financial war with Russia. Ethan calmly drinks tea and explains that the current situation is just a show to escape from the battlefield, which is getting bigger. The title Prey Incident appears on the screen, and the voiceover says that he created this scene after a lot of work. The chart shows oil prices surpassing their previous high, and the voice explains the importance of timing when investing. The $2 trillion oil industry is dominated by Jonathan, Zillion, and Rothschild. If Jonathan and Zillion suddenly exit the system, the market will not be able to withstand the volume of trades. If they are artificially pushed out of the market, they will lose all their profits, as illustrated by the falling graph. Jonathan explains that they had a reason to hand over the bomb, as they had been working for 5 years to exit the oil market. Their goal was to create a single Jonathan Group axis, and to do this, they ordered the Prey Group company into bankruptcy. They needed to choose a hedge fund that wasn't too big and had a good reputation, and Prey was the perfect fit. They replaced the board of directors and forced them to create a portfolio to minimize the impact of bankruptcy. In the TV show, the analyst explains that Prey Group is one of the main groups of Jonathan Investment Finance Group. Jonathan and Ethan discuss the situation, and while one considers Prey Group to be the whole arm of their operations, the other says it is no bigger than a fingernail. Meanwhile, a TV pundit is worried that the Prey Group crisis will reach the parent company. Another analyst insists that the group's internal information must be disclosed because a threat to it is a threat to the global economy. He appeals to Jonathan Hunter through the screen, asking him to reveal the secrets of the Prey Group's internal affairs so that the market can take action. Jonathan Hunter thinks that if he tells everything, everyone will think he was influenced by some idiot from TV. Meanwhile, Jonathan Investment Finance Group CFO Brian Kim makes a statement. He tells the press that their company has invested $100 billion in Prey Group, and stopping the chain of bankruptcies will not be easy. Brian promises to do everything possible to bring Prey Group back to life, assuring that the parent company is not in any danger. Reporters pounce on him with questions, and the protagonist calmly walks through the crowd of panicking employees. Newspaper headlines are full of news about the $100 billion bankruptcy and crisis at the Jonathan Company. One of the investors realizes that to get $100 billion, he needs to buy any asset of the Jonathan Group. Another investor is on the phone discussing selling GOL shares, which are now worthless. Another businessman on the phone inquires about Google shares, knowing how much Jonathan loves them. The man decides that if the shares are going to be sold, he should buy them, while searching online for information about mortgage lending. The bank's director is confident that the mortgage lending department will not be touched, since his employee has the best results. The two men discuss Jonathan's oil business, considering it a pillar of the market that he will not leave. The analyst in the office assumes that Jonathan Group will solve problems through stocks, and puts himself in his place. He sees too many offers on the market and notes that deals have already begun to be concluded. There is a dark figure behind the traders who thinks they are desperate and need to be given a break. Isaac Rothschild recalls how press articles became the capital of the Jonathan Group and laments the loss of its dominant position in mortgage lending. He grins maliciously, thinking that they must have realized that only he can help them. Isaac calls Jonathan Hunter and introduces himself, noting that this is their first conversation. He says they should have started collaborating much earlier, but now is the time. Isaac says they are taking most of the oil shares, but the Zillion Group is also interested in them. Jonathan coldly replies that he is not interested in such services and let the market decide. Isaac insists that without his help, they won't be able to sell enough. But Jonathan thinks that's too bold for a first conversation. Isaac demands that the oil industry be returned to its rightful owner and that all deals be abandoned. Jonathan asks if Isaac is overdoing it, and he calmly replies that this applies not only to their company. Isaac threatens that if the Zillion Group does not give in, Prey will not be the last victim of this incident. On the other end of the line, the man in the shadows says that most people call him John Doe, but Isaac knows his name. He turns to his interlocutor, Mr. Na Sang-hoo, and says that he hears his smug laughter. Na Sang-hoo states that the day when the Rothschilds monopolize the oil industry will never come. He is confident that the US government and the IMF will support them, so even without the Rothschild family's capital, nothing will happen to them. Isaac doubts that the US government will support a group led by an Asian and withdraws his offer. Na Sang-hoo suggests he continue, and Isaac asks if it has to be the oil market. Isaac hesitates, then agrees that oil alone will indeed not be enough. With a wicked grin, he demands that the mortgage lending division of Jonathan Investment Finance Group be handed over to him. Jonathan and Na Sang-hoo look at the phone in horror after hearing the demand. The action moves to Washington, D.C., where the Bilderberg Group meeting is taking place at the Westfields Marriott Hotel. We are introduced to Joshua von Karjan of the Karjan family. Then they show Colton Spencer Goldstein of the Goldstein family. Representatives of Zillion Investment Finance Group and Telestar Investment are present at the meeting. Representatives from Gold and Silver Investment and Jamie Corporation also arrived. The guests congratulate Isaac, who boasts that he even managed to get his hands on oil, because those who prepare in advance always come out on top. The two men discuss whether to invite Jonathan and John Doe, Noting the strength of Jonathan's financial group, the balding man says thoughtfully that their capital is still large thanks to shares in promising companies. He turns to his interlocutor Isaac and informs him that Jonathan has accepted their invitation this year. The man is glad that they finally followed his orders after so many years of refusal, and asks about John Doe. Isaac responds with alarm that John Doe has not responded, and this is most likely another refusal. Isaac reveals that all these people are led by John Doe, whose real name is Na Sang-hu, and asks for help in getting him to come. The man, Rothschild, agrees that it will not be easy, but guarantees that there will be no currency war this time. Rothschild promises that with Isaac's assistance, he will force John Doe to accept the offer or bring him out of the shadows. Isaac agrees to cooperate, when suddenly they are informed of Jonathan's arrival. A fair-haired man in a gray suit, Jonathan, steps out of an expensive car. Jonathan shakes Isaac's hand and thanks him for helping him successfully exit the oil market. He admits he was surprised by the Rothschilds' financial mobility. Rothschild privately gloats that he had to use the entire family's assets, but it was worth it. He mentally celebrates the absolute monopolization of the oil market, which will force everyone to reckon with his family. Jonathan thinks Isaac is just watching them gain power to die from the inside, and asks sympathetically if everything is okay. Isaac struggles to contain his laughter, insisting that everything is fine and mentally telling himself to stop. Jonathan recalls with horror son's words that oil prices would begin to fall after reaching their peak. The narrative moves on to explain the 3 tiers of consumer credit in North America. The subprime rating came from the mortgage crisis that caused the global depression. As the economy worsened after a series of crises, the U.S. government continued to cut interest rates. Mortgages seemed like an easy way out, so people borrowed more and more money from banks to buy houses. Property prices continued to rise, and people used the homes they bought as collateral for new loans. After approving too many loans, banks began to run out of money. So banks started selling houses used as collateral to investors. Having received the money, they issued even more loans, which was the second stage. Blinded by the real estate bubble, people found themselves in a paradise created by banks to earn interest. The first 2 stages repeated themselves, and the pressure of the expanded market impacted the main rank. Due to rising interest rates, the top earners were unable to stay afloat, losing their homes. The same goes for Rothschild's in-house mortgage lending division, more than half of whose capital is tied up in subprime debt. Jonathan falls onto the bed in panic, realizing that Rothschild is proudly hugging 2 nuclear bombs. The tension makes him feel like his face is about to burst. A man enters the room and asks if Jonathan has a minute. Jonathan greets Zillion, saying that this is their first meeting and he is just in time. Zillion hands Jonathan the sealed envelope he was told to give him at their first meeting. Jonathan explains that this is a thank you for the support during difficult times and asks to take a look. Zillion reads the invitation to Korea for May 5th, 2009, and learns that he is the first to receive it. Jonathan says the Korean man known as John Doe is actually named Na Sang-hu. He shocks Zillion by adding that he has known him for a long time under the name Ethan. A woman appears and asks Zillion if Jonathan told him about the management department. Jonathan states that the management department does not exist, and that all its activities were carried out by just one person, Na Sang-hu. The blonde man covers his face with his hand, overcome with emotion and wondering what such a genius could feel for an ordinary person. A woman standing nearby, looking tired, says that he is at it again, and it is starting to get annoying. The man apologizes with a smile and suggests talking later. The woman takes him by the arm, saying that since he apologized, he needs to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again, which surprises him. She directly proposes marriage and promises to accept all his worries and complaints in bed. As she leaves, she asks if he really doesn't want to, and the man thinks to himself that this is not true at all. The scene changes, and a man named Jaden Powell, chairman of the Federal Reserve, declares that this can no longer be delayed. Another balding man asks to wait just a couple of years because the market is still unstable. The balding man runs down the hallway in a rage, calling Jaden an arrogant bastard and ungrateful. He asks his assistant what will happen if interest rates rise, and his assistant replies that they will likely lose income. The man gets angry, saying that even a child could understand this, and demands to know how many CDOs are based on these loans. The assistant assures that there is no need to worry, because all assets from Jonathan Investment Finance Group are of excellent quality. AAA rank. The balding man reflects to himself that this problem has been considered more than once, and in the worst case, income would not change too much. He smirks maliciously, thinking that Jonathan was silent like an idiot and was angry about the loss of assets, which makes him feel better. He recalls with annoyance that he never managed to talk about Na Sang-hoo and considers the meeting absolutely useless. Another character thinks the Rothschilds have finally conquered the dollar and oil, and writes a message asking the North American members to gather. The balding man's assistant asks if he intends to continue this way until the very end. Someone warns a man to open his eyes wider and look at what is about to happen. More people burst into the room and yell at the balding man, identified as Isaac, asking what he is doing. They continue to be outraged at how anyone could do something like that, while the assistant stares at his phone in horror. The phone screen shows the news that Bear Stearns has filed for bankruptcy protection. Isaac is shocked because this is one of the 3 most powerful firms in the securities market, and he does not understand why this happened. His assistant calls to tell him that the subprime mortgage bubble has burst. Isaac, perplexed, asks how and why now, and the assistant adds that this is precisely why Bear Stearns started to sink. Isaac calls them idiots, suggesting they were blinded by quick profits and held low-grade assets. He asks his assistant in horror not to say this, pleading and not believing what is happening. The assistant falls to his knees and screams that it all came from AAA-ranked assets like the ones they acquired from Jonathan Investment Finance Group. Isaac's world is turned upside down, and in a panic, he orders the mortgage lending department to sell everything immediately. The action moves to the street, where protesters with placards demand the dissolution of the Bilderberg Club. The crowd surrounds the green car and chants that they are not slaves. A man in a car looks at the protest and quietly asks what was going on at the entrance to the club. Enter Dronzer Rothschild, deputy head of the Rothschild family. He is introduced to Jonathan Hunter, who smiles back. Dronzer gets straight to the point, claiming that the assets they were sold were riddled with problems. He angrily tells Jonathan not to pretend he didn't know, and accuses him of deliberately selling out. Jonathan calmly asks how Isaac is doing and adds that he heard about his paralysis. He recalls that the head of the Rothschild family himself wanted to buy these assets so badly because he liked to see Jonathan's group in danger. Dronzer suggests trying to reach a compromise and says that he is giving them this opportunity. Jonathan, surprised, asks again what opportunity he is talking about, and states that his family never remains in debt. Dronzer, surrounded by a dark aura, says that they are based on the principles of trust and warns that they should not be offended. The blonde man says with a grin that his interlocutor seems unaware of the chaos his boss has caused. He says he had a falling out with the North American members and calls it a real show. Seeing the lack of understanding, he asks if he still doesn't understand and states that he no longer has any connections. His interlocutor, defeated, takes out a cigar and asks what opportunity he is being given. The blonde man, lighting his cigar, offers to take back the mortgage lending department for $1 billion. The second man snorts contemptuously, calls the proposal rubbish, and asks if they really think he is that stupid. The blonde throws up his hands in despair, saying that they won't reach a compromise this way, and everyone will have to sacrifice something. He offers to provide financial assistance to the Rothschild family in exchange for something of value. His red eye flashing, he announces his price, the Federal Reserve rate, with a devilish smile. 3 months passed, and the situation for Dronzer, walking in the rain, was worse than it had been in 2003. A man calls on the phone and asks the person he is talking to come to the Bailey house right now. He explains that the Rothschild business accounts for over 80% of the subprime market, and they cannot afford to fall apart. At the meeting, he proposes to provide the Rothschilds with $200 billion in emergency aid. The people present at the meeting were shocked by this proposal. The man sweats nervously and says that this is still help, and asks if the Rothschilds can't handle it themselves. Dronzer, who is present at the meeting, calmly replies that they cannot. Otherwise, they would have already done everything. He grins and says that most of their family's assets are mortgaged and they need more than $3 trillion. The official exclaims in horror how this is possible. After all, they are Rothschilds. Another meeting participant angrily addresses Dronzer, asking what kind of attitude this is. Dronzer leans back in his chair, holding up the ringing phone. The official looks at him in horror, realizing what he just did. Dronzer announces with a satisfied smile that they have just filed for bankruptcy protection. He starts clapping, saying that the land is worth $3 trillion and he would be grateful if it was accepted. The scene suddenly changes to show a huge monster with an axe attacking a man. A system window appears stating that the Diva sword has been used. A man with a flaming sword leaps into the air to strike a bull-headed monster. He brings his fiery blade down on the monster's neck, causing a powerful explosion. The man falls, shot in the chest, and the system windows report that Yan He used body healing. He stands up to the monster again, using Odin's wrath and aiming the sun sword. The hero directs a powerful bolt of lightning from his sword straight into the chest of a huge monster. The girl, covered in blood, screams out Sang-hwee's name in horror. Sang-hwee falls down, thinking to himself about the rest. A month later, he wakes up in a hospital bed next to that girl. While they were sleeping in a hotel in Las Vegas, the news reported on the bankruptcy of the Rothschild family. A girl at dinner asks if these are the Rothschilds whose assets are estimated at 5 trillion. Sang-hwee, drinking wine, replies that this meaning is exaggerated, and they are alive only thanks to their family name. She notices his frown and asks if something is bothering him. He thinks that this is to be expected from an empath, and the system congratulates him on increasing his power to S rank. The system windows are reporting an increase in the development limit, and he wonders if something like this has existed all this time. He stands surrounded by an aura and decides that although the privilege may be given to the first 10, only he will use it. The character thinks that if he were alone, he would probably have given up already. But half the way has been passed. He looks forward with determination and says that there are 10 years left until 2028. He turns to the girl, saying that she is probably tired of his conversations, but he needs her help. His plan is to use a special privilege, suicide, which requires raising all stats to S rank and then resetting them. He'll have to clear over 300 B rank dungeons in 10 years, meaning there's no guarantee of success. He was surprised by Yeonhee's reaction, who calmly asked if the items would stay with him, and he answered yes. She says, well, assuming that he has already made his decision. The girl decides with a smile to leave the medical corporation to the younger generation, since they will be busy with dungeons for the next 10 years. He suggests taking a short break every time an indicator rank increases. She happily agrees, raising her glass of wine and offering to drink to it. They clink glasses, and she promises to help him recover once all his stats are reset. In another scene, a man in a suit reports the administration's decision. A fair-haired man named Jonathan says tiredly that it's the same thing every time and asks to continue. The visitor reminds that the mortgage crisis was created by the Rothschilds with the participation of Jonathan's group, and warns of the consequences. Jonathan chuckles, asking if he seriously thinks they created the crisis, calling it stupid. The man in the suit starts to sweat when Jonathan says that there is already a foundation created for the same purpose as his. They show the International Wildlife Fund, which is confronting the Environmental Protection Fund created by the Rothschilds. The Environmental Defense Fund was supposedly created to help developing countries, but in reality, it is aimed at buying up their land. Its owners plan to extract funding from developing countries, and using land as collateral, acquire more than 30% of the planet. This way, they will get the Amazon too. But Jonathan thinks there is no need for that. He states that both foundations will soon belong to them, and asks for cooperation in order to gain access to previously inaccessible dungeons. The visitor babbles in fear, and Jonathan threatens. Jonathan, his eyes flashing red, finishes his thought that the president has nothing to do in the next elections. The man gives in, says there is no need to complicate things, and asks to be connected with the president. Later, Jonathan calls someone and asks if the Rothschilds called him, to which he receives an affirmative answer. The visitor, talking on the phone, fearfully agrees, and Jonathan watches him. The man promises over the phone that the administration will be present at the opening of the new fund, to which Jonathan responds perfectly and asks that this be conveyed to the president. Jonathan suggests recommending a man as the new Fed chairman. A shocked visitor asks Jonathan about his stake in the Federal Reserve Bank. Jonathan says the word dollar with a grin and asks what price he is looking for. The next day, Jonathan decided to send out invitations to former Bilderberg members. All the guests were incredibly angry with him. One of the club members reports that they have supported the World Wildlife Fund and donated all assets to the Federal Reserve Bank. A man with an eye patch praises another man, calling him Dronzer, and says he did a good job. Dronzer looks at the paper in his hand in bewilderment and asks what it is. The man with the blindfold explains that it is an invitation that he trampled in front of Jonathan, then picked up and straightened. Dronzer, horrified, asks if he wants to make a clown out of him. A man with an eye patch brutally beats Dronzer. He leans over him and whispers that he will not let his family fall. With a wicked grin, he asks Dronzer to play the role of a worthy leader until the very end for the sake of future generations. The elderly man clutches his neck in despair, muttering that all this is for the future. Sitting in a wheelchair in a dark room, He decides that the most important thing now is to simply try to survive. The action moves to a modern building of the Siamanjam Resort in the city of Gunsan. A resort employee politely informs visitors that all rooms are booked and they will have to return. A man in a leopard print shirt is indignant in a car that in such a developed country he is not allowed into a hotel. Getting out of the car, he arrogantly asks the employee if he knows who he is talking to. His companion in the car, touching up her lipstick, calls the situation a bummer, because she only wanted to help the resort with sales. Suddenly, the man in the leopard shirt hears a loud horn and angrily asks who the son of a bitch is honking. It turns out that there was a whole line of expensive cars heading to the resort behind them. The narrator explains in a voiceover that absolutely all the invited representatives arrived at the meeting. Even the Rothschilds canceled their meeting and were the first to join the gathering. They show a flashback dated May 5, 2009, where people are gathering in a hall. A young black-haired man looks forward seriously against the backdrop of a sign about the establishment of a new world order. Standing behind the podium, he begins his speech about the birth of a new era. He tells his listeners that they, like the Bilderberg Club, are going to create a world government. Flashing his red eye, he invites those who agree to sit down and the rest to leave. The gray-haired man in the hall smirks, realizing that this is the birth of the emperor of the new world. This emperor stands over the city with a wad of money in one hand and a flaming sword in the other. The gray-haired man reflects that over time the emperor will only become stronger, and history has never known such a powerful man. In the hall, two elderly businessmen assume that the leader will now make some unreasonable demand. However, the leader suggests talking about what they will do in the event of an attack by extraterrestrial forces. One of those present raises his hand and says that it will be necessary to stop the mass riots. The leader asks to stay on topic and mentions that he has studied the military plans of the House of Baal for such situations. He adds that these projects were completed back in the days of the Bilderberg Club, which surprises one of the guests. His eyes flashing red, he explains that the greatest fear the House of Baal fears is the shutdown of the global economy. For example, due to nuclear weapons. He states that he cannot allow chaos within their group and wants to clear everything up right away. If that day comes, economic systems such as brokerage and financial services cannot be closed. He asks them to remember that the invasion is just an example, and he will not silently watch the destruction of the order they created. He vows to personally go to the front lines with all his wealth and calls for the economy not to be allowed to stall. Those present are amazed by his pressure and determination to fight for his order, even against aliens. The young blonde man screams in horror, not believing that the leader is proposing to liquidate all capital. In a different setting, sitting in armchairs, the leader reassures the blonde man, saying that it will not start right now. He grins and clarifies that they will start slowly from 2016 to avoid a crisis. The blonde, in desperation, asks why this is necessary and how much cash they are going to save. The leader recalls his speech at the first meeting of the club, which everyone probably considered a simple intimidation. He predicts that they will soon need so much money that they cannot even imagine, which shocks his interlocutors. Extending his hand, he asks if they know why he uses the name Odin. In the symbolic vision, he sits on a throne, surrounded by powerful bolts of blue lightning. He says he hopes to be ready to save the world by that day. The action moves forward 8 years to 2017, to a modern building in the middle of a forest. The politician on screen declares that those who fought against him have failed and are now at a loss. He wishes everyone a happy new year and a better future as the screen becomes staticky. The blonde looks at the screen with a grim expression, feeling the resolve of his comrades waver for the first time. He trains furiously, thinking about what pathetic fools his enemies are to believe in their success. During sparring, he fights desperately with his partner, using short batons. Exhausted, the blonde admits with a smile that he cannot defeat his opponent. His partner suggests continuing, mentally marveling at the resilience of the richest man in the world. The blonde says that's enough for today, and thanks his partner for a job well done. A dark-haired man suddenly appears behind him and praises him, noting that his movements have noticeably improved. A girl named Yan He approaches them and makes a friendly joke at the blonde guy, Jonathan, to which he responds with a compliment. She continues to joke about so-called middle-aged beauty, which irritates Jonathan. The dark-haired boy, Sang-Hoo, holds out a small bag, saying he has a gift to cheer up his friend. Sang-Hoo asks Jonathan to always keep the contents of the bag with him, as they should not be too noticeable. Jonathan agrees, and then asks Sang-Hoo if he thinks he can make it. Sang-Hoo replies with a smile that, in a way, this is their last face-to-face meeting. The trio walks down the corridor, reminiscing about the past and realizing that they only have 1 year left. Sang-hoo clenches his fist and says that they must survive no matter the cost. Jonathan grins back, promising to make sure Sang-hoo can use him until the very end. The three of them fist bump, and Sang-hoo says that they will see each other in the new world. The action takes place in the past, where the character fights giant insect-like monsters. A bloodied Sang-hoo looks at his low stats after his second attempt, and an exhausted Yeon-hee asks what they should do now. Sang-hoo confidently states that with his experience and items, this E-rank dungeon will be enough. Yeon-hee cries, calling herself a loser because she couldn't raise a single stat to E-rank. Sang-hoo hugs her to calm her down and promises that they will definitely survive. The scene changes to Bank President Na Jae-nil, contemplating in his office that he wouldn't want to go back to his youth. He looks at the family photo, thinking about his status, wealth, and wonderful relationship with his family. Smiling, he decides that it's time to retire, because he can't work until he dies. He finds a resignation letter in his hands, and he can't believe his eyes. The female secretary tells him that she can't help him because he has turned down offers from other companies. The president thanks her for her time, philosophically noting that everyone leaves someday. The secretary nods understandingly and hands him a stack of tickets, calling this his final assignment. He is surprised to see that they are tickets for a 100 days stay in VIP rooms at the resort, and she explains that they are a gift. She clarifies that there are 100 tickets, and all invitees will receive paid leave or business compensation. The president is stunned by such generosity, and the woman assures that their group will solve any possible problems. She repeats with a smile that he has done a great job, and that this is his last task. Later, at home, he looks out at the city at night and wonders if this is normal for the company, or if it's because it's foreign. He tells his wife that he is very grateful, but he cannot refuse, as the resort is already booked. His wife happily suggests inviting Sang-hoo along with them. Their son screams with joy as he jumps into the resort's pool. Among the vacationers are the awakened ones from the Revolution and Tomorrow groups, who look anxious as they await the day of the beginning. News reports indicate that important members of the Ho Destiny group and their families were able to enjoy a surprise vacation. The mother thanks Sang-hoo for taking care of her family as they stroll by the pool in the evening. Sang-hoo replies that it's nothing and apologizes for putting such a heavy burden on her. The efforts of the Chanil Temple Club prevented the use of nuclear weapons, but the current president is completely unpredictable. Sang-hoo thinks they will meet at the testing ground, which will become the last bastion of humanity. Woo Yeon-hee asks from the car with tears in her eyes if they will see each other again. They press their palms to the glass, and Sang-hoo promises that they will definitely meet. After Woo Yeon-hee's departure, Sang-hoo spent 3 days in his room on the computer. He thinks with a determined look that if 10 years were not enough, then no amount of time will change the picture. During the video conference, he is assured that Wall Street and the city will not stop. Sang-hoo says with a smile that they have prepared everything they could, and now all that remains is to wait. He speculates that they need to survive a mass input crisis for the stock market to show its strength. The thought continues that some dictators cannot be controlled. However, the cogs of the financial world that are available to him must continue to turn. Sang-hoo looks at the notification from the Ministry of National Defense about the appearance of unidentified creatures. His parents run into the room in panic, and his mother screams that he is here. The father, horrified, says that foreigners with weapons have invaded and they need to get to a safe place. Sang-hoo calmly stops his father, saying that everything is not like that at all. He explains that these people will protect them, and 2 awakened ones appear behind him. Addressing the parents, he asks them to calm down, understanding their fear and confusion. He assures the frightened parents that this is the safest place now. The action moves to New York, to the Brooklyn area. A man named Chris gives an investment briefing, thanking everyone in attendance. Chris explains to investors that Jonathan Investments is leaving the market for a reason. He thinks to himself that profits have increased because the Jonathan Group is weakening, moving away from monopoly policies. The 2 investors discuss that they need more concrete reasons to invest in Chris. One of them suggests that it's about war, and Chris smirks. Chris says that's not the case, but his speech is interrupted by a loud explosion. People are running in panic, and Chris answers on the phone that he is at an investment briefing. Looking at the chaos, he screams into the phone in horror, not understanding whether this is a terrorist attack. The breaking news shows a giant monster, and Chris's interlocutor asks him to turn on the news. Chris is shocked to realize what is happening, not believing that Jonathan could abandon the market in such a situation. A wounded Chris lies among the rubble, listening to the bank's announcement that all deposits are safe. As he groans in pain, A message urges customers to come to bank branches. A dark monster looms over the wounded Chris, who lies in the ruins. The phone with Sang-hoo's photo lies in the rubble as the voice in the message repeats that the money is safe. Chris looks at his phone in despair, wondering why the stock market is opening in 20 minutes. He panics and wonders what Jonathan and the other major shareholders are doing with their money. As investors around the world watch in horror as markets fall, Chris realizes they have the power to fight back. Bleeding, Chris desperately tries to call someone, begging them to pick up. Bleeding, a man in a suit screams into the phone for his interlocutor to use their capital to buy up shares that are fleeing the market. On the other end of the line, a crying girl sobs that she is listening to his instructions. A wounded man in a collapsed building thinks he can't die like this after so many years on Wall Street. Among the rubble, soldiers notice him and shout for him to come to them. A group of businessmen panic. One of them presses Jonathan to say something, insisting on the need to focus on physical goods. Jonathan calmly orders everyone to return to their seats, warning that the collapse of the financial system will return them to the Stone Age. He continues by saying that they should understand better than anyone that this place is the foundation of civilization. Sitting at the head of the table, Jonathan suggests that this could be the foundation of a new civilization and encourages everyone to do what they can. A young man with dark hair calmly drinks from a mug, thinking that even though everyone is in a panic, he has managed to calm the leaders. In a video call with Jonathan, he learns about the entire market being closed and reflects on the betrayal of Silverman and Morgan, who are selling everything. He begins typing rapidly, following orders to operate on programs 3 and 4 and concentrate on the City of London. Jonathan looks at the monitor with a smirk and notes that their futures market has already reopened, before mentioning the name Isaac Rothschild. An elderly, balding man looks at the screen, comparing himself to the king of the gods, Odin, who prevents the destruction of the entire world. He speaks via video link to a man he calls Odin and asks him if he thinks he will let this world die. In a memory or vision, an ominous figure with red eyes appears, ordering you to make the right choice and not forget who gave you this chance. An elderly man recalls how Odin warned him not to do anything stupid. His dark-haired interlocutor asks him what he answered to this. The elderly man says that it is not for him to answer Odin, and asks his interlocutor to tell him what decision he has made. The dark-haired man grimly replies that although the monsters are ferocious and cruel, news is spreading throughout the world that they can be dealt with. The older man smiles and says that this office is now his, and 10 years have passed since then. His interlocutor, standing in the office, says that he now understands why he made such a decision during a substandard incident. A muscular guy works at a computer while a text explains that the Rothschilds have switched to buying. Jonathan panics and shouts that the bank might take their bonds because without them, the entire economic system would collapse in a couple of hours. The dark-haired guy notes that the monster attacks have stopped, but this is only the calm before the storm. The characters' thoughts describe how groups that have calmed down after the panic will begin to sell off their capital. The managers, returning to their offices, will try to sell all their assets as quickly as possible. With glowing red eyes, the protagonist decides that they will do something different and buy everything. His assistant asks to stop the market for a minute, but the hero, named Sani, sees that there are too many goods. A Russian strategic nuclear bomber is reportedly moving towards its target, a gate in the northern part of the Moscow region. The young man watches the news in horror, realizing that their agent in Russia has failed. A week after the monsters appeared, the world market begins to stabilize while the protagonist wakes up in his room. He asks in surprise when he fell asleep, and on TV they report on the successful recovery of the New York stock market. The girl next to him cries with relief, thinking about what the world would be like without Ethan, whom she calls Odin. Odin tells her seriously that it is too early to relax. He warns that from this evening onwards, monsters will begin to appear that humanity will not be able to cope with, and that we need to hold out a little longer. If they can evacuate the civilians and prevent the use of nuclear weapons, then the awakened will be able to cope with everything. He asks about the preparations for the press conference, and the girl replies that everything is almost ready for the announcement of the creation of the World Association of Awakened Ones. The man reflects on how long they had been preparing for this, and is amazed at the willpower of one person who stopped the collapse of civilization. He clenches his fist, thinking about how Odin managed to buy up all the valuable goods and stabilize the market, and he feels a tremor of excitement or fear. He tells his assistant that everything is fine and ready for the press conference. The gray-haired man instructs the black-haired man to deal with the situation using the main command. A guy named Joshua is hesitant to speak at the conference, but the gray-haired man assures him that he trusts the association's reputation. Joshua thinks there are only a few hours left before the test site opens, and this is the last thing he can give. The gray-haired man opens the doors and is enveloped in a bright blue glow. A flashback begins to a week ago, where the same man is at a press conference announcing an invasion of the planet. One man asks another, Brian, for help, saying that people think he saved the market, but no one is dealing with the consequences. The two men walk down the hallway, and Brian says that whether they are thanked or blamed, there is something they need to know. Brian adds with a malicious grin that when everything is revealed, they will be judged. Such is human nature. His interlocutor agrees and talks about the need to carefully distribute shares through shell companies to hide the data. Brian explains that in a few hours, the monster invasion will reach a new level that even the army won't be able to handle. And then they will enter. His partner, in a panic, asks if they should just leave the shares and think about escaping. Brian turns on the big screen, declaring that the military cannot handle high-ranking monsters. The screen shows a press conference of the World Association of Awakened People, and Brian says that this is their job. The head of the association, engulfed in flames, announces that the attack will be repeated, but it cannot be dealt with by conventional weapons. And there is only one way. The press conference hall is engulfed in flames, causing panic among reporters and guests. A man with gray hair and his companions stand at the podium, announcing that this is a battle for people with supernatural powers who have been awakened. Joshua and his parents watch the broadcast in horror an hour after the second invasion began. The head of the association announces on screen that a testing ground will open, and some of the spectators will be selected. People on the street watch a broadcast on huge screens, which says that time flows differently at the training ground, stopping in the real world. The announcer explains that to everyone else, it will look as if the chosen ones appeared at that very moment and dealt with the monsters. The head of the association, with a determined look, asks everyone to wait for their return. Father Joshua assumes that the speaker is from the Carry-On family, which means he has no reason to lie. The father, with alarm on his face, realizes that this testing ground may be real. Huge, high-ranking monsters, similar to minotaurs, begin to pass through the gates. Joshua remembers that in his past life, at this time, the United States announced the use of nuclear weapons while the news was still broadcasting the monster attack. Joshua clenches his fist, his eyes glowing purple as he triumphantly thinks he's done it. He, with a backpack on his back, surrounded by radiance, smiles at his father and promises to return soon. The father looks at his son in horror and shouts at him to stop. The father tries to grab Joshua, who stands in the doorway, enveloped in blue light. Joshua disappears in a stream of light before his parents' eyes, and a system message announces the entrance to the testing ground. Crowds of people across the city rise into the sky in columns of blue light. The man looks anxiously at the system window, congratulating him on entering the testing ground. A small pink fairy appears before the group of new arrivals and introduces herself as the guide for the first act. The fairy explains that this place is not their world. Different laws apply here, and time flows differently. The soldier asks in surprise if she is a fairy, and the other man is touched by her appearance. The fairy happily informs that many things here are created for their growth, and one of them is tasks. The enraged man shouts that he doesn't care about this nonsense and demands to be sent back. The fairy's sweet face twists into a sinister grimace with red eyes, and she asks if it is really so difficult to understand the local laws. The screaming man's head explodes and his headless body falls to the pavement. The fairy, hiding her face behind her bangs, says that she will explain as many times as it takes for them to understand. People are running down the street in panic, and a soldier among them is shouting for everyone to run. A man runs up to a soldier and demands to shoot a flying fairy, asking why he was given a machine gun. A soldier despairs as he thinks he has been taken away from the battlefield. But here, his weapon does not work. Inside the building, among panicked people, a man in a suit decides that he needs to use a machine gun to take control of the situation. The soldier introduces himself as Second Lieutenant Gyu Beom and orders everyone to follow his instructions from now on. Another man in a red jacket calls for everyone to calm down and unite, asking those who served in the military to step forward. The lieutenant speaks fine as the two men exit and asks if someone can turn on the phone. The big guy in the white t-shirt angrily shouts, asking if they heard the guide, because this is another world. The lieutenant calmly asks the man to first identify himself and then speak. The man introduces himself as Kwan Sung-il and explains that in order to lead people, One must be thoroughly familiar with the situation. Kwon Sung-il points to the lieutenant and asks him to repeat the words status window after him. The lieutenant angrily asks everyone to remain silent and not cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. Kwon Sung-il insists that he just try it, showing the dagger that has appeared in his hand. The lieutenant raises his machine gun, shouting for everyone to stay put and warning them. Kwon Sung-il calmly says that there is no need to be so angry, and asks him to just try saying the status window at least once. When another man tries, a glowing cube appears in front of him, and everyone realizes that everyone is receiving a reward for awakening. The lieutenant, seeing the general commotion, shouts loudly for everyone to calm down and be quiet. Kwon Sung-il is disappointed to think that this is not the answer, and that perhaps following the child would be the right choice. He runs out into the street and shouts for the hooded man to wait. Kwon Sung-il catches up with the stranger, introduces himself and says that he is 42 years old, but he remains silent in response. He asks if the stranger is going to follow him, to which he replies by asking if it is possible. Kwon Sung-il says that it will be safer without the others, and adds that maybe he himself wants to follow him. The hooded man warns him that he will probably die, and thinks that he has seen him before, and that he is like from another world. Suddenly, a fairy appears and tells people not to be afraid, promising to take care of them. The fairy reports that there are 99 of them left, as one has died, and they have all just awakened. She addresses the lieutenant's group, saying that they have finally figured out the system and have moved on to the next stage. The fairy announces the creation of the Wave Quest and advises using the awakening rewards for protection. She announces that there will be plenty of time to prepare for the first task, and announces the beginning of Scene 1 of Act 1. Kwon Sung-il is horrified and says that he won't be able to follow the hooded man to where he is going. Meanwhile, in another group, someone asks if a person has gone there and offers to bring him back. The lieutenant notices that all the paths are blocked, but there is a dark passage that is too dangerous to go into. He asks Kwon Sung-il if he knows the man who left, and he replies that he doesn't, but he feels that they need him. The lieutenant cuts off that it is up to him to decide and orders him to join the others. He commands to collect all the items in one place and distribute them fairly, and the fairy praises his active position. The people in the group are unhappy, doubting that this will give them control, and think that the lieutenant is getting carried away. Suddenly, a system window appears in front of Kwon Sung-il, informing him that the Wave Quest has been completed. He doesn't understand what's going on until they show a hooded man standing among mountains of monster corpses with the Silver Queen Award. In the lieutenant's group, people are happy with the attack and healing skills they have received, and the fairy looks at them with puzzlement. The surprised fairy, with a creepy grin, states that the task seems to have already been completed, and they managed to surprise her. The lieutenant approaches the guide and asks if they can change skills, and asks to change his own skill. The fairy guide asks if the lieutenant wants to change the system, but immediately replies that she does not have such power. The lieutenant tensely inquires who has such authority, and the system window replies that the tester does. The system informs that he himself can become a tester by fulfilling all the conditions, but it is not easy. The fairy explains that he will have to figure out the conditions himself, and this information is a reward for quickly completing the task. The lieutenant thanks the fairy, and she announces the transition to the second scene of the first act. Suddenly, the fairy's eyes glow red, and she angrily says that the preparations are not finished yet, suggesting that everyone take a rest. Seeing the lieutenant's bewilderment, the fairy decides to give them a new task. Blue system windows appear in front of the lieutenant and the other survivors, including the guy in the hood. The system announces the creation of an untitled task in which you need to choose an outcast from among the survivors. Two men with guns in their hands order the guy in the hood to stay put until they report everything to the lieutenant. The lieutenant approaches the hooded guy and asks if he completed the mission and what happened. The guy in the hood calmly replies that he dealt with it himself, and that's all. The agitated lieutenant says that it was too fast and that it created a problem in the form of a new quest. The guy in the hood explains that this will happen every time the guide wants it to, and you'll have to get used to it. The lieutenant asks if the guy is a member of the World Association of Awakened People, and he asks permission to call him lieutenant. The hooded guy advises the lieutenant not to interfere with him and to keep his head down if he wants to help. While the lieutenant is trying to figure out what happened, an enraged, muscular man runs up to them. The man shouts that the hooded guy told him about the rewards for waking up, and they should be grateful. The guy in the hood grins ominously, saying that the lieutenant wanted to pin the responsibility on him, not realizing that he survived only thanks to him. The lieutenant tries to calm the man down, saying that everything is not like that at all, and suggests waiting until everything calms down. The man becomes even more irritated, shouting after those leaving that the guide is obviously trying to confuse them. A muscular man asks a guy who takes off his jacket why he doesn't go with the others. He replies that people are more terrible than monsters, and his interlocutor agrees that they only care about their own skins. The muscular man warns him that he too should be prepared for trouble, because if the lieutenant is dissatisfied, he will be in danger. The dark-haired guy calmly asks him if he doesn't know that when you work with a man with a machine gun, you yourself end up in the crosshairs. The muscular man laughs and says that his girlfriend left for the same reason. But you need to continue living and say what's on your mind. The dark-haired guy asks what skill his interlocutor received, and he replies that he received an item and an emblem, but the soldiers took them away. The man flexes his muscles, boasting that he seems to have the highest strength of all the awakened. He excitedly asks if the boy will finally tell him his name, exclaiming how much it cost him. The dark-haired guy replies that it is much more expensive than he thinks, and asks again if he is ready to go with him. The man decisively replies that he is ready, since he trusts him much more than those guys. The dark-haired guy puts his jacket back on, saying that he will now allow himself to be introduced. He smiles and says that this may sound too grandiose and introduces himself as Odin. A system window appears with a message about the mission being completed while the lieutenant and his men leave. The lieutenant, amazed that Odin personally chose and killed the victim, asks him for cooperation. The lieutenant and his men ask that the next wave be left to them, as they need combat experience. One repeats that they will not interfere with each other. As he leaves, he tells them not to worry, because there are definitely enough monsters for everyone. The joyful fairy appears again and announces that there will be less time for preparation this time. The system creates the second wave quest and announces that monsters will attack in 2 directions, starting a countdown. The soldier tells the 2 survivors that the south is now their concern and advises them to try to survive. The soldier gives orders to erect a barricade and strengthen the defense from the north. The city is in chaos. People are fighting small monsters and screaming for help for the wounded. One of the survivors looks with sorrow at his fallen comrade and sympathizes with his family. The system announces the creation of the 3rd wave quest, with almost 20 hours left until its start. The narrator explains that while the others were restoring order, he and Song-il were dealing with the 4th wave. His life was threatened more than once, but the amazing rewards were worth it. A fairy appears and, admiring the hero's speed, announces that he has the highest rank among all the test subjects. The fairy says that he was underestimated, to which the hero promises to work harder, and the fairy allows them to rest for now. Song-il says with relief that he was afraid of the new hellish task, and his companion notes that this system does whatever it wants. The protagonist advises Song-il to stay with the next wave in the main group to get used to the increased stats. Song-il asks in surprise if they are asking him to protect those who just recently wanted to kill them. The hero replies that he can do whatever he wants, but he shouldn't help them for free. Song-il approaches the group's new leader, Yu Chol-han, and wonders how such a young guy could become the leader. Yu Chol-han introduces himself as a doctor, and Song-il asks if he has the skill to heal. The doctor replies that everything is not so, and people believed in him when he provided first aid. Song-il says that the doctor must have already figured out who is keeping them all alive. The man replies that there was one person in the group from the World Association of Awakened People who warned that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The doctor promises to pack his things and give them to him as a thank you when they get out. But Song-il interrupts him. Song-il declares that he is not interested in money and shows the magic stone that they will now use to pay. Once magic stones become the local currency, order will return to the testing grounds. The protagonist muses by the fire that banks will be created for the survival of society and the ease of transporting stones. For a society to function, survive, and grow stronger, it needs an economy. In protected areas, it was possible to obtain water and meat, which, although it looked terrible, was still edible. One of the survivors at the fire muses that it would be nice to eat monsters if there were no risk of poisoning. He offers to exchange 1 fish for 2 magic stones, assuring that there is plenty of food. Because the 3rd and 4th waves were stopped, the number of magic stones in the city has greatly decreased, and people are begging for mercy. The fishmonger laughs and says that if they are so afraid, they can just wait for the next wave. He sternly repeats that they need to pull themselves together and go out to fight the monsters. The doctor intervenes and urges not to rely only on those 2, suggesting to create a hunting party. Song Il decides to support them and says that he will cross the border with them. He adds with a sly smile that they should help each other. Song Il thinks that the doctors are really different, since this one offered 20 stones as a city fund, and the protagonist thinks he is not stupid. Song Il advises the protagonist to see a doctor, but immediately warns him not to trust people, especially smart ones. He confidently states that he has his own ways of weeding out bad people, and that is how he immediately noticed the hero. The system creates the 5th wave quest, and the hero tells Song Il that there will be 5 entry points, 4 of which he takes on. After destroying the nest and completing the secret mission, gold boxes appeared at each entry point. The hero senses someone's presence and orders the guide who is following him to leave. An agitated fairy appears, thinking that controlling such a contender is both an honor and a burden. The hero states that he wants to change the system, to which the fairy replies that it may not be easy and asks what he wants. The hero says he wants the fairy to stop getting underfoot. A system message appears, but its text is censored. The hero firmly declares that enough is enough, and he wants to change the box system. The fairy asks in surprise how he plans to do this, to which the hero replies that the rewards are random now. He is angry that obtaining skills and items depends only on luck and not on hard work. The hero says he wants to choose the reward himself, and the system offers him to choose a category, leaving the reward itself random. He agrees and asks what test he will have to pass, after which the challenger characteristic is activated. The solemn trial quest window appears, stating that the system has been corrupted due to the interference of the Doom Chaos. The hero asks in surprise what the fatal chaos is, and the system explains that it is a demon lord of the highest rank. He realizes that the system is divided, and receives an offer to move to the mission site with a warning to gather as many people as possible. The hero refuses to move right now, and at that moment, the fairy behind him changes ominously. The transformed fairy initiates the forced transfer with a grin and wishes him luck. The hero curses as he is forcibly teleported in a red digital flash. He finds himself in front of a tall tower surrounded by flying demons, and the system announces the conditions of victory and defeat. An Anubis-like creature blows a horn, and the system announces that enemy forces are forming an army. The system begins to list enemy forces, starting with Declan's single air squad. Next on the list are 2 squads of sorcerers who look like warriors with the heads of jackals. The list ends with a squad of giant monsters that resemble walruses with tusks. In total, it turns out, about 1,000 enemies will come out against him. The hero looks at the army alone, remembering how he once entered his first dungeon alone. He thinks his chances of survival are about the same as they were then, and then uses the Ring of Domination. The system confirms the target, adult count, and a powerful flash of light emanates from the hero. A huge, ghostly creature appears from the light and begins to sweep away the flying demons. The action moves to the city, where the system announces the start of the Battle of the Waves quest in 30 minutes. One of the survivors is concerned that Odin, who has taken over 4 of the 5 entry points, has been delayed for 10 hours. His comrade tries to calm him down, saying that nothing could happen to Odin because he is too strong. The man with glasses thinks to himself that he needs to get up, because he saw how Odin dealt with the first wave single-handedly. He reflects that after victory, power will pass to the Awakened Association, and he only needs to stay close to Odin. Suddenly, cries for help are heard as monsters break through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th points. The man in glasses realizes in horror that he himself would have died at the first point, even though he acted so confidently. There is panic all around. People are shouting that the 5th entry point is under threat and asking for reinforcements. His muscular companion is attacked by small, furry creatures, and he screams for them to be taken off him. The man in glasses, in despair, decides that they are doomed and he needs to save himself. He abandons his comrade to his fate and runs to the first entry point, hoping it is safe there. Along the way, he doubts his decision, but then convinces himself that his partner Kwon Sung-il is already dead. A flash of blue light illuminates Kwon Sung-il's face as the monsters attack. The man returns to the crowd of survivors, who greet him joyfully as system windows about the box system change appear in the background. He mentally orders himself to keep a straight face and pretend that he is grateful to Odin and worried about him. He sees the wounded Odin, leaning on the much overweight Kwon Sung-il, walking through the crowd, and decides that this time there is no room for error. One asks Kwon Sung-il to protect him until he wakes up, and he agrees without hesitation. Choi Do-shik, horrified, begs brother Sung-il to listen to him. Kwon Sung-il reflects on the 5 silver boxes and how he almost died because he was too slow. He decides that this needs to be addressed immediately and chooses the dexterity upgrade box. The system windows show how his dexterity increases many times over and reaches 92. The elderly man was shocked by such luck, because the range of improvement was from 11 to 40. A woman in glasses approaches him and says that she heard him looking for a doctor. She offers her services, but on the condition that most of the magic stones will go to her. The man gets angry and asks if she really wants him to pay for Odin's treatment, since he saved her life. She thinks that Odin would not want to be treated for free, since he also uses stones as currency. Kwon Sung-il covers his face with his hand in despair, not understanding her logic. He angrily yells at her to take all his stones, damn her. A girl named Lee Soo-ah calmly replies that no, she only needs 10. The system reports that Lee Soo-ah used body healing on the unconscious Odin. She tells Kwon Sung-il that he can rest too. Kwon Sung-il looks at her suspiciously, fearing that she is up to something. Lee Soo-ah convinces him that they need to trust each other, especially in times like these. He mutters that she is talking nonsense, like that bastard, and threatens her if she does anything. One, surrounded by the green light of healing, opens his eyes. Kwon Sung-il joyfully shouts that Odin has woken up. He explains that Lee Soo-ah cured him, but she clarifies that she didn't do it for free. One asks how much he owes, and she replies 10 stones. He agrees with a smile and asks if she is now the new leader. Lee Soo-ah denies this and says that they now have a council. The system explains that 10 people formed a council and became the new leaders, and 20% of the stones go to the city fund. One, putting on his coat, asks Lee Soo-ah what she worked as, and she replies that she worked for Daehu Securities. He thinks she seems smart to him, and asks if that means he is one of them too. One confirms this and says that he worked at Telestar Investment. Lee Soo-ah is delighted because he worked for her idol Jessica's company. One notices her reaction and decides that such a mind could be useful, and that she needs to be observed. At a makeshift market, a man sells seals from 10 magical stones. Another merchant offers daggers, crossbows, and skill seals for sale. One watches with a smile as trade flourishes in this horrific environment. He approaches the merchant and asks how much the seal of healing costs. The little fairy guide reports that after the 6th wave, there were no more losses, and now there are more than 80 survivors. The guide hopes that no one will die during the last wave, but Odin thinks there will be 10 enemies. The fairy turns sinister and says that she had to try hard to match their level. One tells Kwon Sung-il that during the last wave, only they will act, and the rest must be evacuated. He then turns to Lee Soo-ah with a smile and says that she will also go with them. Lee Soo-ah is thrilled to be invited to the team and promises to try her best. One asks her to help Sung-il and warns that this battle will not be like the previous ones. The man in the white t-shirt says with horror that they had only seen small monsters before. A system message appears about the start of the 10th wave quest, and a huge monster appears behind the building. Odin explains that after receiving the Sun Cape of Ra, he increased his fire skills, transforming it into the Sun Sword of Ra. He uses the skill Path of the Fire Demon King, causing everything around him to burst into flames. His teammates panic and scream as if he's going to burn them all, but the system tells them they won't be harmed. The man in the t-shirt admits that Odin has always admired him, but now he doubts whether he is human at all. The Dweller, Gifted, and Sensitivity attributes are activated while Odin hovers in the air. One with a flaming sword in his hand rushes at the monster. Suddenly, the man in the t-shirt is attacked by small monsters, and he screams in pain. He decides not to stand aside and use the fire mace that Odin gave him to destroy his enemies. The man shouts at his partner not to worry about him and to take care of Odin, but she replies that she cannot. He notices with bewilderment that his skill is not working, and the girl says that Odin has not yet received damage. The girl in glasses shouts at him to be careful and fights off the attack of the flying creatures. She is glad that she has increased her agility and can now be useful in battle. A voiceover tells her that she is not Yeon-hee and should focus on healing while the massive beast roars. A powerful stream of blue energy hits the monster. Blue lightning engulfs the monster, and the system announces the use of Odin's Wrath. One calmly explains to his frightened comrades that the monster has entered an invincible state. The monster thinks that such difficulties are expected at this stage, but not during the first skirmish. One decides that the two will have to sacrifice their lives to prove they are worthy of a place on the team. The man in the t-shirt fights desperately, covered in blood, and can no longer tell whose blood it is, His or the monster's. He is bleeding and screaming in rage, asking where that girl is and why she is not helping. He thinks that she should wake up, because the healer cannot die first. In horror, he holds the lifeless body of a girl with glasses in his arms. A memory flashes through his mind where a woman asks why he is like this and says that she cannot live with him. He recalls his son Kichul asking if they would live together anymore, and his wife angrily taking the child away. The bloodied man breathes heavily and realizes that his life has flashed before his eyes. He falls to the ground, regretting that even before death he hears her scream and will die without saying goodbye to his son. As he dies, he thinks that Odin will somehow save the world and whispers that his time has come. Suddenly, a boy runs up to him and shouts that he will help, and the man's body is enveloped in a green glow. The system reports the use of body healing, and the man sees a man leaning over him, who says that he was telling the truth. Healed, he rises to his feet, shouts that he can finally move, and orders the boy to wait here. He promises that he will finish this and return, after which he rushes into the attack. He knows he may be doing a futile task, but he needs to distract this monster, even if just for a moment. He accepts his role and rushes to meet the blow. He screams hysterically as the monster tears him apart. A system window appears before his eyes, informing him that the 10th wave task has been completed. He stands among his fallen enemies and is relieved to realize that this is the end. Wounded and exhausted, he falls to his knees. One looks at him and thinks that this man saw the gates of hell but still came back, calling him a madman. One thinks with a slight grin that whoever that fighter was, it wasn't bad. A man lying on the floor is told that everyone wants Odin to distribute the magic stones, but he replies that he does not intend to do this. One suggests entrusting the creation of the bank to Song-il, since robberies have begun due to the value of the magic stones. Song-il, lying on the floor, confirms that this is his specialty, but immediately groans in pain. He sits up abruptly, coming to his senses, and the woman next to him asks worriedly if he is okay. She apologizes and says that she lost sight of him during the fight. Song-il panics and points at Odin, shouting that he saw everything. In his vision, he holds the headless body of that same woman and screams that she is dead. One calmly suggests that it was a hallucination and asks how much he drank. Song-il angrily clarifies that he is talking about the monster blood that he accidentally swallowed. One warns him to be careful, as monster blood can cause strong hallucinations. In Sung-il's flashback, he sees the monster's blood getting into his mouth, and he wonders in horror if it was all an illusion. In reality, he sits on the floor with 4 arms, confused, while Odin and Lee Su-ah silently watch him. One explains that only Lee Su-ah's corpse was an illusion, and everything else is true. And Song-il shouts that he remembers the child too. One confirms that the boy saved him, and says that he has already separated his share, so he can sleep peacefully. As he says goodbye, Odin advises Song-il to rest, otherwise he won't last long. He then turns to a boy named Kang Ja-sung, and sternly asks him why he came out of hiding. The boy replies that even if they had lost, the enemies would have reached the shelter anyway. One thinks that this is not an ordinary child, and if he chooses the wrong path, he will become like the 6th benefactor. He hands the boy a rank A Wind Warrior's protection ring with powerful stats. Kang Ja-sung takes the ring in shock, and Odin asks not to tell anyone about this and promises to help in the future. The boy happily asks again, and Odin gives him a note telling him to buy good equipment and eat more. This is a bank check for 100 magic stones, which needs to be taken to Lee Su-ah. Elsewhere, a man signs a contract and prepares to leave his handprint. Lee Su-ah explains with a smile that this contract will be their bank book. The older man worries about what will happen if the contract is stolen, but she assures him that no one will be able to use their money. She still advises keeping an eye on the contract, because the situation may change when there are more of them. The man asks again with concern, as there are already several groups similar to theirs. Meanwhile, the leader of the other group, Han Guang-ho, tells his assistant that he was right about the existence of other survivors. Han Guang-ho looks disdainfully towards Odin's camp and wonders if they have come for a picnic. He is a brutal gangster with tattoos all over his back who made his fortune through crime. His right-hand man, accountant Min Seok-ju, reports that they have 34 people, while the enemy has at least 50. Han Guang-ho smirked, noting that their leader's skills were not bad, and this was even better. He is confident that if he defeats the leader, everyone else will immediately switch to his side. Looking at his men, He thinks that his 34 fighters will easily defeat these idiots. In Odin's camp, two women are happy that they can now sleep peacefully with the bank. Suddenly, one of them starts crying, saying that she had thought all her life that nothing would change. Her friend consoles her and promises that they will get out of here alive. In a terrifying memory, this friend is grabbed from behind by a man who whispers that she will be saved if she answers his questions. He asks how many there are left, and the wounded woman, trembling, replies that there are 80. A man interrogates a woman, demanding to know about the leader and who controls them. Suddenly, someone thrusts a knife forcefully into another person's side. By threatening the woman and telling her she has one chance, the man with red eyes gets an answer that their leader's name is Odin. His accomplice demands to know more about this Odin, but the woman cries and says that they only know that he is the strongest. The man with glasses grins and asks how strong exactly this Odin is. The woman recalls how Odin single-handedly defeated all the monsters, including the huge monster from the last wave. Suddenly, the interrogator kills his partner in glasses, angry that he is listening to nonsense instead of receiving information. The killer turns to someone off-camera and asks if he's thinking that the leader is this fat man, after which they show a large man walking down the street. A flashback shows the assassin Han Guang-ho with his gang, and the narrator says that 34 people survived thanks to his fighting skills. Han Guang-ho is punched in the face, and the narrator explains that the outcome of the battle was always the same, no matter how strong the target. The large man, Odin, angrily asks if they want to attack him and calls them dead. In the flashback, Odin, surrounded by a purple aura, holds the defeated enemy, and it is said that no magical attack dealt damage to him. Han Guang-ho screams as he falls to the ground, and the system windows report that Odin has used the seals of power and the seals of agility. One looks at Han Guang-ho and asks if he is their leader. One clenches his fist, promising to break the enemy as many times as it takes, even if he is being healed. The defeated Han Guang-ho is unable to escape and despairs as to how Odin became so strong. One, whose face is hidden in shadow, holds Han Guang-ho's leg, and a voiceover says that Kwan Sung-il was one of the two who completed all the tasks. In a flashback, Odin easily defeats the other man, and it is stated that his rewards have been improved due to the increased difficulty of the task. In the present, people on the street recognize Song-il and shout his name, causing a crowd to gather. A beaten Han Guang-ho lies on the ground and begs Odin to spare him. A woman named Ji-hee appears, helps the wounded girl, and looks at what is happening in shock. A man in his underwear from the crowd shouts that they had no choice and would die if they did not obey. Ji-hee asks the crowd if they did all this to survive, and the man confirms it. Ji-hee coldly replies that they too survived and orders them to await their punishment. The man in glasses and underwear suddenly realizes that he has seen this woman somewhere and tries to remember. He falls to his knees and addresses her as Madame Sua, asking if she remembers him. Min Seok-ju. He explains that they met at a Jeonil Group employee evening last year, and reminds us of his position as director of the financial department. Sua recalls that there were both high-ranking officials and ordinary employees at that evening, and thinks that he would be unrecognizable in his underwear. In a flashback, Director Min speaks arrogantly of her subsidiary, saying that it would have failed long ago without their investment. Sua looks at the frightened Director Min and says that it is quite unexpected to see him like this. The narrator reports that 7 people, including Han Guang-ho, died, and the rest were banished in their underwear. A little purple fairy appears and announces that she has been chosen as the guide for the second scene of the first act. Fairy explains that the 5 groups will be merged, and Song-il's team will be in the center due to the best results. The fairy says that since they have already met representatives of other teams, they will receive a special bonus for being in the central zone. Silver boxes containing rewards appear, but Song-il thinks he is not interested. Sung-il smiles as he searches for the secret bonus of the second scene of the first act. The fairy announces the beginning of the second scene, and a huge tower of flesh rises from the ground. The group looks up in horror at the 7-story spire covered in tentacles. Sung-il tells his companion to look for Mar if he doesn't return, and the voiceover explains the nature of the test with the doors on each floor. The narrator explains that there were 8 evils and 8 goodies, each with its own special characteristic. The first evil is the characteristic of a man who overcomes difficulties. The second evil is the skill Aegis's gaze. The third evil is the dragon skeleton item, which is worshipped even by immortals. The fourth evil is the item Zeus's Thunder Spear. The fifth evil is the Jinn Form skill. The sixth evil is the skill Death Wave of Light. The seventh evil is the item Sword of Shiva. The eighth evil is a characteristic of the Queen Mother of the Western Millennium Spiders. The first benefactor is the Devi Sword skill. The second benefactor is the Osiris Territory skill. The third benefactor is the Clown Dagger item. The fourth benefactor is the skill Hera's Madness. The fifth benefactor is the Accuser characteristic. The sixth benefactor is the skill Odin's Wrath. The seventh benefactor is the item Lakshmi's Lucky Dagger. The eighth benefactor is the Buddha Palm skill. It turns out that the testing ground only had one special ability, a dragon skeleton. Song-il flies towards the Tower of Flesh, wondering if it is the most powerful item. He understands that the system wants to act in order and decides to play along with it. The observers are shocked. They think that he, like Odin, plans to go straight to the top. The man recalls how Song-il asked him to look for Mar if he did not return. Song-il runs up to the entrance of the tower, which looks like a huge mouth with tentacles. He tells the fairy that this is his approach and asks her not to waste time and open the door. The fairy wishes him luck with a sinister smile, and Song-il activates his power, surrounded by a golden glow. A powerful blast of energy hits the top of the tower. The observer realizes that instead of Odin, they saw a monster, and understands why Song-il risked his life. A huge winged dragon skeleton appears above the tower, shrouded in purple flame. The man looks at the dragon in horror, admitting that it is nothing compared to what he has seen before. He prepares for battle, deciding that even if he dies, he will be able to deal a good blow to the enemy. In the flashback, the long-haired man finds himself in the mouth of a dragon skeleton. He screams in pain as a blinding light pierces his body. The defeated man lying on the ground is recognized and asked if he is Odin. In another memory, a group of people challenge the leader of the region to a fight for the right to command. A system window appears with a description of the S-rank item, Dragon Skeleton, that summons this creature. The long-haired man holds the crystal and guesses that at least 3 years have passed, judging by the length of his hair. He remembers the followers of the fatal Enterguasto, who were liches and undead. Originally, there was a temple of the dead at the top of the spire, but it was sent to the lands of the dead. He had to fight the followers of the fatal Enterguasto in the endless hell. Since that mission, hundreds of awakened have tried to kill him, and the system has used every opportunity to eliminate him. The long-haired guy thinks about the difficulties he will have to face to change the system. He is awakened by an acquaintance named Odin, who says that he woke up earlier than he expected. The one who woke up asks what is happening because it is very noisy outside the window. One explains that the boys from the east and west are making a fuss and demanding a fight, wanting to become leaders. The long-haired guy calmly says that this is just the beginning and takes out a dragon skeleton from his inventory. One notes that the inventory looks convenient and suggests watching how it will fight. A crowd has gathered outside, led by a man beating a drum in the rain. The protagonist notices that the change to the random reward system was effective and more people survived. He thinks with satisfaction that it was worth it, and suggests that the survival rate of other teams has also increased. He asks where Yun-hee is, and assumes that she is already looking for him after their displacement. Suddenly, he is called out by a guy in armor who recognizes him as a classmate from Shinin Middle School. A former classmate gives him a friendly hug, noting that his hair has grown a lot, but otherwise, he hasn't changed. Then he asks with disdain what he became after school, since he doesn't have a single subject. In the flashback, the guy is shown smiling maliciously and saying that he remembers the main character very well. He calls the hero a bastard and threatens to give him change, saying that without items, he is worthless. Suddenly, he changes his tone and says with a smile that there is no need to fight, because he is no longer a child, but a powerful awakened one. He hugs the hero again, laughs, and asks where he came from. The hero replies that he is from the West, and his classmate says that he is lucky because their boss Chae Young will take everything into his own hands. The hero asks if she is strong, and a classmate confirms that only she was able to hold on to her position as leader. He continues to praise the boss and assures that the hero will also switch to her side when he sees her abilities. Meanwhile, Odin, with a club in his hands, challenges 2 opponents to a fight. One of them, the East leader Ji Hyun-woo, warns him not to change his mind. The second, the leader of the West, Lee Chae-young, threatens to cut off his hand for underestimating her. One gets furious, yells at them to shut up and start fighting. Ji Hyun-woo rushes to attack. Lee Chae-young also rushes into battle, jumping from above with 2 daggers. Ji Hyun-woo scolds her because she betrayed him at the very beginning of the fight. He can hardly contain the onslaught and wonders where his opponent gets so much strength from. One hits Ji Hyun-woo's shield with a club, knowing it would take hours to break through such a defense. He continues to attack, shouting that he will see how long they last. Suddenly, he gets hit from the side and freezes in surprise. Lee Chae-young takes the opportunity to strike and says he's too open. Ji Hyun-woo smiles maliciously and suggests that they deal with the fat man first. He jumps on the wounded Odin, calling on him to surrender if he does not want to die. The 2 leaders attack Odin together, and the hero's former classmate wonders why he doesn't give up. The hero calmly notes that the woman's movements are quite good, while his companion panics that Odin will die. An inner voice says that the woman is not at the level to resist Song-il. Song-ilu, also known as Odin, catches Lee Chae-young's leg, preventing her from striking. He grins evilly and says that she has finally let her guard down. Lee Chae-young is horrified to realize that this was all planned. Sung-il swings his sword at Lee Chae-young with rage, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Suddenly, the overweight man grabs Lee Chae-young and threatens Sung-il that he will kill her if he doesn't stop. Song-il looks at him in complete bewilderment, wondering what kind of idiot is bothering him. Song-il's comrades shout with delight that this is his signature move and call him a gangster. The man spins Lee Chae-young and uses her as a weapon, knocking down Sung-il's comrades. Song-il screams in horror for him to stop and announces that he surrenders. The winner lets Lee Chae-young go and says that the Western woman caused a bit of trouble, but everything went well. Another man approaches them and asks who they are, and one of the defeated men timidly tries to introduce himself. Song-il interrupts his friend, telling him not to pretend they know each other and calls him a classmate. This classmate's flashback shows him being stabbed by a monster. He remembers how the spire monsters surrounded him and he thought that this was the end. A skeleton archer with glowing eyes aimed a magical bow straight at him. Suddenly, the saviors appeared, one of whom destroyed the skeleton with a fireball. Their leader ordered the shieldmen to go forward and wipe out all the monsters. After the battle, a man named Kang Ja-seong used body healing on the wounded man. Kang Ja-seong asked the rescued man where he was from, and he replied that he was from the 58th territory. Song-il, who was in the same group, noted that it was far away, and the rescued one assumed that they were from the 12th. Song-il corrected him, saying that they were the Heavenly Sky Guild, and the rescued man realized that the rumors were not lying. The narrator explains that many areas were unable to pass the second scene of the first act, as the spire monsters broke out. The Heavenly Sky Guild, established in the 12th territory, became a beacon of hope for the survivors. The rescued man begged to be accepted into their ranks, promising to do anything. He said that he came specifically to look for them, and although he looks pathetic, he is strong in his own way. Song-il replied with a grin that since he had survived and come all this way, he was not so simple, and suggested conducting a test. Song-il told him to follow him, and the new recruit gratefully ran after him. In the present, this person thinks that their guild was able to clear the spire, and that Song-il's group was the strongest. He can't believe that only one person defeated them, and asks them not to shed any more blood. The winner requires only one answer from him: the name of his leader. The memory of this man fighting off skeletons with his shield flashes again. He remembers collecting magic stones because he was told to, even though he didn't understand what they were for. Squad leader Kang Ja-seong congratulated him, declaring him an official member of the attack force. Kang Ja-seong carved a sign on his wooden shield, saying that he was now one of them. He explained that the square on the shield was the sign of the shield bearers, and the lightning bolt was the sign of the Heavenly Heaven Guild. The leader said that now he would have no problems going into the city, but he needed to remember one rule. The recruit asked if their leader was in charge of the city, but Kang Ja-seong replied that he wasn't even in the city, and he had never seen him. He warned the newcomer that the guild leader had told him to do so, and he asked who she was. In his mind, he recalled the image of Lee Su-ah, the guild master and leader of the New Dawn squad, who was best not to anger. Song-il, overhearing them, chuckled and said that his first reaction was the same, and the newcomer would find out everything in the city himself. In the present tense, the winner again demands to know the leader's name, asking whether it is Mar or not. Comrade Song-il is shocked and asks how he knows their leader, since that's what she calls herself. The man joyfully shouts that they found her, but the protagonist thinks to himself that he is lying. The young man nervously offers to walk them home, saying that she will be back in a few hours. As they walk, One of the men explains that they all came here from the 100th territory for the same reason. The protagonist's thoughts turn to a woman named Yeon Hee, who is rumored to have united the 10 territories. He reflects that Mar's description was strange and fears that they have wasted their time again. Suddenly, the man cries out in surprise because he hasn't eaten ramen for so long. He thanks Odin and his woman with tears in his eyes for the delicious food, and the protagonist advises him to enjoy the moment. The hero then asks the young man to bring them soju, confidently stating that he knows about its availability. The older man is surprised that he figured it out, and the young man remains silent in panic. The man lies unconscious on the floor, and the woman who appears says that she put a sleeping pill in his drink. The woman angrily realizes that these people have come for them and orders them to be tied up tightly. Suddenly, a system window about using Odin's wrath appears, and the woman freezes in shock. She and her 2 comrades are struck by a powerful bolt of lightning, and they scream in pain. She is having a hard time coming to her senses and can't believe that only one of them fell for the food trick. The hero replies that he ate too, but used the seal because he couldn't miss the ramen. He notes her strength and caution, suggesting that she has already encountered representatives of the hostile association. The woman asks with a smirk if he is interested in the fate of his allies. He asks point blank if they are dead, and she screams furiously that she could not leave such a person alive. She begins a story about the past, saying that their former leader may not have always been like this. He used to have a sense of justice, but killing for the greater good kept him awake at night. However, at some point he changed and turned into a real devil. He began to kill for the slightest mistakes, hiding behind his duty as a leader. On the day of his death, the cries of joy were louder than when they cleared the spire. However, his last words alarmed them, because he identified himself as a member of the Tomorrow organization. He warned that after the unification of the territories, they would meet his allies and advise them to behave well. Returning to the present, the woman decides to act on the principle of kill or be killed and uses her skill. The protagonist muses that this side seems to be connected to the Temple of the Dead, the final boss's area. He activates his own skill, Hanuman's tail, realizing that these guys are no match for him. His fire attack destroys the stone statues as he wonders if the man is waiting for a chance to get revenge. He realizes that the woman has indeed united the 10 territories and asks why she killed her leader. In response, he states that he does not accept just anyone into his team, which leaves her puzzled. She screams that he was the devil to them and asks if they really wanted death and cruelty at the testing ground. The hero regrets what happened, but the woman accuses him of pretending, because the bonds of their organization must be strong. Suddenly it dawns on her and she suspiciously asks if he is a member of Tomorrow. He calmly explains that there is one task for which you don't get a box, but you get a lot of points. It gives at least 500,000 points, which is enough to open the Lord's box. Surrounded by flames, he tells her that she might enjoy power and strength, but she still remains at the level of a child. He warns her that everything she has can be taken away at any moment, as happened to him, and the woman is horrified by his strength. He says that she cannot comprehend a world that is incomparable to the present one. With a sly smile, he asks if she's not curious, brat. The narrator explains that the economic system he created has made people too relaxed. The character reflects on the need for a strong army to confront the 7 demon kings. A girl with short dark hair introduces herself as Shingen-Ah, a close combat specialist. The main character thinks through the composition of the group, 1 healer and 2 sources of damage, which will simplify a lot. A large man wakes up complaining of a deep sleep, while 2 others look at him. Shingen-Ah tells the awakened man not to try to intimidate her by saying he's older. She doubts his leadership skills, claiming that she has more experience in spire expeditions. Shingen-Ah asks what's wrong and if he doesn't like the way she treats him. The embarrassed man replies that he feels awkward when the young lady calls him sir. The protagonist interrupts them, saying that they will be friends later, and calls everyone to go. He announces with a grin that they are heading to the 12th territory. The group walks through the crowd, and the people around them discuss the return of Caliber Man. A man named Sung-il tells Shin-kyung-ah not to act out because she is surprised to see their city. He greets the woman with glasses, Su-ah, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Su-ah looks at his companion in surprise and asks if it is Shingen-ah. 2 women joyfully rush towards each other, not believing their eyes. The narrator explains that Shingen-ah was Lee Su-ah's friend and followed her into the world of finance. Su-ah says that Odin seems to have worked at Telestar Investment before and reminds her how much she adores Jessica. She dreamily imagines that this is her chance to see him, and the mere thought of it makes her heart beat faster. Shingen-ah sternly cuts her off, saying that it's not that important now, and starts talking about the Awakened Association. She explains that the association is divided into two organizations, Tomorrow and Revolution, and Odin is a member of the latter. She adds that Sue may be well acquainted with their leader, Joshua von Karkian. The protagonist, Odin, is resting on a cloud, thinking that after many bad decisions, he has finally struck it lucky. A guy rudely asks another guy if he needs eyes to be beautiful. He says that there is a bank in this world, but there is still no court. The guy looks pleased and thinks that it was cool and his new skills will definitely help him in life. An older man wearing glasses salutes, informing the vice chief that the chief is waiting for him. The vice president thinks that this man, who was once a lawyer, now bows his head to an unemployed boy. He reflects that you never know where life will lead and apologizes for being late. The leader of the Miracle Rating Party, Kangi Nam, asks if that person has returned. The vice chief reports that he returned with a woman named Shin Jen-ah, whose equipment is no worse than S rank. Kangi Nam listens attentively and notes that they got a pretty good shot somewhere. He says that he will have to introduce himself to Odin soon, and orders his subordinate to work on it. The vice chief freezes in horror at such an order. Kangi Nam laughs and presses her aura on him, causing him to fall down and promise to contact Odin right now. The vice chief is angry, thinking that he is being forced to get close to this monster. He recalls the crazy rumors about Odin, the strongest member of Heavenly Heaven and the guild leader. In his mind, Odin appears as a wielder of unimaginable power, who hunts bosses alone and is cold to those he doesn't like. He remembers Odin telling him not to pretend they knew each other and decides to just kill some time. He approaches a group of newcomers and introduces himself as their guide. He thinks to himself that this is a good excuse not to cross paths with Odin. The small winged creature thanks everyone who has made it to the final scene of the first act and announces its beginning. The fairy explains that this is the end of the first act and asks her not to interrupt until one of the listeners dies. She tells the people that they have prepared well for the first two scenes, but they have only ever been involved in small fights before. This time the enemies will be much more aggressive and stronger because they have formed an entire army. In the final scene, players will have to face this army, so those who succeed need to unite. This scene will be similar to the previous waves, but the enemy will be much stronger. The mission is to fight Commander Kshipo and his army, who are so terrifying that it's hard to imagine. However, the guide believes that the participants will be able to overcome their fears. The test site features 3 acts, each divided into 3 scenes, and the finale involves fighting an army. The protagonist activates the Seeker attribute and discovers 23 entrances, the first of which is rank F. He sees that the 8th entrance has a rank from E to D, and understands that this is where the commander will come out. The hero tells the others that he will take care of the 8th entrance, and they will have to gather at least 5 squads around 5 elite fighters. He clarifies that this needs to be done for every gate, and advises striving for rating bonuses. A girl with short dark hair stops him and asks if she wasn't supposed to come with him. Another man tells her to do as she is told, but she replies that she joined the group to work with Odin. One admits that he made a promise to her, but clarifies that it concerns the next scene. He advises her to think about this while doing the current task if she wants to live to see their work together. If her intentions don't change, he says, they will go together to the end. Elsewhere, there is a battle going on, and one of the fighters shouts that it is a great shot, ordering them to be killed. The small, toothy monster bursts into flames upon impact. People scream in panic, not understanding what kind of monsters these are, and call for help. The soldiers realize that the enemies are much stronger and that a huge commander stands before them. Suddenly, a huge dragon appears in the sky, and people ask in horror what it is. One of the fighters says in despair that with the commander in front and the dragon behind them, they are dead. The main character stands on the back of a flying dragon, surrounded by a purple aura. He flies on a dragon towards the commander of the monsters, who is rushing towards him. The commander swings a huge axe to hit the hero. The protagonist, with glowing purple eyes, tells the warrior Kshipo to remember this moment forever. He cuts the commander into pieces with one blow and orders him to remember those who exterminated his race. The hero tells the monster to remember the people and receives a system message that he is the first to complete the Kill the Commander task. The remaining fighters are unable to come to their senses, not understanding whether the dragon was on their side and who its rider is. The system informs that the hero receives the challenger's box as the first bonus. He thinks that this is good, but there is something more important, and wonders if Song-il has completed his mission. Standing on the dragon, he looks down and hopes that he remembered everything correctly. At this time, a bloody Song-il picks up a divine artifact on a mountain of monster corpses, having fulfilled his mission. Despite their fatigue and injuries, Lee Su-ah and Shin Kyung-ah did not change their minds. The hero, having made sure that everything is ready, calls the fairy guide and asks what she needs this time. He tells the fairy that he wants to change the rank system to a level system. It is explained that to increase the rank, you need 100 points. And since you need to increase 4 indicators, this is too much. Therefore, he plans to introduce a system where 5 points will equal 1 level. Getting 5 points is not easy, so survivors will constantly increase their level. I would also like to introduce mastery for skills and attributes so that they can be used more effectively and regularly. These are not large-scale changes, but just a change in the display of the power that the system gives us. And now I understand what the matter is. The fairy fears that after such a change, the awakened may forget about the generosity of the system. Melky thinks that it is not the system that is fighting, but the people who are risking their lives. And he wonders about the true goals of the system. The fairy says they can make these changes if they match the rate at which he is gaining points, and the challenger stat is immediately activated. The quest Solemn Trial 2 is created, in which you need to kill King Cormorant. Damn, I expected the task to be difficult, but this is King Cormorant. The system announces the move to the test location, and the fairy wishes him luck. He finds himself in a new location with 2 other people and thinks that everything will be fine, because their squad consists of 4 of the best fighters. A girl with short dark hair teleports after him. He catches Woo Yeon-hee as she appears, thinking that she is the most useful member of the squad. But for some reason, he is angry that she finally joined. He reflects on his feelings for her, which he always tried to keep under control. Lying in his arms, Woo Yeon-hee tells him that she has received a mission related to him. Another man approaches them and asks if this girl is part of his squad. The man recognizes him, joyfully exclaims that he is Mar, and introduces himself as Kwon Song-il. Woo Yeon-hee, with red eyes, notices that Kwon Song-il respects him very much and asks why he calls him Mar. She ominously states that she will keep an eye on them. He asks the others to wait while he goes away to talk to Woo Yeon-hee. Kwon Sung-il watches them go and says that she is just a girl, alone. Suddenly, a red fist hits one of the women in the squad on the head. Kwon Sung-il reassures the second woman, saying that he hit her lightly and there is no need to worry. The woman in glasses looks at her awakened partner in surprise and asks who she is. She asks Kwon Sung-il with disbelief if that girl is really the only one, since she has never heard of her. Kwon Sung-il replies with a frightened face that there is no point in asking because he is scared himself. The woman in glasses declares that from now on, Woo Yeon-hee is part of their team, and she needs to know as much about her as possible. Kwon Sung-il asks again about the team in surprise and starts laughing nervously. Minky tells Woo Yeon-hee that she seems to be daydreaming, and it is obvious at first glance. At this time, Kwon Sung-il thinks that the 3 of them are now one team, but the gap with those 2 is too big. He thinks that he himself is not so bad, but he cannot say the same about Lee Soo and Shin Kyung-ah, while Little One thinks that he expected such a state from Woo Yeon-hee. He interrupts his thoughts and asks how she joined the squad. She replies that she has already said this before, for the same reason as in their first meeting, when she was pursuing him for a mission. He reminds her that he told her to get rid of that task because its nature and rewards were too vague, but she didn't do it. She explains that she forgot about him, but later a chain of quests appeared leading to him and suggests that something is wrong with the system. He says the system is changing, and then corrects himself by saying that he is the one changing it, and this task is part of the process. Woo Yeon-hee smiles knowingly and notes that after the innovations, many more awakened ones survived than she expected. He wonders if it is a good thing that the awakened become stronger and more resilient. Woo Yeon-hee grimly replies that people change when they gain too much power and become completely different. Hearing this, he remembers the traitors and his face darkens with anger. And Woo Yeon-hee apologizes. She smiles knowingly and says that she now understands why he selected people so carefully. The young man says bitterly that there are many people in the world who are like trash, and the 2 of them cannot cope with all the difficulties. The girl gently strokes his head and asks him not to push away those she has chosen, because that is precisely why they created the association. The instructor reminds the group of 5 people that each of them is in danger, and that this must not be forgotten. The narrator explains that there are many races, each of which lives in its own dimension. Their religion is different from others because their gods are supreme beings who directly influence civilizations. Followers of the demonic deity Cormorant worship the doom Arcuda. High-ranking commanders receive orders directly from their deity, so fighting them on their territory is suicide. The young man comes to the conclusion that the only way to kill the king is to lure him into a duel. He addresses his group, urging Shin Kyung-ah and the others to focus. He then materializes the equipment and tells Kwon Sung-il, Lee Soo-ah, and Shin Kyung-ah to come to him in that order. Kwon Sung-il looks at his new A-rank armor in admiration and realizes that their leader did not come empty-handed. Lee Soo-ah looks at the leader with adoration, thinking that since Mrs. Mar is also here, she has nothing to worry about. The protagonist reflects on how Shin Kyung-ah used to tremble when she saw him, but now she looks at him with devotion. He asks Lee Soo-ah, whom he calls Miss Mar, what the person she is thinking of looks like, and asks her to describe her in detail. The girl wonders why he needs this and calls his request rude, but he insistently repeats it. An image of a lively young man in beachwear comes into her mind. The protagonist realizes that Shin Kyung-ah only joined them for the spoils, and asks Woo Yeon-hee if that's why she took control of her mind. Woo Yeon-hee replies with a grin that people like that always create problems, and it's better to leave things as they are for Shin Kyung-ah's sake. The young man remembers the second evil, which had no powers of its own. He was a cruel demon who controlled the leaders of other groups like Toys, and committed mass murder to gain power. Although the man's identity was a mystery, he was able to discover his gender, which had brought him within a hair's breadth of death on several occasions. He despairs and thinks that Woo Yeon-hee cannot be the second evil, since he himself has the skills of the first and fourth benefactors. However, he is plagued by doubts that if Woo Yeon-hee becomes the second evil in the future. 10 days later, Kwon Sung-il, separated from the group, breathes heavily in a deserted canyon. Suddenly, a huge minotaur monster attacks him from behind a rock. Kwon Sung-il furiously shouts at the bastard cow faces that they are not the only ones with power. He successfully blocks the minotaur's powerful blow by crossing his arms. After kicking the monster away, he desperately calls for Soo-ah's help. Turning around, he yells at Shin Kyung-ah, asking why she doesn't stay close to him. At that moment, another minotaur strikes and blood spurts. Two female assassins with twin blades fly rapidly down the cliff. One of them lands next to Kwon Sung-il and ironically remarks that he has watched too many romantic movies. Lee Soo-ah, standing over the defeated monster, brazenly warns the others that she will kill them if they look at her. Soo-ah. Kwon Sung-il clicks his tongue in disappointment, and Shin Kyung-ah thinks that her stupid head knows no fear. Sung-il reflects that Shin Kyung-ah has looked depressed since that woman joined them, but he has already gotten used to her tricks. He tells Shin Kyung-ah that his shield is gone, and therefore her role in the group has become much more valuable. His eyes wide with horror, he asks if she didn't see the woman reattach the severed limbs. Shin Kyung-ah adjusts her glasses in fear and whispers that it is impossible. At this time, a powerful warrior soars in the sky, striking crowds of monsters with lightning, which are scattered into pieces by red flashes. Kwon Sung-il smirks smugly, saying that they weren't bait for nothing, and for Odin's girl, killing monsters is like going on a date. Kwon Sung-il roughly grabs Lee Soo-ah's face, ordering her to not get in over her head and look only at him. He smugly tells her not to be embarrassed, but to just do her best to stay close to him. Suddenly, Shin Kyung-ah bursts into the fray with daggers, shouting that they won't sit idly by either. A squad of 4 people walks through the desert, and the narrator recalls how they covered more than 1,500 kilometers in 2 months. The protagonist suggests setting up camp here, as this is their first stop in 5 days. Yeon-hui asks Mrs. Mar how she can improve her abilities, and the narrator notes that they have also improved significantly. The hero watches them from the sidelines, thinking that Mar looks younger than her age, and Yeon-hui treats her with respect. He approaches Kwon Sung-il and compliments him on his polite manners, reminding him that Mar is actually older. Kwon Sung-il asks again in shock, amazed at Mar's age even more than at Odin's. He falls to his knees in despair, lamenting that he has never called anyone younger than himself boss or superior. The diagram shows the complicated relationships within the group, and Kwon Sung-il suggests that Lee Soo-ah call him brother. Lee Soo-ah agrees with a smile and tenderly says the word brother. Yeon-hui approaches the hero sitting on the ground and says how wonderful and peaceful it is here. She sits down next to him and shares her observation that Lee Soo-ah likes Kwon Sung-il, and that he is also not indifferent to her. The girl asks the surprised hero if he really didn't know, since they have had feelings for each other for a long time. Young Hui asks with a smile if romantic relationships are still unacceptable within the team, and the hero senses danger. He gets up and leaves, thinking that he should keep his distance from Yan Hui, as personal emotions are dangerous during a fight. The hero makes a firm decision that they cannot become lovers. Suddenly, the scene switches to two minotaur-like monsters fighting each other. The team watches the fight from the top of the cliff in amazement, not understanding what kind of madness is happening below. The protagonist explains that the king of the cormorants must be in the center of the capital, and they need to get him out of there. Yan Hui suggests entering the city herself, but he replies that this is a last resort. He instructs the others to distract the monsters without going inside and trying not to get surrounded. An image of the city from 1997 comes to mind, with mention of the panic on the stock exchange. The explosion raises the thought that something frightening, born on the outskirts, will lure the king of cormorants out. The hero reasons that the king of cormorants is the greatest warrior and may not fall for the trick. Kwan Sung-il looks at something in the sky in horror, asking what kind of eye it is. The protagonist also looks up and recognizes the gaze of the Doom Arcud. The entire team falls to their knees from unbearable headaches under the influence of a mysterious force. The hero sees a system message about the hidden quest, Worship of the Doomed Arcud. The rest of the squad members are controlled, their eyes glowing red. The zombified comrades slowly walk towards the source of the purple glow, obeying the order. The hero resists with all his might, trying to mentally save Kwan Sung-il. A close-up is shown of Kwan Sung-il's face with empty red eyes. Suddenly, Kwan Sung-il comes to his senses and shouts in rage that he is going to gouge out that eye. A system window appears, congratulating you on completing the quest and rewarding you with resistance to authority. Kwan Sung-il is perplexed when he sees aggressively minded girls with weapons in their hands in front of him. Mar throws a dagger surrounded by a purple aura at him. It turns out that it was the main character who used his magic to bring his comrade back to his senses. The hero, staggering from fatigue, tells the stunned Kwan Sung-il that he came to his senses thanks to Mar. Lee Su-ah comes to, groaning softly, and slowly opens her eyes. She thinks that the 7 demon kings are very strong because one of them defeated them with just a glance. The group's leader says that if the eye had appeared because of them, they would already be dead. Kwan Sung-il anxiously asks the leader if there is a chance to save those two. The leader replies that it is too late because their minds have been captured. Mar, covering her face with her hand, admits that she somehow got away with it herself. The hero reflects that one of the 7 demon kings only needed one look to take over the minds of 2 team members. He decides not to despair, because Shin Gyung-ah has incredible strength. He tells Kwan Sung-il that their comrades will return as part of the Cormorant Legion, and there is no time to waste. Kwan Sung-il agrees, and the hero, with shining eyes, orders him to follow Mar's orders. The narrative states that the 5th benefactor and his team were a unique group that hunted down insidious enemies. These people were obsessed with killing. And one day, the 5th benefactor awakened the level of the 8 evils and 8 benefactors. The hero completes a hidden quest and receives the passionate trait, realizing that the 5th benefactor has gained power in the land of the dead. This is why the 5th benefactor showed amazing power in large-scale battles where he was constantly in combat. His power will become a real nightmare for the Legion of Cormorants. The hero, surrounded by a purple aura, declares that they are moving towards the dragon's skeleton. In the past, Kwan Sung-il asked Mar to use him as a combat slave without hesitation. He said he knew she didn't like it, but he asked her to at least present him in a good light today. The man begged to be granted mercy so that hope would be kindled in his heart. Mar thought what an amazing man he was, who was not afraid of death at all. She realized that his heart was filled not with fear, but with the desire to win so that everyone could survive. Mar felt the thirst for the monster's blood. But this time, she connected with her comrade's determination. She turns to a nervous Kwan Sung-il and asks if he is ready. The two of them run towards the enemy base with the thought that they will either survive or die together. A powerful dark sword, shrouded in purple flames, materializes in the air. The hero is enveloped by a powerful stream of energy emanating from his back. A system window appears describing the dragon skeleton, which is worshipped even by immortals. The hero sees before him a huge army of cormorants, including elite troops and squads of shamans. He realizes that this dungeon can now be elevated to S rank, and it is no match for Declan's army. The beast-headed shaman roars, raising his glowing staff. The hero's characteristics are activated, increasing his regeneration and perception rank to SS. He notes that it's a little different from when his agility went up to SS. A horde of shamans releases bolts of yellow lightning into the sky. The hero uses the Sword of Zui skill by extending his hand forward. He then activates the skill Strin Sword, and his body is enveloped in blue electricity. He announces that he will fight alone against a legion of S-rank cormorants without items or special characteristics. The bull-headed monster looks at what is happening in amazement. One of the bull monsters furiously attacks another. Fierce monsters with horse heads and glowing eyes enter the battle. The girl switches between targets, controlling several enemies at the same time using her perception. The man is horrified and thinks that Ms. Mar's skills are truly terrifying. A woman in a revealing outfit appears in front of him in the haze, holding a knife in her hand. He nervously notes that she looks attractive, but her appearance is too much. The woman jumps and attacks him with a knife, and he swings a huge hammer at her. The man screams in pain as he is hit by her blows, doubting that they really need to fight. He throws her back with a powerful blow from his weapon. His hammer hits the ground with force, raising dust. He pins the woman to the ground with his weapon, and she says that they will survive together. The man angrily adds that they will die together, because that is what it means to be a team. He shouts at her to come to her senses and asks if she has really decided to kill him. The man looks forward angrily, his face flashing red from the blows. A woman with glowing red eyes raises a gun over his head and says it's the end. She brings her blade down on him in a swift attack. Another girl with short hair thinks that if she could be saved, she would have done it already. She comes to the conclusion that there is no other way out as long as the possessed woman stands in the dark aura. Meanwhile, the young man stands on a mountain of minotaur corpses, and the system warns of a weakening effect. Covered in blood, he continues to fight, and the system window informs him that the gifted effect has been removed. The system activates the passionate characteristic, significantly increasing his physical and magical resistance. The young man curses, realizing that there are still plenty of wyverns ahead. A huge monster grabs him, and at that moment, the monstrous strength characteristic is activated. As he struggles in the beast's jaws, the system warns of a diminishing effect due to the binding roots of death. The young man screams in unbearable pain as the monster's jaws clamp down. The system activates the ability of a person to overcome difficulties. The ability increases all stats by 1 rank when he can no longer fight. Lightning flashes around him, and the system announces the activation of a fatal A-rank skill lasting 2 hours. After the battle, his comrades look at him, and one of them asks if the king will appear. A strong man with a bloody face says he has been given the description of a fist of destruction. The young man looks at the monsters flying in the sky and orders them not to do anything until the combat quest is activated. A huge bull king named Cormorant appears, the ruler of millions of soldiers. The system displays the characteristics of his pet, the S-rank dragon that divides the Great Plains. The young man is shocked and thinks what a lousy name this dragon has. A huge eye appears in space, and the system reports that the fatal Vrakuda is watching what is happening with interest. King Cormorant delivers a crushing blow with his fist, surrounded by purple energy. The young man tries to block the blow, and his arm is shattered into pieces. His hand instantly regenerates, enveloped in a green glow. Now King Cormorant's hand is shattered, and the young man rushes into the attack. He swings a flaming fist at the king. Another character examines the system interface, where new elements have been removed and added. He speculates that all skills are initially rank F and need to be upgraded first. He says the system should have looked like this from the start. And it's not just the display that has changed. The man says that even without using stats and ranks, it is now called mastery. His comrade notes with concern that the competition will only get tougher, and they cannot afford to lose. Meanwhile, another man in armor and with a mace orders everything to be put in order and to prepare for battle. He smiles smugly, thinking that he has good results, and few can boast of such. A system window appears, informing you that the secret mission proof has been completed, and displays Na Song-hoo's character stats. Na Song-hoo wakes up with the thought that he will return and receives a new chain quest, Birth of a Fatal Man. He sits up and realizes with a grin that the system is trying to make him the 8th Demon King. The system offers to cancel the quest for 10,000 contribution points. The character thinks the system is a bit dumb, as his contribution points were removed after using his second chance. He decides that he wouldn't have canceled the mission anyway. His eyes glow red and he realizes that he could become the 8th Demon King. the Fatal Man. It is explained that high-level awakened ones can use a telepathic-like ability to communicate. It is specified that the range of this ability depends on the level of the awakened one. Na Sung-hoo is looking for the Hearthstone and wonders if the system is playing a joke on him. Suddenly, he screams in pain as a powerful energy engulfs his body. When he comes to, his comrade Song-il is sitting next to him, and the system reports that the female subordinate has been excluded from the group. Sung-il looks depressed since Lee Soo-ah and Shin Kyung-ah haven't returned, and he hasn't responded to the system windows. A stranger with a spear approaches them and fearfully asks who they are. He firmly tells them to leave, claiming that it will be better for them. Song-il suddenly happily recognizes Ja-sung and asks him to examine his leg. A man named Kwon Sung-il is surprised to realize who is next to him. He introduces himself as the leader of the Heavenly Sky Guild raiding party, Chi Hyun-woo, and says that it is an honor for him to meet Odin. Na Sung-hoo asks how long it has been since they disappeared. Chi Hyun-woo replies that it's been a little over 6 months, and is surprised to think that time is flowing at the same speed here. Na Sung-hoo asks them to leave and not to disturb them, as they will only be staying here for a little while longer. Chi Hyun-woo agrees and promises to pass it on to the guild. As he leaves, he shouts for Odin to return, because the 15th territory is his domain. Sung-il laughs, happy that Ja-sung has grown so much and healed his leg so quickly, as a group of people approaches them. One of the leaders of the arriving group asks another what unit they are from. He replies that they made a deal, and when asked what he means, he begins to explain. He says that of the 25 participants, 20 were clients who simply wanted to obtain magical stones. The leader in the leopard jacket orders them all to be arrested, despite their pleas for mercy. He sits down and says that he has always insisted on the need to prohibit the troops from using hunting grounds without permission. At this time, at a meeting of the heads of the 10 squads of the Heavenly Heaven Guild, a woman in Egyptian attire lies relaxed to the side. The leader in the leopard jacket asks what they are going to do, and the other one replies that these people are blinded by leveling up. The woman offers to take control of the land and raise the fee for the operation 20-fold, assuring that everything will be fine. Another squad leader objects, reminding them that these people are still members of the guild. The woman asks Mr. Lee to show respect as they are in a meeting. Mr. Lee argues that if things remain as they are, the efforts of his subordinates will go to waste, and they need stability. He reminds the others how, during territorial wars and other threats, they worked as one mind for the common good. A man in a leopard shirt declares that it is time to unite again. Another meeting participant objects that he is sick of listening to them and accuses them of trying to control the elected. A plump man in armor contemptuously calls the rest a crowd that cannot survive without their protection. The man in blue says he will carry out orders but does not approve of their policies. The newcomer addresses the man in the leopard shirt, the leader of the Shield raiding party, saying that he is late. One of those present reports that he met Odin in the western village in the 15th territory. The woman in the tiara recoils in shock upon hearing that only Kwon Sung-il was with him. The plump man states that the Heavenly Sky Guild only exists because of them. The dark-haired man picks up that their strength has changed, and they are now on a different level. We are introduced to Ju Pan-suk, the leader of the Gold raiding party and the president of the Magic Stone Bank. Ju Pan-suk asks to take his word for it, recalling his experience in the 12th territory. He explains that Odin doesn't care about this place, but he will send his man, since he knows how to control people. Ju Pan-suk insists that they must stop him, because the head of the 12th territory was exiled or killed by Odin. He grimly concludes that apparently, the same fate awaits them all. One of the leaders smirks, saying that the issue does not require a vote, and he will not resign from his position. A man in a leopard shirt, surrounded by an aura, prepares to announce the decision regarding the Heavenly Heaven Guild. In another location, a man joyfully finds a bottle of soju splattered with blood. He shouts that he almost buried her, because he found her in a corpse ditch, and his friend is sitting next to her. The man boasts that after waking up, he became a professional, and now soju is just water for him. His companion asks about the Fist of Destruction, and asks to tell about it. The man sheepishly replies that he is not at the level to simply go and look at the information. Then he chuckles, calls it something new, and suggests we take a look. A system window appears with the characteristics of Kwon Sung-il, who has the Enlightenment skill. The companion explains that this characteristic will allow fighting with bare hands as a high-ranking weapon. Kwon Sung-il is worried about his boss and asks how long they will have to wait, to which he answers, until tomorrow. He asks if they will return to the village later and decides that they need to grab some magic stones. Standing over the corpses of the monsters, he dreams of finding another bottle, But he understands that it is not easy. He looks into the distance with anxiety, not understanding where everyone is going, and assumes that this is a war. Pan-suk rides at the head of the detachment on a skeletal horse with glowing eyes. Seeing a familiar face, Pan-suk asks in surprise if it isn't Song-il. Song-il happily notes that Pan-suk has succeeded and become the leader of the Gold Squad. Pan-suk replies that this is what happened and sternly asks where Odin is. Song-il nonchalantly says that Odin is in the village on the other side and offers to help in the war. Pan-suk doubts whether he knows who they are fighting, but Song-il just waves his hand. Pan-suk, with a wry smile, praises Song-il for his amazing self-confidence. Song-il starts talking about confidence, but suddenly changes the subject and asks where they are going. His face becomes serious and he accuses Pan-suk of being rotten. Song-il scornfully reminds him that Pan-suk had been warned many times that his greed would be his undoing. Pan-suk draws his sword and asks if Song-il realizes what a big mistake he is making. The insert explains that Pan-suk's experience in the distribution business taught him to make quick decisions. While others hesitated, he became the first to start collecting magic stones. It was Mr. Sok who first began buying and selling goods and began to control market prices. During periods of battle, he sold items at inflated prices and managed to accumulate a huge fortune, founding the Heavenly Sky Guild. Terrifying monsters appeared, and the Awakened Ones were divided into the Northern Ilsen Guild and the Southern Heavenly Heaven Guild. Pan-suk thinks that even one such monster is too much, but at least it will even the odds a little. During a fierce battle, warriors are thrown to the sides by a powerful blow. The system window displays the stats of a fighter named Kwon Song-il, level 371. One of the warriors exclaims in horror that Song-il's attack power is more than 2,000 even without weapons. The warrior confidently raises his shield, believing that his physical defense is above 15,000. And he will be able to block at least 6 blows. Song-il slams his fist on the shield and shouts for people to get out of his way. The defender barely holds back the blow and in despair asks why he doesn't attack. A powerful blow from Song-il shatters the shield into pieces and sends the warrior flying backwards. Song-il grabs the defeated opponent by the leg and asks if he knows why his girlfriend is so scared. On the ground lie 2 bloody corpses of his comrades. Song-il stands surrounded by fallen enemies, blue energy lines emanating from his body. Covered in blood, Song-il grins evilly and says that he saved it for last, asking if it was his doing. Pan-suk yells at the bastard to go all the way, but secretly thinks that he wanted to use him as a bargaining chip. He raises a huge sword, saying that in order to maintain his authority, he must finish off Song-il. A frightened young man in the crowd shouts at Mr. Song-il. Pan-suk realizes that the battle with Odin will be more difficult than he expected, and he will have to form an alliance with the Ilsen Guild. One says that when you attack him, you need to stand in the vanguard. Pan-suk asks in horror why, and Odin replies that he will cut off his head, but first he will give the guild members a chance to become famous. One tells Pan-suk that he should be proud of himself, and then swings for the finishing blow. Purple beams of energy pierce the ranks of the army, decapitating the soldiers. One cuts off Pan-suk's head. One, covered in blood, looks at the survivor and says that he kept him for himself. He turns to the remaining warriors and asks why he shouldn't kill them too. The 3 survivors panic and recall Kangi Nam worrying about discipline and saying that the entire system would collapse if Odin returned. The action moves to the present, where Odin sits on a stone and asks if a crack has appeared from below, and he is informed about a meeting of the Paradise Sky Guild. The meeting discussed control over hunting grounds and raising registration fees, which makes Odin glare. He wonders if these guys know that his group has entered the territory of the Balkan Legion. Surrounded by lightning, Odin laments the system that cost him Lee Su-ah and Shin Kyung-ah. With glowing red eyes, he declares that blindly following orders is not enough reason for him to spare them. The frightened woman says that she knows about the internal affairs of the Heavenly Guild, because she used to oversee the management department. She adds that she led the communications group of the Gold Raid Squad. The man says that thanks to trade with the northern region, he knows many people from the Ilsen Guild. Another survivor offers his help if you need to talk to the King of Severn. One decides that these are most likely Shin Jen-A's troops and orders them to be told that he wants to talk. The 3 messengers ride away on skeletal horses. The messenger arrives at the figure on the throne and reports that this is all he was asked to convey. The messenger reports that Odin's intentions are unknown and asks for understanding. One recalls that if they refuse, he will come himself and the conversation will be less friendly. The messenger finishes his report by repeating that this is all he was asked to convey. The figure on the throne responds, causing the messenger to stutter in surprise, and asks if he really thought that only the Heavenly Sky Guild had spies. The messenger is shocked to realize why the guild is called Ilban, and the man on the throne asks if he knows who is standing before him. It turns out that this is the young head of the largest Korean chaebol, Ilsung Group, Lee Tae-han. Lee Tae-han says that this world is not eternal, and one day they will have to return to reality, after which he asks for help. He offers for cooperation something that Odin cannot give. But the messenger recoils in horror, screaming that they are trying to drag him to hell. Lee Tae-han asks if he understands what he is talking about, but the messenger fearfully replies that he simply has not met Odin yet. He remembers with fear how thousands of warriors and 10 heads of the heavenly heavens could do nothing against Odin. The messenger tries to explain what is needed to confront Odin, but Lee Tae-han interrupts him with laughter, saying that he did not understand anything. He reminds with a smile that he also has his informants, and he had no intention of doing anything reckless. Lee Tae-han's eyes glow ominously, and he declares that with this hand, he will give all his power to Odin. The story begins with the 3 largest chaebols in Korea, among which Ilsung Group occupies the highest position. It is a company with strong influence in the high-tech industry. Lee Tae-han was the youngest of 5 children, 2 daughters and 3 sons, and could not even dream of becoming chairman. The order of succession was clear, and all power was wielded by his elder sister, not his younger brothers. In the past, his father asks young Lee Tae-han if he is upset because his older brother will be displeased. The father asks why his son is leaving so early, to which he replies that his father is still healthy. The controlling stake was transferred to Jonil Investment. The father explains that he transferred all their shares to his sister, but this does not solve anything as long as the majority share is in their hands. Lee Tae-han says that his sister needs to overcome the impossible and asks his father if he knows how to raise the strongest char. An analogy is shown with a catfish in an aquarium with eels, which forces them to fight for survival, creating a tense situation. The father, with a sinister look, orders his son to take over the chairman's secretary's office from tomorrow and be close to his sister. Back in the present, Lee Tae-han, riding a skeleton horse, reflects on how he didn't understand his father's intentions, but ended up with the chaebol in his hand. The road to Odin reminded him of the moment when he first stepped into the office of the chairman's secretary. He thinks that to find out who turns out to be a catfish, you just have to wait and see. The scene switches to Odin, who hesitantly pronounces the title King of Severn, finding it rather serious. Lee Tae-han, wearing a helmet, explains that it is for the convenience of managing the guild and tries to introduce himself. One interrupts him and sets 2 conditions: not to interfere with the economy of the magic stones, and not to hinder the growth of the awakened. One calls him by his full name, Lee Tae-han of Ilsung Group, and he starts taking off his helmet in shock. One casually stretches and warns that if he violates the terms, he will end up in the place of the previous leaders. He states that he wants to unite the guild so that he can be stronger by the start of the 2nd act. One leaves, leaving a last word that Chairman Lee Tae-han should not bother him with trivial matters. Lee Tae-han is left completely bewildered, shocked that Odin recognized him and wonders who he is. Later, Lee Tae-han sits in the ruins and tells his spy that he was very worried after learning about his private conversation with Odin. He promotes his man, addressing him no longer as Deputy Kim, but as Head of Squad Kim. Head Kim answers the chairman with a grin and prepares to tell him everything he knows about Odin. He reveals that Odin's name is Na Seong-hu, a member of the Awakened Association and the Karyan family. Kim adds that his father is rumored to have held a high position at Jonil Bank, someone named Na Jung-il. Chief Kim reports that Na Jung-il was a former manager of Jonil Bank and did not get along with his peers during his school years. He remembers that Na Jung-il's only friend joined Jonathan Investment Finance Group, and realizes that Odin's father is connected to the Karyan family. Kim is horrified to realize the connection between the bank, the investment group, and the Karyan family. Suddenly, it dawns on him, and he pronounces the name of the secret organization, the Bilderberg Club. He sits up, realizing why the world economy didn't collapse on beginning day. Kim guesses that Odin was humanity's secret weapon, prepared for this day. He admits that Odin has proven to be a far more significant figure and orders all investigations into him to be stopped. Kim laments that he wanted to use this power to return Ilsung's shares and understands that the criminal world is no joke. He says that now everything depends on the unification of the Heavenly Sky and Ilsen guilds. The Heavenly Sky Guild disappeared, and in its place the Ilsen Kingdom was born. This was Odin's command, which no one dared to dispute, and the crowd greeted him with delight. Chairman Lee Tae-han warns Kim not to get involved in this matter unnecessarily. Since that day, Odin and his right hand have never been seen. But Kim feels completely under his control. He feels trapped by the forces behind Odin and is whispering about the Bilderberg Club again. A guide in the form of a fairy appears and announces to the citizens of the Kingdom of Ilsen the beginning of the second scene of the second act. The guide says that all this is thanks to them, and this time they will be united with other awakened ones. He promises not to pick favorites and suggests taking a look at the participants. The first camp is the Kingdom of Ilsen, which managed to unite all the survivors. The second camp is represented as the Blue Dragon Group. The third camp is a group of Rune brothers who have been through fierce battles. The fourth camp is the descendants of the Vikings. And the fifth is the Revolution Group. A guide congratulates two survivors from another group who are walking through a deserted area. The protagonist notes that Revolution is a good name, but since they haven't united, they're probably low-level members. The guide explains that Kashilo's army from the first act was quite weak. This time, the participants will face a much stronger army of Cormorant. The protagonist's companion smirks and calls the new enemies cow faces. Suddenly, a sinister guide appears and announces a special task for the most shy, creating the quest Potential Danger. Quest conditions appear, where rewards depend on the number of people killed, from 1 to 20. Rewards get better for killing between 21 and 500 people. The most valuable challenger's box can be obtained by killing more than 10,000 people. The system announces that the task can be repeated as long as the training ground exists, which shocks the protagonist. He is horrified to realize that they want to kill as many awakened as they saved, since the last time the quest only appeared in the third act. The hero understands that this is a trap and angrily calls the organizers bastards. His companion notices a group of people approaching and asks if they should attack first. The protagonist tries to use the enlightenment skill, but he fails to see through the target. He understands that his opponents were trying to see his status, and with eyes red with anger, he perceives this as a declaration of war. At that very moment, one of the enemies falls dead, and the system reports the destruction of the potential danger. The protagonist's companion sends another opponent flying with a powerful kick. The protagonist stands motionless while the bodies of defeated enemies fly through the air around him. Another awakened is consumed in flames, and the system reports that 15 awakened have been destroyed. The system reports that 21 awakened have been destroyed as lightning strikes the remaining enemies. The fire burns more enemies, and the system confirms the destruction of 32 awakened ones. A woman emerges from the flames and asks him in surprise if he is alone, and then asks if he remembers her. The protagonist coldly remarks that her subordinates have no manners and calls her by her first name, Angela. Angela points anxiously at two men fighting, exchanging furious blows. One of the fighters delivers a crushing punch straight into the face of his opponent. Angela explains that her people are new and don't know all the intricacies, and the hero's companion apologizes for what happened. The hero's companion whispers that their opponent, Diamond, is level 330. An enraged Diamond demands that Angela translate what his opponent said. Angela regretfully translates that he wants to finish off the person he just fought. The protagonist asks with a grin if he wants to do it right in front of him, and receives an affirmative answer. Suddenly, Diamond finds himself under a hail of lightning strikes that shake his body. The protagonist tells Angela that the beaten one will not die, and healing is not required. The hero's companion holds some shiny object in his hand with delight, exclaiming with joy. He eats it, blissfully hugging himself and saying how long it has been since he ate something sweet. Later, the companion asks the hero how many times he hit Gunnarsson, to which the hero replies that he didn't even have time to count. He gleefully remarks that stupidity does not lead to anything good, and asks whether those people are part of the revolution. The hero is surprised that his companion knows, and he confirms that Gyeon A told him about it. He explains that Gyung Ah wanted to join them later and hopes that fighting won't cause any problems. The protagonist says that they will not interact closely with them, except for Lee Tae-han, who is now with them. The companion, shocked, asks again if they are talking about the chairman of the Il-sung group and assumes that they are friends. The hero informs that the chairman will work under his command and warns that he will be a lot of trouble. His companion is first scared, but then happy that he no longer has to worry about a new mobile phone. While his comrade dreams of revenge on his ex-wife, The protagonist grimly reminds him that they could lose. Angela enters the room, and when asked if she is up to something, she replies that she is. Angela, with a tear in her eye, reports that Gunnarsson has calmed down and that something like this will not happen again. The protagonist wonders why they couldn't unite even though they had two previously awakened ones. Angela replies that there were originally 3 of them, but problems began with the appearance of a quest related to Odin. The hero clarifies whether she is talking about the assassination quest, and recalls how the 3 awakened united against the Legion. She continues, explaining that the assassination mission split their team into 2 factions. Angela angrily calls out Lindegard's name, accusing him of betrayal and chaos in their territories. The protagonist declares that he will personally find Lee Tae-han from the Ilsong Kingdom, and he asks that the other guy, Lindegard, be left for him. Elsewhere, Angela recalls Odin's words about preparing for the second act and the need to unite in the revolution. She recalls a woman who introduced herself as a secretary and admits that she thought she was just another employee. The man in the red cloak says he understands and asks her to tell him something. Angela tells him with a smile that the Bilderberg Club has long been dissolved. She adds that he is now under the control of the Geonil Club, and this news shocks her interlocutor. He asks if this is the same Geonil, and she confirms, mentioning the club's first meeting at the Geonil resort. The man is horrified to realize that it all comes down to the Geonil group again, a shadow government with an oriental name. The purple-haired woman explains that by Odin's will, their positions are now equal, despite her higher rank in the revolution. The man with glasses comes to the conclusion that Odin is on the same level as Joshua von Karjan, or even higher. He finds this incredible and realizes that Odin must have sent him sleep. A system message announces the entry into the second act of the testing grounds, and the beginning of the scene reconstruction. A new notification appears stating that a pillar of light has been created. The system displays information about the Revolution Guild, its master Lee Tae-han, and its membership, which exceeds 72,000. The young man notes that almost everyone has united, and the system has activated the legions and created the Throne of Power quest. The large man comments that their guildmaster quickly appointed Angela and Gunnarsson as his assistants. The little fairy praises the revolution for always being one step ahead and hopes they continue to do so. The fairy points to a huge pillar of light and prepares to tell about the first task. She explains that the pillar makes players weaker and their enemies stronger, so the main task is to destroy it as quickly as possible. At the first stage, the pillar reduces stats, and at the second stage, it blocks the use of items. At the third stage, it cancels skills and characteristics. Finally, in the fourth stage, everything becomes useless and the players will simply be destroyed. Every night there will be attacks, and the stage is divided into zones, with the inner red zone filled with dangerous creatures. Outside is a black attack zone, and in the blue zone are 8 cities with awakened ones. Players must attack the red zone during the day and defend the blue zone at night, as destroying the city will advance the pillar to the next stage. The fairy warns of internal enemies, as people will soon begin to lose their minds from hunger. A man in armor from the Great System Guild shouts that the system is testing them, and calls on them to show their faith. The man in the green cloak quickly attacks and knocks the screaming man to the ground. He looks at the defeated man and asks what he is thinking about as he prepares to defend the Pillar of Light. The man lying on the ground smiles maliciously and says that they were waiting for him, Odin. One asks whether the traitors of the revolution really think that an organization created by people will surpass the system. The vanquished one recalls the old words about a creature that poses a threat to everyone and grows exponentially. He says they are being punished for not stopping the revolution, the birth of which was a mistake. He grins evilly and reports that the assassination task was recreated for 3 people, which proves the system's denial of the revolution. He shouts that Angela and Gunnarsson are idiots and continue to deny it, but they know the truth. In a rage, he screams that the revolution has decided to do whatever it wants. One looks at the defeated enemy and wonders if he wants to sacrifice his life for the system. A large man with glowing red eyes shouts at everyone to clear out before sunset, declaring this to be Odin's territory. A man in glasses reads system messages about Guildmaster Lee Tae-han occupying and renaming the city. He understands that completing quests in the city gives points that can be used to strengthen defensive systems. He takes this as a hint that he is preparing for a night ambush and decides to immediately invest in defense. He sees new reports that guild member Kwon Sung-il has occupied the city of Great System and renamed it No Entry. He predictably chuckles, finding the name amusing. The large man asks Odin why they don't just destroy the Pillar of Light. He reminds Odin of his power, but Odin replies that it is better to leave things as they are, unless absolutely necessary. One speculates that the system was corrupted by Doom Chaos, allowing him to make changes to it. He comes to the conclusion that the main goal of the system is not the cultivation of the awakened, but the distribution of limited resources among the worthy. He understands that the system introduced mastery and levels because it was worried that awakened ones would gain power through their own abilities. The purple fairy explains with a smirk that the skill growth rate has been adjusted to match the rate at which points are earned. One says that it will be difficult for a person who is forced into war to accept it, and suggests taking it slow. He announces that their group will be disbanded, as the training is over, and further growth depends only on his partner. Song-il smiles confidently and promises not to be a burden to him anymore. He adds sheepishly that he will spend his whole life repaying the debt, and that this is not just gratitude. One of them agrees with a smile that they will continue moving together, and suggests that they complete the quest first. Suddenly, a sad fairy appears, wondering why everyone left such a great city. The fairy flies up to Odin and introduces herself as Lua R, whose leadership sent her to no entry. Song-il asks the name again in surprise, and the fairy corrects him and gives strange instructions. One brushes off the fairy, and she agrees to tell about the current stage with 7 barriers. He interrupts her, saying that they don't need an explanation, but a quest. One demands to be given all the quests he can complete, to which the fairy calls him impatient. Fairy mentions that some quests will require a raiding party and a legion, but Song-il states that the two of them are the party and the legion. The irritated fairy warns them not to blame her later and activates a window with current quests. Song-il looks in horror at the description of the quest queen, My Queen, which requires killing 200 followers. Elsewhere, a man with glasses sees a notification that the guild without affiliation is passing the barrier, and realizes that they have already started. His assistant reports that it is physically impossible to go beyond the barrier. The man with glasses notes that this is different from the first stage, looking at the message about the point earned from another guild. He furiously shouts that it takes 100 points to build the outer wall, and orders all cities to focus on hunting quests. Messages are appearing about different strike teams completing missions and earning 1 point each. Another squad earns a point, bringing the total to 100. The system announces the construction of an outer wall, and digital blocks begin to appear around the city. The outer wall surrounding the city has been created, and its defense level is now set to 1. The master says that they decided to send troops to build the wall, leaving them without defense. The master is shocked to read the notice that the guild without affiliation, consisting of only 2 people, has destroyed the barrier. The camera shows the city no entry, where the streets are littered with the corpses of monsters. Odin and Song-il stand in the middle of the carnage, and the system reports the completion of the quest, the increase in level, and the progress in the birth of the fatal man. One reflects that he has received 1,000,000 experience, while Song-il only has 30,000, and that is quite a lot. He runs his hand through his hair, thinking that completing the quest is only a matter of time, but making a decision is another matter. One hooded man walks down a busy street in another city, above which hangs a system window with information. He notes that there are magic stones lying around everywhere, but there are no defense systems. People around say that instead of walls, this city is surrounded by mountains of monster corpses. One approaches the merchant and asks if the magic stones that only drop from Legion commanders are defective. He replies that he is not from around here, and came because he heard about the grain whiskey that is made here. One of them asks with a grin what difference does it make where he is from, and whether the merchant is worried that he is from the city of no entry. The merchant gets angry and warns that the joke has gone on too long and will lead to no good. Another bar patron asks the merchant what happened, and wonders why Odin is still there. His comrade advises him not to take out his anger on others because of a failed mission. The merchant hands the angry customer a mug of drink to calm him down. The man drinks in one gulp, and Odin thinks how everything has changed because now people have time to relax and drink. One thinks that it is much better this way, and his friend is happy with the brewed alcohol. The man drinks it with pleasure and says that the taste is amazing and he feels alive. He looks at Odin and thinks that he doesn't understand at all where he ended up. One calmly thinks that an ambush will soon begin and someone is late. Odin's comrade asks him to drive away the woman who has approached, but Odin says that she knows the name. The man is confused when he thinks about his real name, which is not Odin. Elsewhere, the division leader asks an older man for information on the bank president. The leader says he has decided to stop digging under Odin and asks if there is any news. The elderly man recalls that he was a prosecutor, and at that time there was a strange rumor circulating. The unit's leader realizes that if the rumor is true, he will be able to establish a strong connection with Odin. The woman in the cloak stands before Odin and says that it really was him. She introduces herself as GA with tears in her eyes and says she is glad to meet her. JE thanks Odin, saying that she has come this far thanks to the ring of Hermes that he gave her. One responds that their meeting is enough for him and asks permission to look at her status window. She explains that the ring helped her until the second scene of the first act, and then she had to hide. GA reveals that the guild that controlled the North was connected to the Ilsung group, with whom she had problems. The two snakes symbolize the close connection and mutual restraint between the chaebols and the authorities. The main task of the branch where JE worked was the so-called taming of chaebols. One realizes that GA was a thorn in the side of Ilsung group, and admits that he didn't think that far ahead. He promises to look into it and asks how she found him. And GA replies that guild leader Ilsung told her. One asks if she knows Kim Ji-hoon, and she replies that he introduced himself as his classmate. Kim Ji-hoon stands amidst the ruins and bodies, begging for things to work out. He is worried that he has drawn his cousin into a dangerous business and hopes to hit the jackpot. Kim Ji-hoon kneels in the rain and begs Mr. Odin for mercy. One says he will spare him, but asks him to tell him something. He asks a stunned Kim Ji-hoon what he hopes for. Kim Ji-hoon panics and shouts that he didn't think anything of the sort and was only doing what he had to do. One grins and calls it an excellent choice and promises to save his skin at least once. Kim Ji-hoon thanks him, thinking that his intuition was right. One invites GA to the group and asks her to stick around. A notification appears about the creation of the Night Ambush quest, and Odin's comrade calms down G.E. JE is fighting monsters, and there are constant messages about leveling up. She is surprised that her level has risen by 20 in just 2 hours. Covered in blood, Odin's comrade asks JE if she is hurt. He brushes off his wounds, and Odin thinks that this man is very brave. The illustration shows a strong leader commanding a squad and taking all the rewards. Odin's friend asks JE if she didn't come out on top today thanks to Odin. GA thinks this feeling is too much for her, comparing it to being transferred to the Supreme Prosecutor's office. She recalls how confidently she handled her work in the department. Now she understands that she can only blindly follow San-hoo while he treats her companion. The black-haired guy thinks that if it weren't for his companion, he would have dealt with the enemies in no time. The girl with brown hair thinks what is happening is wrong and calls herself too useless. The guy tells her that it was enough for him to just see her, but he can't let her go like that, knowing how much her father cares about her. The girl replies with a smile that she is no longer a child and cannot be his parasite forever. He asks her to stay here until she gets to the diamond, promising not to hold her back by force after that. She remembers how the monsters constantly attacked her, knowing that she was the weak link. Even though San-hoo dealt with the monsters, she was only one mistake away from death. She confidently states that she must take her place and that she has nothing to worry about, because one of them is her little brother. The guy agrees and asks her to find him if she gets involved in anything. He watches her go, thinking that he had no choice but to tell Lee Tae-han about her and send her back. His companion embraces him in a friendly manner, saying that it is the first time he has heard such pleasantries from him, and that a strong man should always be kind to his family. The man enthusiastically pats the boy on the back, calling him a man among men. He says with emotion that when he gets out of here, he will be the same with his family. A system window appears warning about a dangerous signal from the Pillar of Light and the task of destroying one floor of the barrier. The day before the pillar entered its first danger stage, the guild's troops gathered at the last barrier on the first floor. The third floor of the barrier was broken. The hero's level exceeded 300, and Song-il almost became a master. The hero's companion looks at the screen in shock, not believing the unrealistic amount of experience needed for the next level. The hero explains that under the old system, Sung-il would have been an A-rank awakened and could become a first-class awakened if he found his signature skill. A small purple fairy appears before them and thanks them for always coming to Lua R. The fairy is silent, and the hero wonders what she is doing there, because the guide must convey something to the two awakened ones. The fairy thinks with displeasure that if she had been promoted, this would not have happened. The hero asks what this means, and at that moment, the researcher is activated. A powerful pink pulse of energy knocks everyone off their feet. The hero bends over in pain, recognizing the same feeling he experienced from the eyes of the fatal Arcud. The system announces a replacement guide, since a guide who refuses the order of the Great System has no right to be a guide. The fairy's face twists into a sinister grin, and she asks if everyone is ready to have fun in the name of the Great System. She announces the start of the battle, and people begin to fall into the pink abyss. The battle will continue until only one remains. The hero falls to his knees, realizing that his power is spent and his influence in the system is limited. He angrily wonders if this is why his opponent decided to reduce the number of people on stage by a third. With a glowing red eye, he swears that now he will definitely not leave his enemy alive. A system message announces the completion of the mission and the destruction of 51 awakened. A wounded man begs the healer for help, and the counter shows that there are 44,991 people left in the guild. One of the survivors screams in anger and despair, directed at an unspecified target. The hero clenches his teeth, and the narrator describes what is happening in one word: disaster. A man in a purple suit sits among the ruins as the guild's membership drops to 37,500. Lee Tae-han stares into space, asking why they are here and what this fatal chaos is. The hero approaches him and asks if the fatal chaos is a god, and if they are trying to resist him. Lee Tae-han desperately remembers that they agreed to meet at the central square, and hopes that she is alive. The hero looks at Lee Tae-han, realizing that his despair is now 2 or even 3 times stronger than that of others. Everything he had built with great effort was collapsing, and the number of guild members was reduced by a third. The man in red watches in horror as the Kifo's peace envoy ring, bone necklace, and hunting gloves fly out of his inventory. The hero clutches his chest, thinking that he shared with Angela and Gunnarsson, and it will be useful for the main forces. Lee Tae-han is confused when he realizes that all the items are A rank and above, and wonders how the hero managed to collect them. After Song Il's appearance, the number of guild members dropped to 20,000. The large man drops to one knee, not believing the battle has gone on for so long, and realizing that someone had to make a difficult decision. He says with bitterness that tens of thousands died at the hands of their own allies. It was the most disgusting feeling he had ever experienced in his entire life. The hero coldly declares that the real battle will only begin now, and tells him to go to the next city. The man agrees to go to the 7th city while the hero manages here on his own. He looks at the hero with pain, but he says that now is not the time for this. The potential danger quest has been completed. A diamond box has been given as a reward, and the explorer's skill has been activated. Someone laughs maliciously and asks if they really expect him to submit voluntarily. A cloaked figure promises to return the favor for a rather crude method of forgiveness: fatal chaos. A purple monster appears in the sky and the night ambush quest begins. A horde of beast-like monsters with flaming horns lets out a furious roar. The hero summons a huge, ghostly dragon head made of purple energy. The summoned dragon releases a powerful energy beam. The hero sees with alarm the reports that the defense of the 2nd and 4th cities has been breached. A huge bull monster breaks through the defensive line, terrifying the defenders. People panic and scream for everyone to come to their senses as monsters wreak havoc. The hero activates the Sun Sword, and a fiery blade appears in his hand. One of the fighters shouts to the others to step back and not stand in front of Odin. A powerful wave of flame engulfs the advancing monsters. With glowing red eyes, the hero furiously orders everyone to be killed. His anger tears him apart from the inside as he continues to fight. He rushes through the ranks of enemies, and his heart, ready to burst, will not calm down. A system message appears that City 2 has been destroyed, and the Pillar of Light has entered the first danger stage. Even with Song Il's support and the items he gave, it's still very difficult for some people. Awaken's attack power is reduced by 30% until the Pillar of Light is destroyed. A cloaked figure floats in the air, unleashing streams of blue lightning on enemies. The nightmare night that seemed to never end continues. There are bodies of the fallen everywhere, and the system shows that there are 14,002 people left in the guild. The hero walks across the battlefield, realizing how much the guild of 70,000 people has shrunk. Lee Tae-han shouts at the survivors to stick together, as even level 1 armor will do. He calls them to their senses, asking if they really want to all die here. The hero watches him, thinking that he planned to replace him if he went crazy, but is glad that Lee Tae-han is coping. He explains that at the 2nd stage of danger, items are blocked. At the 3rd, skills. And at the 4th, all stats. Lee Tae-han is horrified to realize that if another city falls and their items are blocked, they will all be destroyed. They have been given a debuff to their attack power, and there are no additional troops to compensate. so their defensive structures need to be repaired. One offers to give the points needed to restore all the cities. He asks Lee Tae-han to focus on defense, promising to handle the rest. Lee Tae-han wonders in confusion if Odin is really planning to complete the barrier quests alone. The thought flashes through his mind that if Odin is at the forefront, they might have hope. He understands that people are too frightened by yesterday's quest and will not listen to calls for mobilization. Lee Tae-han decides that he needs to tell people that Odin has eliminated the cruel quests to give them hope. He realizes that Odin doesn't like being the center of attention, but he sees it as the only way out of the situation. One agrees with Lee Tae-han's plan, saying that it makes sense. One reflects that the influence of the Doom chaos is now focused on him, and the brutal quests will no longer appear. Lee Tae-han asks in shock if this is true, not believing that an ordinary person can resist the fatal chaos. One confidently confirms that the problems in the system are over. The narrator speaks of creatures unlike any monster they have ever encountered. These transcendental beings turn out to be the 7 demon queens. However, the fatal chaos surpasses even them and possesses divine power. The narrative reveals the shocking fact that someone other than the Doom chaos is influencing the system. This man fights alone against the influence of the fatal chaos and tries to save other awakened ones. For this, he was nicknamed the Savior. Lee Tae-han orders the unit leader to prepare everyone for an important announcement. He looks down on the huge crowd of people gathered on the road. He begins his speech by saying that everyone around him has the despairing eyes of those who have given up. He admits that he himself was the same, afraid of a repetition of the terrible quest and his own helplessness. The crowd is skeptical, but Lee Tae-han declares that he has found out the truth. He shouts that he has found out the reason for the system breakdown and the disappearance of cruel quests. He declares that he is ready to share this truth and vouches for his words with his head. Lee Tae-han loudly declares that such quests will never happen again. He talks about a man whom everyone was afraid of and did not even dare to look him in the eyes. This man put an end to the cruelty of the system and now takes on all the influence of the fatal chaos. He asks a rhetorical question whether a person is capable of such a thing, and he himself answers that this is the power of the gods. He calls on people to stop being afraid because they are already under divine protection. Lee Tae-han announces that they only need to save a few cities and renames the temporary headquarters to Savior City. He proclaims that they are God's children on the Savior's earth. The inspired crowd begins to chant Odin's name. One notes that as Lee Tae-han's speech spread, his personality cult only gained momentum. He understands that this was inevitable in order to create a cohesive organization, and it is better than worshiping the system. Reflecting on his development, Odin decides that he needs endurance, as he already has enough firepower. Despite reaching the limit of his vitality, the problem of lack of sleep remained open for him. After a month, he realizes that to maintain the 7th stage of passion, he had to get by with just 1 hour of sleep. A large man spins 2 of his clones in the air to wake them up. The man explains that he had to do this because Odin would not wake up. His head is splitting with pain, and his nerves are stretched to the limit, which is why every little thing irritates him. The hero resolutely heads towards the tower to finally complete the final quest of the Tower of Light. Along the way, he is greeted by an enthusiastic crowd, sensing that this is the last day of their hellish existence. But the hero's ears are ringing from the noise, and he asks everyone to shut up because his already bad character has become even worse. The furious roar of a huge monster comes to mind. As soon as the barrier in the last zone was destroyed, a huge monster with a bunch of minions came out of it. This was the boss of the first scene of the 2nd act, and it required an entire elite legion to fight him. But today, the boss was only dealt instinctive blows by the hero, whose entire system seemed to have dissolved within him. Extreme situations force him to soar to unexpected heights. With one blow, he decapitates the monster, completing the Guardian of the Tower of Light's quest and receiving the reward for the first completion. The exhausted hero falls to the ground, while the system windows report an increase in level to 534. Meanwhile, elsewhere, people are discussing how the 5th camp, with 9,500 people, passed the first stage. In their camp, everyone raises their mugs and shouts joyfully, praising the great Indra. The festival is in full swing, and shouts of praise to Indra are heard from all sides. Indra notes that the taste of grain whiskey is getting better every day, and his interlocutor thanks him for the flattering words. Suddenly, a small purple fairy appears in front of Indra. The fairy, introducing herself as Lusar, announces that she has been promoted to guide for the 2nd scene of the 2nd act thanks to the Frank Guild. Lusar explains that this stage will be expanded like the previous one, so she won't ramble on for long. Fairy says that people from other stages understand that the Frank Guild from the central region needs special treatment. Indra realizes that they are the central camp, and the fairy announces that the unit leaders will receive platinum boxes, corps commanders will receive diamond boxes, and the guildmaster will receive a master's box. Indra holds her reward and thinks that this time they will do without difficult quests. One of his men says they need to come up with a counter strategy as the other camps will challenge them. His comrade agrees and suggests checking out the third camp, the World Association of Awakened, first. A girl in the group believes that it is impossible to cooperate with the fourth camp, which uses the names of criminal organizations. A man named Beale volunteers to test the intentions of the revolutionary camp, suggesting that they first win over the weak. Indra mentally praises Beale, noting that he is as smart as always and skillfully achieves merit. He gives his approval, confident that if Beale goes, no problems will arise. A group of warriors enters the ruined territory of the revolution. Bailey orders his men not to show hostility without his orders. He looks at the system window, surprised that the city with the protection level of 1 has only 1 resident. Bailey does not understand how such a city has not been destroyed yet. Suddenly, a powerful blow throws his squad back. A large, muscular man lands in front of them, splitting the ground. The man looks at them angrily and asks if they don't understand what no entry means. Bale is shocked to realize that this was Asian territory. He introduces himself and says that they came from the center stage to meet the leader of their guild. The stranger doesn't understand him and irritably demands that he speak Korean. Beale thinks that although he doesn't understand the words, the man is clearly not happy with them, and he would have killed him if it weren't for the recruitment. He remembers that he hasn't seen such a stupid look for a long time. Feeling himself being looked down upon, Bale holds back his anger and says that they are not here to fight. The man with long hair suggests finishing, as there is no point in speaking, and his companion agrees. Suddenly, the large man delivers a crushing blow to the back of his partner's head with his fist. The defeated man clutches his head in shock, thinking that without the protective field, his head would have been blown off. A large man stands over him with a clenched fist and says that these guys are quite funny. His eyes glow red with rage, and he asks if they think they are allowed to run this place. A black-haired guy appears in the frame, and the caption clarifies that this happens after meeting Lee Tae-han. The guy asks who these guys are, and his companion replies that they came themselves and started doing whatever they wanted. Lying on the ground, the beaten man asks for forgiveness from a certain Indra, and begs for salvation. The large man reports that the defeated man was muttering something about Indra, and the boy is trying to understand what he was talking about. The guy jokes that their lives will be saved if they apologize to Indra, and asks why the enemy remained alive. His companion explains that he was waiting for a decision, as this was the first time they had encountered other forces. The guy tells them not to wait next time because they invaded his territory without permission and uses the Zvi sword. He says that they should have read the name of the city and suggests that his companion get ready for a walk. The partner asks if they'll leave the place empty, but the guy replies that he'll just change the name. In the flashback, Song-il suffered mentally after the nightmare, worrying about the safety of his family. He is told that the chance of becoming awakened is only 0.6%, so there is no need to worry too much. The guy notices his condition and apologizes for letting him witness the unpleasant sight. As he leaves, he says that anyone would be worried if it concerned family. Since their area is located in the very north, they bypassed the center stage and headed south. Wanting to avoid unnecessary conflicts, they stumble upon the site of a bloody massacre. The guy realizes that a large-scale battle took place here and wonders what kind of camp this is. They are met by a hostile woman who rudely asks who they are and if they want to die. The woman calls Song-il a bore, noting his abnormal appearance, but her companion asks him to wait. The man asks them to wait a little and says that he will call their leader. A red-haired female leader appears and asks if they are Korean. The guy answers in the affirmative, says that they are from the revolution, and in turn asks who they are. He realizes that this faction has some connection to his vault and states that he wants to meet their guildmaster. The woman asks him about his position in the revolution, and he replies that he is the mayor. She says okay and invites them to go with them. Suddenly, a huge centipede-like monster appears. Song-il asks in horror what kind of vile creatures these are, and the guy calmly explains that it is the Count clan. Song-il can't believe it, but monsters are already attacking the city, as reported by the system window. The man in armor, Mayor Mason Brown, asks if they beat up the insolent Franks. The red-haired woman confirms this, and adds that they received a bonus by bringing the mayor of the revolution camp. She clarifies that they encountered them after the battle, and Mason asks again with surprise about the revolution. Mason says it's very timely, as he was wondering who would use such a nice name, and praises Dorothy. Dorothy thanks him and adds that these guys seem to be Korean. Hearing this, Mason is furious and shouts what she said and demands to know where they are now. It tells the story of Mason Brown, who was a mercenary and joined the secret organization Behemoth. This mysterious organization, linked to people with unexplained powers, is codenamed Cat. The items that only cats could use were called cat food and were stored in a bunker that could withstand a nuclear blast. Mason remembers that he will never forget the day he first saw the cat enter the gate. This cat was Ethan, who promised to return in a week, no matter what. They kept coming back with cat food, and from their bloody appearance, one could only guess how desperately they had fought. Looking back, Mason realizes with horror that many of the items that filled the bunker were A-rank items from the master's boxes. He realizes that these two have been risking their lives for a long time in preparation for the testing ground. Therefore, Mason decided to avoid conflicts with the Korean troops, since the two had reached an extreme level. Seeing Ethan in front of him, Mason screams a curse word in shock. He excitedly asks if Ethan remembers him, and Ethan calmly replies that he does. Mason can't believe his eyes and says he's glad to see him again. Ethan asks them not to strain themselves, speaking in Korean, and asks who their guildmaster is. They tell him that the guildmaster is Edema, the former person in charge of the cat food warehouse. Mason states that they were looking forward to joining, as the cat food warehouse guildmaster is Ethan. Suddenly, a woman comes running and shouts to Mr. Mason that the Franks are advancing on them. Mason turns to Ethan and apologetically asks him to wait a little. He runs to the scene of the battle, realizing that the first clash was a diversionary tactic and that he will not be able to request help. The leader of the attackers mockingly shouts for the cat warehouse bastards to open the gates immediately, calling them rats. Mason looks at the huge army of the enemy and thinks with anger that there is a whole horde of them here. It opens the system window to upgrade the flame tower to level 4 for 2,200 points. The flame tower's upgrade to level 5 is complete, and the city's defense level increases to 33. Ethan notes that the flame tower is useful against the counts, but against these enemies, it will only buy time. Mason, with his head down, admits that he is ashamed, because they were caught in a trap. Ethan replies that since he was named the guildmaster, he can't just let things slide. Suddenly, a giant barrier appears around the enemy army, and the system declares an invasion of Odin's absolute battlefield. The enemies panic and shout about what kind of wall it is, and realize that it cannot be broken. Ethan recalls how, after defeating the final boss, he received Odin's box as a reward. He shows off his gear, which is too flashy, so he called for a visualization of it. Among the items, the golden armor of Odin, god of storms, stands out. S rank with a level of 620. This armor can enhance Odin's wrath and also summon Valkyries, which is quite useful. But what he likes most is the God of War mode, which can deploy Odin's ultimate battlefield. It is a territory that cannot be left until he is defeated, just like the power of the Doom Chaos. He looks confidently at Mason and tells him to call him Odin from now on. After these words, he, shrouded in a red aura, jumps from the roof down, straight towards the enemy army. Mason and his men cover their eyes in horror from the blinding flash of light. A powerful explosion, similar to a nuclear mushroom cloud, occurs inside the barrier. Mason looks on in shock at the aftermath, while the enemy leader laments that the conversation didn't go well. He can't believe his eyes, and wonders if such a level of firepower is possible for a human. He becomes curious about what will happen if humanity rejects the Awakened when the wars with the monsters end. He wonders if the Awakened could prevail if a minority faced the military might of all humanity. Mason thinks that he didn't have any hope before, but now, seeing Odin, he changes his mind. The hero stands with a huge red sword, and it is said that he is able to suppress the gap between ordinary people. A man with long hair reports with alarm that Corps Commander Bale and his squad have been found dead. His interlocutors discuss how they were unable to enter the Catroot warehouse because of a huge barrier. The girl with her hair up adds that when the barrier disappeared, there was nothing behind it, as if nothing had happened. The red-haired man vehemently denies any involvement, especially if there was no sign of a battle. He is indignant that he is suspected because he himself did not expect betrayal and also lost half of his strength. The man reflects that the balance of power between the camps was shaken by one betrayal and hopes it was worth it. Surrounded by green energy, he furiously vows to crush those responsible for this nonsense. He announces that they are moving into the territory of the revolution, and his subordinate looks after him with concern. Another character, surrounded by a red aura, makes plans to catch the cat bastards when they encounter other forces. Information about the city, whose mayor is Kwon Sung-il, appears on the holographic screen. Judging by the traces of the battle and the bodies on the ground, only one man dealt with Bale's squad. The character looks at information about Kwon Sung-il and wonders if he is the leader of the revolution. He decides that if Kwon Sung-il likes to fight alone, then it will only play into his hands. A description of the skill Indra's sword appears, which is designed to attack a single target and tear it to shreds. The red-haired man urges his men to guard the capture point, intending to consume the revolution through a duel with its leader. His assistant points to a luminous circle on the ground and says that this is Indra. The redhead smirks and asks if it's time to engage in unauthorized occupation. He stands in the center of the circle and the occupation timer starts, counting down 10 minutes. Suddenly, he is knocked down by a powerful blow from above, and he screams in pain. A man in a cloak appears at the site of the attack, and the defeated enemy asks in surprise if he has left the central district. The newcomer with black hair says that his opponent has achieved good results, but now he should be more careful. He tries to use the enlightenment skill, but the system reports failure, unable to see through the target. The redhead panics, but then the skill works and a window appears with his data. Gerard de Goldstein, level 360. Gerard suggests reaching an agreement, since the struggle between their camps only plays into the hands of other forces. He suggests a battle of leaders instead of bloodshed, and asks if his opponent has undergone successor training. The black-haired man persistently asks whether his interlocutor is from the direct line of the Goldstein family. Gerard nervously confirms that Colton Spencer Goldstein is his uncle and is surprised by his opponent's knowledge. He tries to hide his excitement, saying that many people know their family, but few know the whole story. The black-haired man concludes that since Gerard is privy to the details, he does not have a low social status, and asks him to tell him what he knows about the family. He arrogantly declares that he is the ruler of the Genel Club and advises against acting so arrogantly. Gerard is shocked to realize that in front of him is the same Korean, the ruler of the Janil Club. The black-haired man confirms this and asks if Gerard now understands to whom he should bow at the feet. Gerard covers his face with his hands, thinking that God is on his side and sent this man to him. With a crazy smile and red eyes, he admits that his first plan was to find him and send him to Korea. He ends his thought angrily by sending him to a man named Na San-hu, the Iron Mace. The black-haired man activates his skill, and the system announces that Indra's sword has been activated. Surrounded by lightning, he asks darkly if this means Gerard is of Cassandra's line. He extends his hand, shrouded in purple energy, and accuses his opponent of biting the hand that fed him. A system message announces that the Deva sword has been transformed into the Indra sword. A system message announces that Frankie's guild has been disbanded. The man who arrived at the scene realized with horror that he was too late and everything was already over. He apologizes for being late to the young man, who instructs him to tidy up the place. He orders the man to head to the central area after cleaning, looking at the crowd of kneeling people. A man with glasses named Lee Tae-han asks him to wait. Lee Tae-han says that they have gone too far, and they will need more people to help. The young man declares that he will unite all forces in the revolution and do everything in his power. He chuckles, saying that it is not something that can be described in words, because everyone lives in their own way. Flashbacks show Joshua ready to lead the World Association of Awakened. Another man gloats that, given the Franks' recklessness, there is no guarantee of Joshua's survival. The Nightmare Horn squad leaders were asked about the whereabouts of Joshua and Jonathan. The young man allows Lee Tae-han to take on the reconstruction of the World Awakened Association if he is so confident. Lee Tae-han enthusiastically replies that he would never have said that if he wasn't sure. His interlocutor smiles ominously and promises that upon his return, he will transfer to him a controlling stake in the Ilsung Group and all its subsidiaries. Lee Tae-han, shocked, asks again if he means absolutely all the shares. The young man confirms, listing the names and saying that these are all his companies. He explains with shining eyes that he founded them to see how the global financial markets would hold up. He continues that this is part of his future plans, in which Lee Tae-han is now also involved. He sternly asks Lee Tae-han not to disappoint him. Lee Tae-han bows and thanks, promising to do everything to justify the trust placed in him. Several months have passed since the beginning of Act 2, Scene 2, while Lee Tae-han has been unifying and stabilizing the situation. At this time, the main character was searching for one special item. Advertisements for the black fragment were posted everywhere, promising a generous reward and severe punishment for concealment. This was not just an announcement on behalf of the World Association of Awakened People. It was Li Taehan's official order. But there were always those who ignored the warnings. One of these offenders asks the protagonist if he found what he was looking for, because these fools are trying to snatch it from him. The protagonist looks at an advertisement for recruitment to a raid squad, which promises that even bronze can become gold. When asked how he knew, he replies that the informer whispered, because among them, there is one who fears Odin. His partner asks what to do next, but understands that simply taking the item will no longer work. The black fragment was the starting item for a quest that no one could ever complete. The sixth evil was believed to have made the most progress in his quest, as the reward was an item related to one of the 7 demon emperors. This item is a hidden reward from Act 2, Scene 2, and can only be obtained during this stage. The girl with green hair greets the arriving hero and asks if he came in response to the ad. She notes his impressive equipment and asks if he's in the wrong place, as they can only lift him up to gold. Having learned that he is platinum, the girl is surprised that such a big shot is in their squad. The hooded hero says he's interested in their unit and asks if there's a place for him. The girl is perplexed as to why he chose them, since with a platinum rank he can go anywhere. To which he replies about his circumstances. He insistently demands that a place be made for him if there is none, claiming that it is beneficial for everyone. The girl smirks at his self-confidence, but states that they don't want to get involved with criminals. She asks him to tell her what crime he committed, and he replies that it's just a problem with his girlfriend. A hooded guy asks if anyone has touched a busy girl named Kim Ji-hoon. The girl in red asks with horror if he means Corps Commander Ilson. He confirms that this is true and calls the guy standing next to him a piece of trash who couldn't protect his girlfriend. The girl asks him to wait a little so that she can make sure that his words are true. He starts to leave, saying they are missing their opportunity, but she tries to stop him. She nervously smiles and persuades him to wait just a minute, because they can't do whatever they want. The girl asks his name, and he replies that his name is Kwon Gi-chul. She is surprised and asks what a man who had a place in the association is doing here. She accuses him of bullying her, but he says that's just how the situation turned out, and she calls him a ladies' man. The girl coquettishly asks if she was a beauty, and notes that Ilson's commander looked very absent-minded. She offers a deal, saying that it will be difficult for them to hide him, so he will only receive experience points as a reward. The hooded man's eyes glow red, and he threatens that she will pay if she treats him like a simpleton. The girl smiles confidently and promises that he will not regret if he follows her. She invites him to meet the leader of the unit and asks him not to look at her like that. A muscular man named Xiao Yan appears, who, along with Ling Ling, is the strongest in the squad. The hooded guy, introducing himself as Wu Kang, thinks how greedy they are for quests to have assembled such a squad. He muses that their party is in a very dangerous position, and the quest might disappear along with them. It becomes clear to him that these two are hiding all the information and leading the rest of the squad by the nose. They are located on the very outskirts of the city, in the quest area for low-level awakened ones. The guy puts on his hood while the system reports that even the association secretary is present here. Some guy is yelling at the losing fighters that they can't even handle an F-rank quest. The hooded guy notes that their squad is now prohibited from entering dungeons, which are now sealed upon quest refusal. The girl enters the portal, and the guy thinks that now he can freely enter and exit the dungeons. And that's how it should always be. He enters the E-rank dungeon, angry at how harsh the conditions were in the past. The guy sarcastically thinks how touching it is that they are now given information about the dungeon even without the explorer's characteristics. Suddenly, his researcher's stat activates, revealing information about the Doom Enterguasto's life vessel. He understands that this characteristic is still useful for obtaining extended information about the quest. The guy is horrified to realize that this is a quest that can be used to obtain an item from one of the demon emperors. In the dungeon, they are attacked by monsters spitting poison, and someone shouts for everyone to dodge. The girl swears that they knew about the monsters, but they turned out to be more disgusting than they thought. Xiao Yan shouts for everyone to get out of the way and jumps in to attack. He lands, but 2 huge red monsters emerge from the green goo. A notification appears about the start of the combat quest and the creation of the Infinite Division. Xiao Yan shouts for everyone to retreat, realizing that this is a combat quest. The red monster deals him a crushing blow. The hooded guy holds the girl back, saying that it's all over for Xiao Yan as he's completely surrounded. The squad refuses the combat quest, and the system reports failure. The girl, ignoring the failure, screams and rushes into the attack. She yells at Quan in rage, asking what he is doing. He stops the others, ordering the ranged attackers to stay behind because the monster's movements are unusual. A green-haired girl mocks a red slime monster, asking if he's scared. In the monster's reflection, one of the fighters can be seen rushing into attack. The man calls on the others to come to their senses and help, aiming directly at the monsters. A girl with green hair and red paint on her face asks a guy if he has encountered the Maruka clan. The black-haired boy replies that she is lucky and asks why she didn't follow orders. He explains that he had to protect the ranged fighters and asks what she was thinking when she gave the order. The girl boldly replies that if he wants to command, he must give the right instructions. She is shocked to realize that he bragged about serving in the same squad as Mr. Caliber. The girl suggests not talking about the past, and the guy thinks that this situation is increasingly annoying him. He directly asks why they are defending an E-rank dungeon with such a lousy squad. The girl laughs and offers her help, promising to definitely reward him. After a short thought, the guy agrees to help if they really want to clear the dungeon. He adds that he will not ask for a transfer of command, and asks that they simply follow him quietly. In a flashback, another man is seen worrying that the unit leader has not informed the association about the discovery of the black fragment. He recalls how the leader did not take seriously the incident with the revolution group, which was able to unite the entire scene. In the memories, Odin appears, who was called the Savior, and under his leadership a new world was built. He also remembers Caliber Man, who cleared all the D-rank dungeons single-handedly. The man realizes that the leader might disregard the rules and put everyone at risk, so he decides to leak the information. He thinks the person the association sent is named Quan Gi-chul. In the present, Quan Gi-chul stands among the corpses and thinks that he has enough power to destroy them all and take the fragment. The man in the flashback is terrified that he will be finished if Quan falls for the trick of a girl named Ling Ling. A flashback begins where the day before the boss fight, Lin Lin approaches Quan. She sits next to him and says that she wondered what motivated him to go to such lengths. Ling Ling notes that he was confident in his ability to take control of the situation, and she had never met such men before. She seductively says that she can now understand why the female commander of Ilsen's corps fell in love with him. Quan asks if she's trying to say that she won't leave him alone, and then she asks to see his status window. He warns her that several people have already lost their heads when they tried to see his status. Ling Ling smirks and asks if that's all, reminding him that he will give it his all during the boss fight. She hugs him, telling him that it was a piece of cake for him and that they were very lucky. The girl whispers in his ear that he is no less lucky than she is. She mysteriously says that if everything goes smoothly, he will be able to apply for the position of division leader. A huge, dark monster appears, connected to the Demon Emperor family's big quest. In the present, Quan shouts at fighters with weak defenses to step back. He thinks that the slug is annoying him, and he wants to finish him off at once. A powerful attack destroys the monster, and a system message appears indicating the quest has been completed. The squad members ask each other in amazement if they really cleared an E-rank dungeon. The fighters shout joyfully in the rain, because after the battle with the boss, it's time to share the rewards. Fatigue instantly disappears when everyone sees a mountain of reward cubes and their eyes light up with greed. Lin Lin says that he and Quan have enough rewards for the first run, and the rest can be taken by others. The men in the squad are perplexed, considering this a test of loyalty, since nothing like this has ever happened before. One of the men suggests that Mr. Quan choose the reward first, since he was their leader. Quan refuses the reward, saying that he only joined them for the experience. The rest of the squad is confused. They don't understand what their leaders are planning. The laughing man invites the others to be grateful and share the rewards, distracting their attention. Quan leaves, thinking to himself that this clever bastard will be able to survive until the end if he continues in the same spirit. A system window appears in front of him with an offer to start the quest, and he clicks yes. Suddenly, lightning strikes one of the men, Xiao Yan. The woman runs up to him, shouting his name, and notices that his body is cold. Xiao Yan comes to his senses, but immediately violently throws the woman aside. The woman looks at Quan reproachfully, saying that he should have warned her. Quan states that the body on the ground comes to life as it twitches and changes. The woman, shocked, draws her sword, not believing that the creature is not dead. She furiously hacks at the body, screaming for it to die. And at that moment, Quan receives a notification that the quest has been completed. The surprised woman asks if that's all. Quan muses that Xiao Yan didn't even penetrate the armor, and Ling Ling worries that the parasite will choose her as its new host. He thinks that things will be tough from now on, but they shouldn't be upset, because he saved their lives. A system message announces that the attacking force has destroyed an E-rank dungeon. At the office, they are met by a man who says that he was about to declare their squad dead. Despite the envious glances of the other squads, the face of the leader, Xiao Yan, remains gloomy. Ling Ling turns to the leader and asks what's wrong with his face. He replies that the next quest is a D-rank dungeon. Xiao Yan reasons that after clearing the E-rank dungeon, those who wish to join them will be drawn to them, and they will be able to count on the army's support. Quan asks if they don't know that the only squad that cleared the D-rank dungeon was under the command of Mr. Caliber. He adds that they don't know where this quest chain will lead next, and doubts it will be possible to complete it. Ling Ling asks if he's suggesting they just merge, and reminds him of his desire to return to the association. The leader assures Quan that he is a man of his word, and will help him return to the association if they complete the quest. Quan smiles and says that the quest is worth it, but Xiao Yan replies that saying and doing are two different things. Quan states that he can just leave and be done with it, asking if he is considered short-sighted. In a panic, Xiao Yan shouts at him to stand still and promises to strengthen his forces and retreat at the first sign of danger. Quan coldly replies that by the time he realizes he is in danger, he will already be dead. The leader bows and asks for help, saying that few know what happened in Maruk's dungeon. Quan is surprised that he kneeled down and decides to agree if he has given all the available information. Flashbacks show Xiao Yan and Ling Ling watching from the outskirts as the new triad system unleashed its brutal massacre. After joining the association through the 7 Demon Emperors quest, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, wanting to take revenge on the leaders. When he announced that he was trying to clear a D-rank dungeon, everyone except Khan ignored him, as they were gold-level rogues. The man they hired was almost diamond-level and one of the best in the Blue Dragon Corps. The mercenary asks doubtfully how they could have set their sights on a D-rank after just one E-rank dungeon. He chuckles, saying that Xiao Yan's eyes are clouded with overconfidence. Xiao Yan meekly agrees to follow the orders to retreat, having spent all his fortune on this mercenary. Quan speculates that this mercenary will leave at the slightest danger, and at this rate, the leader will have to abandon the quest. Hooded Quan muses that it's time to smooth this process out a bit. Suddenly, a man runs in, shouting that the Corps commander is looking for Mr. Lutzi. Following him, another messenger reports in panic that Caliber has entered the city. The bald man, shocked, asks again if Mr. Caliber himself is really here. Caliber, a high-ranking member of the association, rides into town on a white steed to the cheers of the crowd. He barely suppresses a smug smile, ordering himself to maintain a serious appearance. Blue Dragon Corps Commander Chang Yi-san bows respectfully and says that it is a great honor for him. Caliber sits relaxed in his chair and mentions that he heard about the Corps' plans to clear a D-rank dungeon. He adds that the association is watching them, so they should try their best. Chang Yi-san shakes hands with Quan Sung-il, Mr. Caliber, in awe. At this time, one of the warriors is indignant that going into a D-rank dungeon without a diamond is madness. Chang Yi-san assures him that they were personally supported by Mr. Caliber, and word of this may reach Mr. Odin. Another squad leader states that everyone remembers how they were treated before, and this opportunity cannot be missed. Chang Yi-san decisively announces that they will use the full might of the Blue Dragon Corps to win the favor of the association. He reminds the leader of the attacking squad that he is the main one, because the squad was created under his name. The squad leader sweats in horror, realizing that all responsibility now lies with him. Quan and the green-haired girl watch what is happening, and she advises him to keep quiet if possible. The entire elite of the Blue Dragon Corps has been mobilized for the campaign, though it is predicted that most of them will not return. Suddenly, someone shouts that Xiao Yan's attack squad is also entering the dungeon. Deep in the dungeon, a creepy golden creature with a purple glow sits on a throne. The monster lifts its head and its face resembles a squid with huge purple eyes.